I hope will be very benefiting to you. How many of you are filmmakers? In yeah. How many of you are producers? Okay, cool. Are you all from Serbia? No. Oh wow, interesting. Where are you from? Ah, okay. And you live here? Cool, cool, cool.
Here, the microphone. Sorry.
Yes, I live here now. I lived in New York for about 4 years. Born and raised in Tel Aviv, and now I've been here for about a year and a half. Yes.
That is so interesting. After the session, I'd love to hear from like what brought you here and everything. Thank you. Anybody else not from Serbia? Yes? Okay, we have another one here. There?
I'm from Bosnia and Herzegovina. It's right next to here.
Yeah.
So.
Cool. Welcome. And one more here, please.
Uh-huh.
Oh, same. Okay. Okay. Same land.
You want to say something? You need a microphone? Okay.
Okay, so yeah, I would love to hear more about what brought you here after this session. We are talking about Nigerian movie industry, Nigeria in West Africa. I call it the underarm of Africa. You know how that map shape looks like? And I want to present myself a little bit to kind of make you understand why am I talking about Nigerian movie industry. So my name is Ronya Man, originally from Israel. I moved to Nigeria almost 8 years ago. And in Israel, I mostly did theater, a little bit of screen, but mostly theater as an actress, as an acting coach, a drama teacher, and then I became a director and a producer, and also like a creative arts, wholesome specialist. And life brought me to Nigeria, and I was like, wait, I'm just about to hit this big theatrical production, whatnot, and what am I doing in Nigeria? And then I learned of the huge film industry there. So I said, okay, let me check it out. I did theater in Nigeria first as a director and a drum facilitator with the Society of Performing Arts Nigeria. So that was an experience that really helped me understand the culture, the streets, the stories of the people. I co-wrote a play with a Nigerian playwright and co-directed with another director, a choreographer rather. And so I got to know the young spirits, the young people. You know, you get really, really immersed in the culture when you're working so closely with artists and writing their stories. And then I went to Met Film Berlin and came back to, for filmmaking. And came back and started working in the film industry, first as an acting coach and then as an assistant director. And I worked on numerous feature films, mostly for TV. Now, the pace of work in Nigeria is very, very fast. It's a very dynamic industry. So we shoot like 16 hours a day, every day, 7 days a week. We make a film, boom, next week another film, boom, next week another film, boom. So I did that for about 5 months. And that really immersed me in the culture even more.
Yeah.
And because I can imagine. And this is Kenneth Gyang, by the way. He's a Nigerian director, renowned director, I'd say, and we'll talk about him more in a minute. So I could say I'm lucky enough to have experienced the industry from all aspects, because very soon in 2018 I was invited to co-produce a film festival, a local international film festival, I'd say, that has over 2,000 submissions yearly, and I worked with them for like 6 years. Doing all the sponsorships, the training platforms, international collaborations, brought in finance avenues from abroad, brought in training platforms from abroad. So you really get to know, working in a film festival. I don't know if any of you had that experience. I know Tiana does. You really get to know all the little players in a film industry, right? So I'd say I was very lucky to have had the access to that. And I'm always acting as well. So I act on TV series, huge cinema features like blockbusters, small films, local films in local languages. Nigeria has like 200 local languages, but like 3 dominant ones. So they have films in those 3 dominant languages that are like sub-industries of the Nigerian industry, film industry. So when you work on those local ones in the villages, etc., you really get to experience the different aspects. It's like going from New York, let's say, to, I don't know, a small town in Tennessee, or exactly. It's not the same, right? So this is where I come from, talking about Nollywood. I'm also an acting coach and a set coach, so that allows me to read a lot of scripts, hundreds of scripts, explore hundreds of characters, if any of you have acting background and directing background, you know what I'm talking about. So yeah, I think that's about me and why I'm talking about Nollywood. I'm a big advocate of Nollywood, I'd say. Tiana knows me from last year, from November 22. We met in Israel when I brought a Nigerian filmmakers delegation into Israel to do an expose of Nollywood, kind of like what we're doing here today. And we're gonna start with a little compilation of clips of films that came out of Nollywood in the last, say, 3 years. And then we'll give you some more background on the industry, okay? So, over to you. Lights out.
Yeah. Lights, yes, we're set.
Wait.
I read you. Well.
Don't drop. So, are you going to fix everything here?
Yes.
Ogami, everything there is complete.
It's not really.
It's very important. It's good to show people that they were loved, that the lives they lived mattered.
Do you still want to travel?
Yes, ma'am.
Good.
Engineer, you sure say you know muscle?
Before you touch that one. Come in, factory, come in.
3 days, baby. We'll be at the wedding registry signing into our future.
I'm so excited. I can't wait to be Mrs. Delicate.
MAGA stand for Mumu always give away.
Jomo.
Mumu mean fool. So Ibo, you are a fool.
For destroying all my plans to make it in life, I have a score to settle with you.
Tell me Adeleke.
You don't try use automatic for real? No. How do you do like saying you know me? How you think say I did get my husband? No tell me say you use Otumokoko.
I say this babe never do jazz for you. Fucking shut up your mouth and chop his yam!
Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live.
I'm from Lagos. My city never sleeps.
What brings you to this town from the big Lagos?
Jack.
That again no Jack.
Lilias.
You shoot me.
Yes, I shoot you.
You shoot me. You shoot you.
Yes, I shoot you.
You shoot him. What? You shoot me?
Yes, yes.
You shoot me.
Shoot you.
You shoot him.
Thank you. Lights, yes.
Okay. Lights on. All right. So we tried to compile quite a variety of what comes out from Nollywood, and there's a lot more. Like, you don't see the small village films here so much, except for Akunde maybe. But so the first film, if you remember, Man of God, was sold to Netflix, and they commissioned a series now based on the same characters and the same story. The second one you saw opened premiered at Berlin Festival about 3 years ago. That's Amy Mofe. Then Omogeto, that was me, by the way, was #1 blockbuster. It broke a 6-year record and became the new record-breaking blockbuster in cinema in Nigeria and West Africa. Till recently, when the same producer director just made another cinema hit. And yeah, there was a couple more there.
Juju Stories.
The Juju Stories one, the Locarno, that one, Locarno, Palme d'Or, and not Palme d'Or, what do you call it? Palme d'Or is the Cannes one, but it's it's similar.
Yeah. You just want like an
Take your
award.
mic.
Yeah.
Take your mic, Kenneth.
Okay. Hello. No, I was just saying like so. Juju Stories was at Locarno and it won an international feature prize at the time that it came out here, 2021. Yes.
Yes, and that was a co-production with a French producer and Nigerian producers, filmmakers, and we'll talk about co-productions about this today. Let me just introduce Kenneth quickly. So Kenneth Gyang, Nigerian filmmaker, director. His films are on Netflix, on festivals. Oluture was one of his first features. That was one of the first Nigerian features on Netflix and hit #1 on Netflix for about 4 weeks.
Yeah.
When it was released.
Yeah. So Oluture was the first feature that I did for Netflix. It was released in 2020, and it was like Nigeria's first breakout hit because it was in the top 10 of maybe like 38 countries. So it was really successful, and it's about sex trafficking basically. So it brought in a lot of conversations about sex trafficking as well.
And it's important to note what it was about and the year it was, because I feel like stories about Africa are shifting from sex trafficking and all that that we've been hearing for many, many years. There's a shift in story theme about Africa nowadays in the world, which is something nice to look out for. So let me go back to the basics. The Nigerian film industry is considered to be the second largest in the world in terms of volume. They produce 2,500 films a year, just a little bit less than Bollywood, which is the first film industry. And just to give you a reference, Hollywood makes 700 films a year. Now, you can see that the market size revenue is about almost 900 million now. From like it grew from 600 to 900 million in the last 3 years, despite COVID, by the way, and a few other challenges we'll touch on. The consumers are still increasingly going to cinema. So cinema going is a very strong culture in Nigeria, where in some other countries, especially after COVID, you're experiencing a decline in going into the cinemas. You know, streamers are more and more accessible, and people kind of prefer staying at home and, you know, zipping through rather than going to the cinema. In Nigeria, cinema is a strong culture inherited in the society because it comes way back from not having, you know, from when we just had a TV screen, right? We didn't have phones to watch our films, tablets, and and because there's a power shortage, people would like gather around someone's TV and watch it together on the street in the neighborhood, or go to the local pub and watch it together at the pub. And it's a very interactive experience. If you go to a cinema in Nigeria, it's really funny. The whole audience interacts with the movie. Okay, they comment, "Yeah, go get her!" You know, it's a living experience, and so going to cinema is always it's a very strong cultural aspect. And however, only 10% of movies made yearly actually are made for cinema. Okay, the rest go to streamers, to pay TV, and some even to YouTube. It's actually very lucrative for them to make films and just release them on YouTube. They could get 2 million views easily in less than 2 months and make between $6,000 to $20,000 a month on just releasing their film for free on YouTube, because there's such a major, huge audience for it in all of Africa and outside of Africa. So all Africans that live abroad, we call them diaspora, are also very keen on watching Nollywood content and are big consumers of it. So I think for us, it will be more relevant to talk about them in terms of your audience in Europe, in the US, the African diaspora. Okay, I think we can change to the next slide. Thank you, Kenneth. So we want to focus on cinema today. We're in a film festival. And that is embarrassing. That's my phone.
Okay, sorry. Yeah.
Apologies. I decided we're all human. We can make mistakes. So the cinema generates about $9 million yearly, with about 215 films released yearly. And the reason for making up only 10% of that film industry has to do with a number of things. Number one, there's only 234 screens in Nigeria. Okay? 234 screens for over 200 million people, of which, let's say, about 88 million or more actually go to the cinema because, number one, they're in that age range. Although it says here 18 to 36, it's about 46 really. But 18 to 36 is your key core audience. And that's 40% of the population, which makes about 88 million people or more. So that's your audience size. But they only have 234 cinemas. That's less than... That's about, I don't know, 1 million people per screen or something. It's like, how are you going to fit all these people? So that's part of why. But it also has to do with production and budgets. Okay, next slide. So even though you need a bigger production budget to make it a cinema movie, and that would there's no film funds in Nigeria. No film funds at all. So everything they make is private money. It's equity. Which also makes it a bit difficult to make a cinematic film because you need more money. So a lot of times, and Nigerians are very, like I said, dynamic, creative, almost hyperactive, very motivated. They want to tell a story. They don't like to wait for funds, for co-production agreements. They want to go on and tell the story and come out and tell the next story. So a lot of them just prefer to shoot it on video, release it on the either TV or the streamers, and move on to the next movie. However, 2019, 2020, there were more Hollywood titles in Nigerian cinemas than Nollywood titles, right? By the time we came out of COVID, there were more Nigerian titles than Hollywood titles. And they were making about the same money in the cinemas. So you can see here that Wakanda Forever premiered in Africa in Lagos. And we have Omogeto that made, it's not a far distance, between 2.2 million and 1.7 million dollars in revenue for that film. So it's just to show you the growth that Nollywood is still ongoing, or undergoing, I should say, in terms of the value it has, in terms of the reach, in terms of the revenues, etc. Next slide. Yeah, Kenneth, you want to add?
No, I just wanted to add that, you see the film Omogeto, you've seen the clip. You know the one that Ronya is lying in bed, with someone. Yeah, that is Omogeto. So you can see it was really a smash hit. I mean, because for us, with the number of screens, to get this sort of amount is really, it means that really people are going to the cinemas, right, to watch all of these films. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Any questions so far? Good. Okay, so I was touching a bit about the challenges. We have limited screens. We don't have film funds. We don't have co-production treaties with other countries that can bring in money from abroad, although we are starting on it, and I'll tell you how. We have piracy, because like I said, it's very lucrative to just release on YouTube, and we still have DVDs. So let's say about 2% of the population actually have the means, the financial means to subscribe to the streamers, which is why the streamers have not taken over the industry yet. In that sense, actually the streamers are a very interesting subject to talk about. For the filmmakers that are struggling with finance, like I said, it's very lucrative when the streamer comes and says, oh, just sell me your film. Sometimes they commission it ahead of time. So Netflix came in 2019 with a big boom bazoom and said, okay, we're going to talk to the major players in the industry. So they took 5 production houses that everybody knew that already made films and said, okay, we'll talk to you guys. We'll commission 5 films each, make us 5 films within the next 2 years. And they just bought all the films right off. So cinema didn't get any films from them those 2 years. So you would there was a concern about, okay, what's going to happen to the cinema culture in Nigeria, right? However, Netflix came to make profit, and therefore they weren't releasing big budgets suddenly for your films. So you still had to struggle to make means for your production value, and then you had to upgrade your value to meet Netflix standards. And so the filmmakers kind of learned that, oh, okay, it's not as lucrative as I thought it would be. It's not as easy as I thought it would be. Actors thought, oh, we're going to get Netflix funding, so we're finally going to make money like they do in Hollywood. Nuh-uh. No, Netflix came to make a profit. So what happened is and they only worked with 5 players. So, okay, so we have limited the production companies that actually make content that is up that par, So having said all that, that's why the piracy is still ongoing. And that's for the first 4 challenges. The Naira is just the economy that is depleting the Naira. The Naira is the local currency in Nigeria, okay? We've had government change. We've had oil prices escalate and drop and whatnot. The oil price drops and the fuel price escalates. So it really affects our economy very much. And what happens, the way it affects film is that the cost of diesel rises up, making cost of production go up very much, making the filmmakers need more financing, need more private money to make films and stay up to par in terms of production value. But when you're selling tickets and you get your money back, you're getting it in Nairas. So it's it makes us as filmmakers be very creative in our solution process. And we'll go to the solutions in a minute. And then trust. I put up trust here because when you have a cinema industry with 2,500 films a year, you have a lot of filmmakers out there, a lot of producers out there making films, okay? In different kinds of levels, okay? Let's say you can have a $30,000 budget film, make it into cinema. Of course, it's going to make a revenue relative to that. And then you have $350,000 film, budget of film in the cinema. So even Netflix, when they came and started commissioning those production houses, thought, okay, we can trust these ones because they've already done some stuff and we've seen their work and we know they're good and they have their reputation. They've been in the industry for 10 years more. But because of the economy and because of the financial struggle, a lot of them sometimes cut corners. And that could be a challenge if you're coming in as a co-producer from abroad or as an investor from abroad. You need maybe to create a trust relationship or have someone in there that can monitor the production and make sure that everything that's on paper is actually on set and no one's cutting corners. Okay, it's just it's basically what you do in every industry, I suppose. Only in Nigeria, because of the financial atmosphere, I'd say. I think it and also because of the nature of Africa, of Nigeria, it's just a thing to have in mind, to keep in mind. Right. So we talked about the streamers. These are the major players. Netflix came in 2019. Amazon came last year, about like a year ago. And they set up in Nigeria and then in South Africa. And they came out last year. And they're going to come back differently because they realized that, we can make films in Nigeria that have a much larger audience than those in South Africa. So they left South Africa and Nigeria to come back and re-strategize how they're going to play it out in Nigeria right now. Just so you know, like 54 countries in Africa watch Nigerian content before they watch any other content. Disney Plus are coming in now, especially with the boom of animation that is trickling in Nigeria right now in the Nigerian film industry. We have more and more animation studios, and I'll explain why in a minute. And Showmax. Showmax is like Netflix that came out of South Africa, what we call DSTV. I don't know if you even know. DSTV is the major pay TV channel, or it's not a channel, it's a
satellite cable channel.
Yeah. Their headquarters are in South Africa, and they stream or they broadcast throughout Africa. They're partners with Canal Plus, and Showmax is their streaming platform. And it was mostly South African content up until, 3 years ago. when they came into Nollywood and started commissioning and buying Nollywood content. So I think what I'm trying to say basically is all these streamers, all these platforms in the last 3-4 years have seen or understood the value that Nollywood has in terms of attracting audiences, eyeballs, and numbers to their platforms. Anything else you want to add, Kenneth?
No.
Okay, this is just a few examples. This is Netflix. I opened their homepage last week, I think. So the 4th and 5th best recommended films are Nigerian movies. Next slide. This one is number 9 in TV shows today. It was released just recently, 2023. This one is number 8 in movies today. The next one is number 2 in movies today. These are all Nigerian films. This is the AFRIF, the African International Film Festival. It's been around, it's the largest film festival in Nigeria, in which we have about 10 festivals, I think, like 5 alone in October, 5 in October alone, including documentaries, etc. So this is the largest one. This is the festival that brought in Wakanda Forever to premiere in Lagos, in Africa. It's African premiere. They're the ones who brought Netflix in and Amazon Prime into Nigeria. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is the last year's 12th edition, Indigenous to Global. They brought in French investors into Nigeria. They work closely with the French embassy. I work closely with them. I coach them. I coach their acting workshop. So for the last 4 years, and the last 2 years, I do like a whole week workshop there. And this is the festival that I co-produced, the Real Time Film Festival. This is a more artsy festival, I'd say, than AFRIF. It has over 2,000 submissions yearly from all over the world, and it has a 20-hour filmmaking challenge. I did that twice. It's crazy. So in 20 hours, we shoot, we edit, we submit, and if you've done it on time, you get screened at the closing day of the festival. So yeah, it's really cool. And last year, the festival was in Kent, in England. And so, because there's a lot of Nigerians in England, so they collaborated with Nigerian British filmmakers. Through this festival, I also brought a Caribbean entity that wants to exchange content with Nigerian cinema. And last year, they had an exchange workshop, and they actually produced a short film that screened in TIFF last TIFF. So we talked about YouTube already. We can skip this one, I think. This is just the numbers to show you that 4,000 hours, you get between $5 to $10 for 1,000 views on YouTube. This is just the math of why it's lucrative to release on YouTube. Keep going. Okay, we talked about the challenges. And now the solutions. But before we talk about the solutions, any other questions? Am I talking too fast? Yes, please. Sorry, you're from where? Okay. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah.
Is there such a thing as a marketing that's created, like the movie makers making marketing videos of showing how much fun is to go to the movies, comparing to somebody alone sitting on a...
Hold on. Can you take that mic so that the guys, our audiences on YouTube can hear you as well? Thank you. Is it on?
It's on now, yeah.
Yay.
Yes.
Okay, what's your name again?
Dragon Richard Raddick.
Okay, cool.
So my question is is there an initiative to create like a marketing plan to create videos that shows how much fun is to go watch movies together in a theater and then showing a lonely person staring at its screen at home, right? Which will kind of a change people's opinions of the movies, so they lose interest in pirating movie and actually engaging in going and enjoying the time with their friends and family in that, like, promoting that part of a culture, because I do love going to the cinema. It's like I love movies. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing as well. So my question is, like, is there a initiative for that, or the things are just happening and actually the filmmakers are not promoting the film because they make revenue from the movies?
I have like a few answers to your question. It entails a few things in it. Marketing is one of them. It's up there, as you can see. But before I touch on marketing, what happens really is, so like one of my friends released a cinematic film last year, which was later picked up by Amazon Prime. You know, after the cinema release, they bought the film, but they're not releasing it till June. So they're keeping their money with them until they release it in June. So she's like not making her profit yet. So the way she makes money in the meantime is making smaller films, releasing them on YouTube, making money off of YouTube. Do you get? So, you know, we as filmmakers maybe find ways to make money by editing music videos or commercials or teaching or things like that. Mm-hmm. They just make us a little movie for $5,000, a feature, put it on YouTube, and make $6,000 back.
Yeah, I just want to add to it. Yes, people do marketing in Nigeria. Like the filmmaker that did Omogeto that she was in, and also she released a film to this year.
Tribe Called Judah.
Yeah, Tribe Called Judah. She does really extensive marketing. So there are filmmakers that actually do a lot of marketing to get people to go to the cinemas. And also some of the films are really big, so they try to make it like an event to actually attend. Yeah, so people really do attend. But like she said, because of sometimes the limited number of screens, so if people are living in cities where they don't even have access to these things or they can't afford it, yes, then some of them might look for an alternative way of watching the film. But in terms of marketing for cinemas, yes, there's always just like really big marketing. And Nigeria is also known for big premieres. Like she goes for all this, you have to dress up and all of that. It's like a big Nigerian thing, yes.
They love dressing up. Yeah. The thing is, there's two things so like Kenneth said, the rural areas, okay, the villages or the towns that are outside of the big major cities like Lagos and Abuja and Port Harcourt, that don't have access to screens and have people making $2 a month that don't have means to go to the cinema. They would rather pirate the movie, download it for somewhere, buy a DVD for 1,000 nairas and which is like $1 to watch the movie together with their friends. They each put in 20 cents, buy a DVD. And if you think about it, for 200 million people, as a filmmaker, it's actually not a bad marketing strategy to release your movie on pirated DVDs for those areas, and then drive the urban areas into the cinema, okay? Because words gets around. So it's part of a marketing strategy, the piracy in a way. And touching on marketing. So there's a reason why Kenneth could only give you 2 examples of good marketing that are owned by the same producer. Nigerian, in general, I think, still has a lot to evolve in the marketing aspect. Films are not marketed in the best way possible when you look at it critically. And not just films, a lot of things, events, films, and even plays. It's there's the reason for it, but I think that doing good marketing or coming in with a good marketing strategy that entails both billboards, radio, social media, and by the way, Nigerian audience is very star driven. That was your question?
It was part of it. Yeah.
Here, you can ask your question, then I'll.
So I have like a million questions for you, but
wow! What's your name?
Ben.
Okay, where are you from?
I'm I live in Serbia now, but I'm American. I grew up there.
Okay, cool.
Hello.
Oh,
I just got to go real close. That's
yes.
all. Okay, so what I was really my initial question first was you're above versus below the line. And most of these, I'm assuming, is most of your expenses on these are below the line, right? You're not paying for when you're making these indies as fast as you're cranking them out. You're not paying for star power. But or maybe you are, and that was really my question: is when you're going to your somebody goes to an investor for $20,000 or something like that. I mean that small amount, and that investor wants to recoup that amount because they say, well, we're going to release it, or maybe it's $100,000. I don't really know what the budget levels are for there. But if you're going to have a theater release, and you have presumably star power driving that, and so people are going to their private investor and wondering. Asking for X amount of dollars because they have these stars that are driving the audience. The audience. Is that also translating to the amount? Like, are those actual stars in Nigeria commanding a larger above the line than below the line, such that it becomes a little bit top heavy in some of those? Like, what's that expense model? I guess for these films, how does that?
So first of all, not all films are made like boom, boom, boom. Like I said, those were TV features.
Okay.
The cinema films take time. I mean, take months.
Mm-hmm.
And I think even now that the industry has evolved in the last 3 years in its production value and other things, which is something that the streamers even drove into the industry. Like one of the positive effects the streamers had on the industry. So. They take their time and taking time to develop their stories more, and this industry is constantly evolving, constantly growing and maturing, I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
The star power does affect the budgets above the above the line, like you said. It does affect. And Kenneth, you wanted to say something?
Yeah.
I felt you over my shoulder, like breathing on my shoulder.
I wanted to say that, yes, like you said, the star power, yes, it actually affects the budget because, the truth is that Nigerian film industry has been able to create a lot of superstars in the continent.
Mm-hmm.
They go to places, they fill up stadiums, like we have stars like Genevieve, who, is really well known, in Kemowo and Richard Moffat Damajo, Funke Akindele. Yeah, we have like really big superstars. And for you to be, because that also just affect the budget, right? Because we want to get the people. So like she said, the budget for those big cinematic films are very different. But in terms of below the line and above the line, of course, they're above the line because you're looking at maybe super producers, very good writer. You're looking at maybe the actors and all of that. So it tends to really affect the budget a lot. Yeah.
That's what I'm asking. If we have indie films that are in Serbia, right, that might be at that $2 or $3 million level, but their production budgets are only $600,000-$700,000, right? So a million of half of that or more is above the line. And so I was curious if that was there. And it also, I said I have a million questions, but another thing was is that general model in Nigeria via a sales agency? Are there Nigerian sales agencies that is that whole ecosystem pretty much the same as you would see in Europe?
No. So remember I said limited players and the challenges.
Yeah.
When you say sales agents, there's almost a monopoly. We have one of the largest cinema holder in the country that has about 33% of the cinemas in the country is also a production company and the largest distributor.
Yeah.
Or sales agent. So they are the ones liaising with Netflix, and they're the ones distributing in West Africa, and they also want to be part of your production sometimes, like your production partner. And so in Nigeria, as big as it is, it's very accessible as well. Like a small an indie producer could easily reach out to Film One, to that distributor / sales / production / cinema owner, easily reach out to them, pitch to them and, have a very straightforward business relationship with them or otherwise. So there's not a lot of middle people. Maybe take mine and I'll take Kenneth's. Maybe you take mine and I'll take Kenneth's. Why are you asking those questions though? That's like what's the picture you're trying to figure out?
You're long enough. Take mine.
Mm-hmm.
It's not long enough? It is?
See what we're doing for our YouTube viewers.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just asking. I just want to understand where they. So I'm interested in this because actually, years ago when I started trying to make a social media presence for myself, Nigerian filmmakers ended up being like they will take over your social media feed. Like you get so much content from them. And I have seen this for years, and it's always been like inspiring to me, honestly. 'Cause I see it a lot. And so when you tell me that you're working 7 days, 16 hours a day, I totally believe that actually. And it's so there's all that enthusiasm and love for film, and so I've always been really intrigued by that system. So that's why I have so many questions, because now I'm trying to understand it, because obviously I came to Serbia and learned how they do things here as opposed to the U.S. All right, and so what I'm very curious about it because I'm interested to be involved in it, and so I want to know. I have questions about outside influence. Is there a lot of Chinese investment there, or is that sort of coming in from the outside, which I do see in other places? In the U.S., I deal with that a little bit right now. Is there basically, when you have Netflix coming in, are those Netflix originals? So you basically have to stick to their pipeline that you were talking about, Netflix originals production pipeline that then drives up your cost that you guys have to deal with, and then eats into your any profit that you're seeing, or the revenues, I guess. It's becoming very expensive for what they give you, basically, right? Is that?
We're still kind of figuring out the balance between like the streamers and the producers. We're still figuring out the balance between how much it drives up the budget versus how much they're willing to pay for the content.
Yeah.
So it's still kind of dynamic. We haven't reached like a status quo yet, which is good for us, I think.
Yeah.
When you're coming into a new industry, it's good to come in when it's not settled yet, because you get to set the tone in a way. But I think that I think that now I have questions for you. Like, but you said how Serbia is different from the U.S. And then I was like, if you're so intrigued about Nollywood, why are you in Serbia and not in Lagos? That's also something I want to know. No offense here to anybody, I'm just curious. But I think you and I will have a very long conversation in this festival. Kenneth.
Yeah, so I was just going to say that, because I'm still going to talk about a bit of independent cinema in Nigeria, because
Kenneth, can you hold it closer?
Yeah, I'm still going to talk about independent cinema at some point. Yeah, so yeah, we can talk about that one. But there is there's like the mainstream, and then there's independent cinema, and then there are people who do social media content, and there are people who actually do just films for YouTube. So the market is just divided like that.
And then there's the Nollywood and the Yoruba films and.
Yeah. Is anyone there using actual film? I know it might be a dumb question, but is there a film production?
The Aimo Fair?
No. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Say it.
Yeah. So so if you talk about the Nigerian film industry, I have to just just go back a bit. We started from film, celluloid, right? That was in the 70s. We're making all these films on celluloid, and then at some point, because of the whole economic situation around third world countries, right, in the 80s, structural adjustment program, people couldn't afford making films on celluloid anymore. And so the filmmakers who are making those films felt that they couldn't do video, right? So the video now, in 1992, we started a film called Living in Bondage. It's a video film that was hugely popular, right? And so that one encouraged a lot of other people to start making films on video, right? And at the time, when it started in the 90s, other industries were still shooting on film. And, you know, they couldn't even take Nigerian films in film festivals because it was like, you know, then it was like there has to be a standard celluloid. Then, but now you can see that the industry has moved to video. I mean, coming to come and meet, like, I mean, Nollywood, like there. And so in that particular industry, within it, because the moving from the videos, because the videos were hugely successful around the world, people in diaspora were watching it, like, it was really, really massive. And that is actually why, like, the Nigerian film industry became very, very popular and people were very interested in it, right? But so within it, of course, like, I mean, there's independent filmmakers, which is what you're talking about. And sometimes, like, yeah, you can actually scrap out and get money to make your films. Your first film is always the most difficult one, so you can make it with, like, a little amount of money. But with time, you start building international, like, partnerships and co-productions and all of that, just like they were having conversations. So there is, like, I mean, a part of, like, the industry, mostly, like, I mean, the new wave, which, yeah, I mean, I could talk about it now, we could talk about it, like, I mean, later, but just give you an insight that is, like, is divided. So the people that you meet, what kinds of videos do you make? Is it, like, I mean, skits? Is it, like, films? Like, what kind of, like, videos do you make online that you meet Nigerians?
It's it's a mix, right? So sometimes they're music videos. You know, a lot of times their posts are snippets, right? They're just what we did today, or their photos. Sometimes they're feature films. You get a lot of actually, honestly, it comes from India also, but from Nigeria you get a lot of people looking for, whether it be financing or partnerships of some sort, or they want to show you the trailer for the film they just made, you know, and they want you to just in some way support them, or they want some sort of penetration into an American market. Somebody, and honestly, like, sometimes you would just get video calls, literally, like a video call from somebody you don't know, and you just like, I'm so sorry, I don't know who you are, hang up. But I mean, it's that industriousness that I love. I just think, you know, to me, that's filmmaking. That's sort of what it should be. It's some way. I don't want film.
You can see it really comes from a creative inner place. It doesn't come from anything but the love for the industry, the storytelling, etc.
Yeah, that drive is so important. So, and I see that so much. It doesn't. So anyway,
it's endearing.
It's inspiring for sure. Anyway.
Yeah.
Do we have another, like, some more time for another question?
I have no idea. I can talk until they stop us. Okay.
I'm sorry. I will bring us back to the numbers. It's, I don't know. Maybe there's not an answer to my question, but it really, this question really stuck in my head because you said that there are no funds, only private investors, only equity, and I know that, like, cinema funds, film funding, like, funds are very prominent in Israel, where we come from, but but here and also in other places in America, for example, there's also pre-sale. And if you said that there's, like, a huge audience around in Africa to Nigerians films, how come pre-selling is not like the main way to fund movies?
So you can have a pre-sale deal which will help you get the investors on board, but it doesn't give you money. So, you know, I mentioned Film One, that is a distributor / production / sales agent. So if you have them as a partner, then it's easier for you to raise other investors to bring in equity.
So it comes, at the end of it, it comes to the sales agency, which is, you said, there's only one.
No, not only one, but one major one, yeah.
One major one, yeah.
Yeah, we have like, I mean, a couple of key players in terms of, like, distribution and in terms of distributors basically.
3.
So we do have, like, I mean, a couple of key players, and yes, people, like she mentioned, sometimes, like, I mean, people can enter pre-sales, but most times it's just like the way the industry works. People funding just comes from, like, I mean, private equity.
So what you're asking, I'm going to talk about like the solutions. Let me just go through this. We have like 2 more slides left, and then I think some of your questions will be answered. Marketing, I already explained. The release window has to do with the limited number of screens and the limited number of like the windows, the limited windows they give you in a year to showcase your film, because December, January basically are saved for the big blockbusters and the Hollywood blockbusters. And the Hollywood films you would see in Nigeria / Africa are mostly the big blockbuster films, the Marvels, the Aquaman, Fast and Furious, that type of films that drive audience and ticket sales. So you need to understand your audience as well, and you know how to touch on them. What do they consume? So it goes back to the question you asked earlier, and then. One of our ways to get more funding into the system is the international co-productions and treaties. So I started working, like I mentioned before, on a Caribbean link, and also the Israeli-Nigerian co-production. So 3 years ago, I was approached by the former Israeli ambassador to Nigeria when he was still in office, and to produce a co-film. Was part of the 60 years of celebrating 60 years of a relationship between the 2 countries, and he said he wants to produce a film that will showcase the beautiful sights of Israel and the beautiful sights of Nigeria. Basically, there's a huge culture of pilgrimage from Nigeria to Israel, to the Holy Land. Nigerians are very big on Christianity, and I mean it's half Muslim, half Christian country. And it's a very interesting topic to talk about, aside from film, how they blend their traditional African religion, in a sense, or beliefs, and with the more westernized kind of religions that they've experienced, you know, back in colonialism days. So the Christians are very big on pilgrimages. And so I put together a story that, you know, showcases the pilgrimage, showcases the beautiful sights of both countries, but it's just a rom-com. It's a love story between an Israeli pilgrimage tour guide and a Nigerian business guy. That was a co-production that sparked the delegation from between both countries, and also birthed more co-productions, basically, and birthed a conference that we did in Lagos, in which we introduced the film funds in Israel and explained how Nigerian filmmakers can access funding from the film funds in Israel, basically. So that's one of the ways we're giving solutions to the lack of film funds in Nigeria. Kenneth can give you more, because he has also done some international co-productions, so he can tell you more about that. And again, reaching global audiences. So we want to detach ourselves from the local economy, and through international co-productions, reach audiences abroad, reach distribution abroad. My second co-production has a French investor, and we're going to mix the star power between Hollywood and Nollywood, basically enriching both the investors, because investors from abroad don't invest in African A-list stars because they don't know them. They invest in Hollywood A-list stars. So having that mix also helps. Yeah, Kenneth, you want to talk about yours? So the next slide basically shows you the one here is Kenneth's first international co-production that you did in 2017, was it? Yeah. The Lost Cafe was a Norwegian-Nigerian co-pro, and he'll tell you more about it. The one on the left just recently came out, called Mami Wata, co-produced with a French producer, the same one who did Juju Stories. You're smiling because you've heard of it, right?
Short. I know Mami Wata is interesting. There's actually a famous Vimeo short called Mami Wata that was originally a narrative ad, but I know it because it's amazing. It's really good, and then obviously the mythology behind it's interesting too.
Yeah. So the director that made it was also in Juju Stories, and he got picked up by CAA recently. the creative agency. Kenneth, you want to talk about your film before we finish?
Yeah. So I just want to just like, I mean, because for me, I come from the new wave, right? So it's like independent cinema. And so I guess like, cause if you go through film school, there's a way that, you know, you have to like start hearing and getting ideas about national cinema and all of that. So, you know, attending international labs, like starting from maybe Berlin Talent Campus, and then you have a producers workshop. So it was so there are within the industry itself, there were a couple of filmmakers who started feeling that sometimes you can tell stories outside of the structures of the mainstream. And so they seek international co-productions, they get funding abroad, and they also just like, I mean, make films that travel to international film festivals and all of that, like Mami Wata or Eyimofe or Confusion Nawa or Juju Stories. I mean, all of those films. So within the industry itself, like, I mean, there's like that. And I guess like independent cinema is just the same everywhere. It's the same struggle. You're trying to raise the funding, you're trying to like, I mean, get to travel and know people and all of that, because that's the only thing that can just get you ahead. But for me, yeah, I came from that, but I had a mix, because from independent cinema, I've also made some projects for Netflix. I did Oloture, which of course we mentioned was like, I mean, the second Netflix original from Nigeria, but then we did a really big TV series as well called Blood Sisters. At the time, it was hugely successful. So I guess like the way the Nigerian film industry works is that for everyone there's something to do. If you want to make like on your YouTube, you have like on your YouTube guys. If you want to make like the big budget films, or you want to make like independent film, I mean, it's there. And yeah, there are lots of like, I mean, filmmakers that can be collaborated with. Yes.
Yeah. So basically, they don't focus only on one genre or one media, or they have a big toolbox, I call it. So the growth potential of the industry lies in more screens. Like we said, in animation is the biggest boom right now in the industry. A lot of animation studios are popping up, and that's because, Iwaju is the recent, the first full animated TV series that comes out of Nigeria, commissioned or bought by Disney. It's on Disney Plus right now. Yeah, they just premiered in the UK a week ago, 2 weeks ago. Yeah. And the reason why animation is booming right now is because the technology, the more it advances, the easier it is for us to make films in Nigeria. Kenneth was talking before about the transition from celluloid to video, from video now to cameras. So the more advanced the technology is, the easier it is in Nigeria to make films in this industry, and therefore their creativeness can come out more in a shorter amount of time, in less money, etc., etc. So the cheaper it will be to make films, like with the AI that's coming out. I know you told me not to talk about AI. The more you're going to see content coming out of Nollywood, basically. The more you want to engage with them. The training. So we still have a lot of I said something about human resources before in the slide before. Training is still a big thing. Like, we still need more training in the industry. There's so many people who want to engage in this industry in the country, and they're looking for good training. We have about 5 or 4 good film academies or film academies or creative academies, but it's not enough. It's not enough for the amount of population, for the level that we want to reach. Studios, we don't have really good film studios yet. There's one being built right now by Lagos State. You wanted to say something about it.
Yeah, it's like, so we're building a film studio. It's about $150 million. That's what they are put down for it, and it's
a combination of a film village and a film studio and a film academy, basically. And yeah, we're waiting for the time where they're going to say, oh, the studio's coming up like mushrooms after the rain. And that's it for us for today. Thank you so much for coming. Okay, any more questions? We have like 2 more minutes. Okay, you and then the lady back there.
So I wanted
Where are
to
you
add-
from?
I'm from
Bosnia.
Bosnia, yes. So as a student of production, wanted to ask what's the position of students in the film industry in Nigeria?
I think it goes back to what I said before. It's a very dynamic industry. You just get up and do. You don't wait for anybody. I mean, you're a student, but it's a very practical study. But Kenneth went to Jos Film Festival, which is, I think, the best
Yeah,
film festival, film school.
Yeah.
The best one in the country, I
Yeah.
think.
So I went to the National Film Institute, and so through that you get to have you can go sometimes for internship, right, with all of like the major companies, and also I guess like a lot of the production companies take internship as a really big thing. So for instance, I know that when we're working on maybe big studio projects for maybe Netflix. I don't know about Amazon, but I know the ones that I worked on Netflix, they always want you to have like, I mean, some interns working so that they are going to learn, because that is the only way that we can keep, giving back and, building the industry. So yes.
There's also the 20-hour filmmaking challenge I mentioned earlier. A lot of people come there that are, some of them are already experienced filmmakers just because they want to make something more. And some of them are, a lot of them are students. But also, you don't you're not expected, I think this is a good thing, you're not limited to stick to one aspect of the industry. Like if you're studying production, I have to like intern as a production manager or a production assistant. No, you can be interning in costume or set design for this one. And then the next production, you're being the line producer. And the next production, you're doing something else. They don't limit themselves, in titles. So it's easier to immerse in the industry and to know like all the ins and outs of it. Be very well-rounded in it, I think. I found that in other industries, it's a little bit more, that structure can be a bit limiting in a way. So last person right there. Where are you from, please?
I'm from Serbia.
Okay.
I'm an acting student, so I was wondering about from the actor's perspective, since you mentioned there are 2,500 movies made annually, I was wondering, are there open calls, castings for actors? Because here, for example, it's not so easy to kind of, as a young actor, to get a role in a movie especially. So what are the chances for actors in Nollywood, and what are the chances for Nigerian actors to maybe sometimes star in Hollywood or some foreign productions? What is the representation in that sense?
Okay. I have a very clear answer for that, but Kenneth, you want to say something about it?
No, finish.
Casting calls in Nigeria, to be very, very blunt, like it's not only that, but are made through Instagram. People just put a casting call on their page. Their page may be called casting.ng, or there's like a few ones that actors know of and they follow. They just put a casting call there and they say, give out your monologue and tag us. So they get more social media exposure. But yeah, a lot of them, or if you know the producer, he'll just tell you on WhatsApp, like, send me your monologue on WhatsApp. And that's how that's the screening process. Now, I'm an acting coach, and I did some castings, and I'm like, that's not acting. Don't give me your monologue if it wasn't professionally written monologue. I don't want to hear about your problems. Don't give me self-written monologues. That's what a lot of times happens. But again, it's open, and it's either that or before COVID, before we did audition tapes, right? I'm sure you're doing audition tapes now, right? Before we did that, we would have a casting call in a hall. It would start at 5 a.m., finish at 11 p.m., and you would have 1,000 people in the hall at any given time during the day. It was crazy.
So you don't necessarily have to have a college degree okay.
I was
but it's becoming more and more like appreciated if you came and said that, yeah, I have a certificate from this to this, or I was coached by Ronya Man, or.
Yeah, I would. That's great. I was also going to add that, yeah, in terms of acting, so there are some casting agencies that is now becoming like a thing in Nigeria, where there are casting agencies, right? You can see them, like you said, on Instagram. But yes, people really do put out casting calls for you to send in your monologue or to come for it and all of that. It's just that it's competitive. In terms of training, almost every Nigerian university has an acting course, right? Because we do theater arts, that's what we call it. So that's actually where you get tutored. So it's like even most of the actors who started Nollywood during the video era, most of them actually did studied theater. Yeah, they came from theater. So yes, there is training, but then the industry is not restricting you to making sure that you have to go to school before you get a role. That's the thing. But the thing is that when you go to school, your experience is going to be more than like someone who's just picking up from the street. That's just it. Yeah. So by going to school, you put yourself ahead of the curve. Yeah.
So two things. First of all, for the leads, for the star actors, there are, closed doors, casting auditions, and etc.
Yeah.
And it's quite like done as you would expect, in other industries. The link between theater that Kenneth mentioned is good, but it also has a little bit of a problem. I recently, and I'm saying this again from my experience doing casting and teaching, because theater in Nigeria is very large, very dramatic, very over dramatic sometimes, and that's why sometimes you would see, if you go now to Netflix, right, and you just zip through Nigerian films, some of them would come out to you as very melodramatic, very telenovela, I don't know, overacting, because they bring that theatrical culture into cinematic acting. Something that if you look at newer productions from the recent 2-3 years, you see is slowly like fading out. Recently, I just finished teaching an acting course in one of the academies in Lagos, and when we auditioned people into the academy, a lot of them came with a degree in theater arts from like the University of Lagos or Jos or whatever, and they were asked to do a monologue for the audition, and you could tell it was very technical, theatrical. It wasn't something that you could feel like you do on screen. You know how on screen you have to like distill that energy. Yeah.
Yeah, I also just want to add like your final question that you asked about international productions. Yes, there are films that have been written with international cast in mind. I know that even when we did, this was a show, I think Chief Daddy. Sorry, not Chief Daddy. Which one was it? Like the Ebony Life one. It's the one with the law firm. Castle and Castle, it's called. Yes, yeah.
Same with the lawyers,
yeah. And Nigerian actors also do act in some of those international productions, because so sometimes you actually need that star power, because if you're going to talk about stars from Africa, the most known ones are usually just like Nigerian. So there's always just like that whole thing where there's like crossover.
Oh,
so
you mean like David Oyelowo or the guys from like Star Wars or from
no, like RMD was like in some of these like films with maybe an essay, and then there's also like some projects that will come from maybe LA, and you still have like really like local Nigerian actors in it, and they also use, because Nigerian music too, I don't know if you know about it, like it's really big, the Afrobeats. So like our music, our people. So sometimes you do actually have them. In some of those films, yes.
But I know for a fact that the Nigerian actors that are big stars in Nigeria right now, it's not that easy for them to cross over into Hollywood. I mean, Hollywood is different. Is like, so I spoke to some casting directors from Hollywood. If you don't actually live there for at least 2-3 years, it will be very hard to break through into that market. and the younger you are, the better. So for your question, if that's where you're heading, go there right now. Any more questions? No? I think we're up. Anyways, yeah, we're done. Thank you very much again for coming. I have a card here if you want to reach out to me. I think you have my Instagram here somewhere. It's Running Arts, basically. And Kenneth, what's your Instagram? Akpata? Kenneth Gyang. Okay, liking the program. And so if you want to reach out and ask more questions or see what we're doing and stuff like that. And we're here till the 2nd of March in the festival. So thank you again and see you around. Thank you, Tiana. Thank you over there.
Opet, da li ima novih učesnika koji juče nisu bili? Dobrodošli. Mi smo juče pričali o raznim temama, između ostalog i o predstavljanju. Hey, hi. Okay. Okay, we can speak in English. Cool.
Thank you so much.
Come on. So the main theme yesterday was self-presentation, and that first impression that you leave when you come to casting room and when you have to do casting for film or a TV series or commercial, whatever. So some of students have already done presentation without any indication, but after all teams we went through yesterday, I think that we will do it better today. So if there is any volunteer to come and to do self-presentation first.
Maybe it's better to be someone from yesterday who implemented all the things that we said. Cool.
Okay.
And the others who were first day, try to see how they're doing, and you will understand. We will now imagine that this is a casting for a movie, because it's a movie festival. No commercials.
Zovem se Jovana Burza i mnogo volim da menjam svoj glas. Tako da bih voljela da se predstavim kroz različite glasove. Tečno govorim engleski jezik, učim francuski i italijanski. Znam da pevam i učim da sviram gitaru.
Volim da idem u teretanu, mada volim i da jedem i da se dobro posle najedem. Također idem u školu glume kod Snežane i Nenada Nenadovića, to jest išla sam 11 godina. Tako da, eto, to je to.
Interesting. Do you like it? Why? Yeah. It's funny and
Entertaining.
yeah, different. Okay.
It shows a lot of what she could do, like what kind of characters she could be portraying. Shows a lot of like a range.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. Next one.
So everyone will do it.
Yeah. So
Just to
think
know.
about that. Next one, please.
Okay. Then we will. Okay.
Come on, Belle.
Different from yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And 1 minute, right? Approximately?
Take your time. It's for a movie.
For a movie, okay. Hi, my name is Bea Dodor. I'm a Hungarian-Serbian actress. I'm 33 years old. I finished my acting in Novi Sad in Hungarian language, but I speak Serbian as well. Last year I had a chance to live in Vancouver, and there also I studied film acting, and there I had a possibility to meet actors from Vancouver, and not just from Vancouver but from Toronto and from LA as well, and to learn about the film industry. Currently I am based in Belgrade. I play the violin. I also worked on a cruise ship as a violinist for many years, for 3 years. I play the piano and I like to sing. Thank you.
Where did you work as a violinist?
Ocean Cruise Line.
Oh.
I'm so nervous.
Why?
I don't know. There's a lot of people watching me. Tijana Kondić na delu. Ne može. Fuck it. Ne može.
Okay, please start now.
Hello, my name is Miloš Đukelić. I have many different capabilities. I like winter sports. I train figure skating, and I also like to snowboard. Apart from Serbian, which is my mother tongue, I can also speak English and German fluently. I also teach English and German online. I went to school in the UK where I have perfected many different British regional accents. I can also play the piano, and I have a driver's license.
Nice, but maybe ćemo konačno programamo.
Ajde sledeći. Next one. Come on. First line. Second line.
Zdravo, zovem se Tara Tomašević, dolazim iz Beograda. A za sebe mogu da kažem da sam poprilično svestrana, ali ja to više volim da kažem na sve strane, od svega pomalo. Volim da pevam i da igram. Volim da pevam i da igram. Volim sport mnogo i trudim se da cijela godina budem aktivna. Preko godine to ili teretana, leti je vozim kajt, zimi skijanje, roleri, proleće, tako da cijela godina se trudim da budem u nekoj aktivnosti. Imam dara za slikanje, vajanje. Hobi mi je da pravim ogrlice, tačne nakit.
A što te najviše od svih tih aktivnosti ispunjeno?
To je problem.
Nemaš pomenu.
Pa ne znam, gluma i muzika i gluma.
Kako sad, kako igraš u svoju muziku? Šta ti je tvoj stil?
Sve živo, sve što mi prija uhu, nema nikakve ograničenja što se toga tiče, uživam jednostavno. U svakom žanru mogu da pronađem nešto za sebe. Ne, sad.
Pa mi se zavrti. Hvala.
zanimljiva stvar u mom imenu. Uopšte nisam volila u svojoj osnovnoj školi, zato što svako dete imalo neku baku koja se zove kao ja, Verica. Međutim, zavolila sam svoje ime kada sam postala dečiji animator, zato što se vrlo lako rimuje sa raznim stvarima. pa su me svi klinci znali kao Vericu Vevericu, ovi malo stari kao Verku Zverku i tako sam zavoljala svoje ime. Ono što jako volim da radim svoje slobodno vreme jeste da volontiram u Crvenom krstu gde sam aktivan član 2010. godine i zanimljiva stvar jeste da sam nacionalni šampion u pružanju prve pomoći. Verujem da verovatno niste ni znali da takmičenje postoji čak i evropsko takmičenje na koje nažalost moja ekipa nije išla zato što prosto nije bilo para, ali eto možda nekad u budućnosti. Volim jako da glumim, volim da se igram, da pevam, da plešem i radujem se upoznavanju različitih kultura. Volim da kažem za sebe da sam world citizen, zato što sam rođena u Boru, srednju školu završila u Zaječaru, fakultet u Beogradu, tokom studija sam bila na razmeni u Aleksandru i Egiptu i živjela sam 2 godine i radila u Maskatu u Omanu, tako da znam osnove arapskog jezika i engleski je jezik na kome moram da pričam svakog dana zbog svog posla. Wow.
Super.
Okay, thank you. Next one. Come on, it's not so complicated.
Hello, my name is Gyang. I come from Romania. So apart from my acting and film background, I'm also a circus performer. I like to perform on the street and I like to bring my art to different kind of audiences across the globe. I've performed in Italy, Poland, Serbia a lot, Croatia and Oman also. So I think this thing with street performing is much more powerful for me than like a stage performance because everybody can come and see my show. Like I think last year we performed for very old people in an elderly house, and at the beginning I was a little bit skeptical because I didn't know how they're gonna react. But it was very, very magical because those women, they may never seen a show in their lives. So I have this moment in the show and I'm making a dog balloon and I gave it to one of the women and she started crying. So it was so powerful for me because I was thinking in that moment that maybe those are the last years of her life. So I made in that day such a special moment for her. So this is like one of the highlights of my careers. So apart from my Romanian language, which is my tongue language, I also speak English and German and malo srpski. Sper să ne vedem pe platou de filmare. Cheers, peace bud.
Oh. And what do you do in that circle? Balloons?
No, I walk on the stilts, I do artistic skating, I do animation on the street. On this show, I'm a living puppet. So I transition my acting background into this. I also play the levy wand, like things, handstand, so more disciplines.
Thank you. Dok su ovdje? Da. No, kako ću pa dobro. Morat ćete sad na mikrofon da pričate dok se predstavljate.
Ja sam Dušan Rakojević. Ja sam Dušan Rakojević, imam 21 godinu. Inače sam student na departmanu za digitalnu umetnost na FMK-u. Bavio sam se glumom u školi glume Snežane i Nenada Nenadovića. Nakon toga sam napravio jednu manju pauzu jer sam počeo dosta da se interesujem za muziku. Gitaru sam počeo da sviram sa 13 godina i Jimi Hendrix, Stevie Ray Vaughan i tako neki bluzeri tog perioda su mi nekako otvorili mogućnosti i neku inspiraciju da počnem malo više da istražujem te neke stvari. Tako da to je više malo otišlo u krajnost i pored škole me samo to interesovalo, ali sam na kraju odlučio da se vratim dramskim umjetnostima, tako da eto u tom periodu dok sam se bavio muzikom sam komponovao muziku za film Harry ulice. To je jedan studentski film fakulteta dramskih umjetnosti, tako da više me stvari interesuje. Učim engleski i nemački jezik, tako da pokušavam da se izgradim na nekim poljima te vrste.
Ok, dobro. Sad, čekaj, stani, vrati se. Znači sad malo počinje, now it's starting to look like an interview. Personal interview, like someone is interviewing you and you're telling all about yourself, but we should try to pick one thing that make us the most happy. So is it the guitar, is it acting? Would you like to try now? To make it shorter, but only to pick one, razumeš?
Razumem, da, naravno. Pa možda bih mogao još malo da razmislim, pa bih...
Pa da ponoviš,
pošto nisam znao napred da ovo treba za danas se spremi.
Si bio ti juče?
Nisam.
Pa nemoj onda, ajde ko je bio juče. Ok, razmisli pa... Ko je sljedeći?
Hello, my name is Nevena Stanisavljević. I live in Belgrade and I work in adult film industry. That's actually what reintroduced me to acting, which I have always been passionate about, but I have forgotten about it for a while. Recently I started working in theater and I have experience in acting on screen and on stage. In my free time I like to paint and make clothes and costumes and accessories, which I like to wear whenever I can. And I would like to join more acting projects in the future.
So for those who were not here yesterday, do you understand what you have to say or may to say? Something interesting about yourself, something that you love, that you enjoy to do, some kind of passion in your life. We don't need just facts about your life. These are for CV. We need something unique and special that you will say and that we can remember you because of that.
Hello, my name is Anastasia Mandic. I'm currently a dancer. I discovered 3 years ago that that's my biggest passion right now. I started dancing, like I said, 3 years ago, and I made this huge improvement, and I did so much in those 3 years that I was actually surprised by that. My dream when I started was to go on a world championship, which I succeeded last November. I had audition last January, and unfortunately I didn't go through it, so I was devastated. And that was the same night my 18th birthday was, so I was crying the whole night. But 9 months later, when I was in London, the day before my phone got stolen, I got a call from main trainer calling me and asking if I want to go in 2 months in Belgium to dance on a world championship. So I was screaming and I called all my family and I was so excited to do that. So I only had like 1.5 months to do the whole choreography, get in condition and go on a world championship. So I was so proud of myself because I proved that I can do anything with a lot of hope and a lot of training, and that was like a huge ambition for me.
I was wondering if you can dance a little for us, but it's a small space, so. Yeah. Next one, someone. Come on.
Možete na srpskom slobodno.
Se čujemo? Može. Hello, my name is Daniel Jakovljević and I am a PhD student at Faculty of Chemistry, Department of Biochemistry. Besides biochemistry, I like acting, so I am in drama school Prvi koraci for almost 2 years. Also, I am playing folklore for 20 plus years, and I am also a journalist. I am an editor in 2 students' journals here in Belgrade. And I would like to say that I really like to learn some new languages. So I can say that I can speak, of course, on Serbian, English, German, I mean Deutsch, also French, Romanian, and a little bit of Japanese.
Can you say one sentence with all of these languages?
Well, I can, but...
Just one.
Okay, na srpskom možda I ne moram. On English I was spoke a little bit before. Watashi Daniel or Watashi Danieru on Japanese. On France is Je m'appelle Daniel with accent, and on Romanian Eu sunt Daniel.
Wait a second. We were speaking yesterday about archetypes.
Yes.
Can you please put your glasses on and come?
Yeah. Okay.
And then you will speak in German with glasses.
Again? Everything again?
No, not everything. Two sentences, just so we can see the difference.
Okay. Again, languages, so not the biography. Na srpskom sam već rekao, ali mogu opet. On English was dead. Romanian, I said, Eu sunt Daniel. On France is Je m'appelle Daniel. Also, Ich bin Daniel. And on Japanese, Watashi wa Danieru.
Nice, thank you.
Come on.
Okay, I'm totally unprepared for this. Okay, hi, my name is Ronya Man. I'm an actress, an acting coach, a producer, and I directed a few films too. I'm an Israeli, but I live in Nigeria for the last 8 years in Africa, where I'm very immersed in the film industry. Currently about to direct a small film with my students there, acting students. Leading 3 Nigerian Israeli co-productions as a producer and writer. And as an actress, I'm supposed to say something very interesting about myself, right? Which I think is the hardest thing for us to do as actors, because it's so hard for us to see outside of ourselves. I speak 4 languages. That's Hebrew, English, Russian from my Ukrainian parents, and a little bit of French from school, yes. Yes, I have Ukraine. On top of everything, I have Ukrainian parents from the USSR with a Russian background, so I also have a degree in environmental engineering. What? And I speak French because I studied in the school français, alors je peux parler français. I recently did a character of this Swiss-French doctor in a TV series. I've been on sitcoms, on cinema features, and a few indie films. Obviously, recently more from the Nigerian cinema, which is a great experience. And I don't know, anything else? I ride horses, I play piano, I sing, I do Pilates.
Okay. Just because you weren't here yesterday, can you now try to see what makes you most happy in your life and speak about that so we can see the difference afterwards? Just
Okay, someone asked me that question
not
recently.
too long, but one thing that makes you the most happy, that I don't know, make your day beautiful or
I
something.
think what makes me the happiest is meeting new people, affecting their lives. I'm curious about people. I like meeting new places and traveling. I'm a quite adventurous person. And I think anything that has to do with a relationship with the world, with humanity, and in a give and take relationship is what makes me personally happy. I'm actually here in the festival because I just gave a panel before this panel on Nigerian cinema, and that giving and that influencing place is one of my happiest places. Thank you.
Thank you. So later, after the break, we were going to watch your self-presentations on big screen, so you can see the difference from the first one where you're speaking of facts, but it was nice. It was interesting also how you changed the languages, but you will see in the eyes is the difference when you speak about something that really makes you, I don't know, happy. It can be seen.
Thank you. That's interesting. Thank you.
Next. Može Filip Radovanović, on je ovaj završeni glumac, pa...
Mikrofon.
Nisam spremio, samo da znate.
Pa još bolje.
Improvizacija.
Ali znaš šta treba.
Ponovit ću isto što reče.
Ne može. Ajdemo. Okay.
Hello, my name is Filip Radovanović. I'm a professional actor. Now I'm working in theater and also I'm filming some films and TV series. What I must like in last 2 years is learning languages. So now I can act on 3 languages, Russian and Spanish. Yo hablo español, yo aprendo español ahora. Тоже я говорю по-русски, и я хочу работать в России. Ono što najviše volim kod glume jeste transformacija, i to je ono što me najviše pokreće i uzbuđuje kada se bavim glumom. Tako da ako budemo sarađivali zajedno, ja ću da vam ponudim sve ono što vi poželite.
No matter what. Okay.
Okay.
Next.
You were here yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mike.
Of course, but you have to say this.
Hello, my
Wait,
name is.
I didn't start the camera.
Hello, everybody.
Okay, now.
Can I start?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Tessa Sheila. My origin is half Serbian, half Sri Lankan. I have experience in film directing and acting in Serbia and Slovenia. I finished mechanical engineering, and now I'm on biomedical master science in Belgrade. I have been DJing in Belgrade for almost 5 years, so some people knows me. I sing, and I'm a songwriter in my band, Shayla in the House of Groove. And I have concerts in Belgrade, and my late night music show, Marilyn Manson Night.
Wow. That was really interesting, because you have
Thank you.
interesting facts about yourself, but could you try to just implement the things that we said yesterday about some...
What exactly?
About something you like, you love, you
All
passion
right.
about.
I'm very passionate about music.
Just wait.
I'm like in theater, acting like in theater. Sorry.
Just pick one thing. Okay, we will...
One thing that I'm
Yeah.
passionate about. All right. I'm very passionate about music. I know how to sing, and I'm a songwriter. I'm passionate about my band, Shayla in the House of Groove. I know how to play violin and guitar, and I have my late night music show, Marilyn Manson. That I'm a DJ in Belgrade. And I also like to dance, and I like watching movies and directing them.
Nice. Can you sing one line from some song?
Okay. Okay. There are a lot of songs that I like, but all right. You know that this song, "Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to disagree? I travel the world from 7 seas. Everybody is looking for something. Some of them wants to use you. Some of them wants to abuse you. Some of them wants to be abused."
Thanks.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Malo na moj mikrofon pravi kao neki dodatni, kao osjećaju da su, znaš. Who's next? Cezar.
Ćao ljudi, zdravo. Ja nemam nikakvo pojma šta radim. To je neobično, spontano. Zdravo, hola. Soy César García. Ya sam cubanas. Bavim se música, gluma, sport. Imam malo pričam španski, malo pričam srpski i engleski, ili ne pričam ni španski. Bavim se mogu da plečem kao latino, da pričam nešto, ali to ne znači da moj omiljeni muzika je blues, country, kad ja zbiram u gitaru, da ima neki duča. Trenutno radim da govorim španski, ali kao meksikana sa sentas, kao Andalusija, kao Kolumbijana sa što nije isto sentat. I u budućnosti možda kao italijanski ili portugalski i ne govorim nikako srpski ili engleski. Ne dobro ide mi glas, ali even if this is a weakness or some debility or whatever, I found in that some strong, the strong side, and I got some roles here in Serbia and all in Serbia, in English language and in Serbian, in Balkan. So you can see how even if you something is missing, you can get the strong side of this side. I don't know how to say in English, sorry. So, muchas gracias, hasta luego.
So Cesar, every time he comes to the audition at our agency, he got the part.
Do you know why?
Wait, we will have to give you the microphone. Which one?
Mm-hmm.
And even if you don't understand him, you feel like he's really truthful and very, he wishes good to you. And when you're working on projects, very big thing is to have good people with good energy who are not pain in the ass. And you look like very good guy to work with, and you have lots of energy, and the tone of your voice is very prijatan.
Nice.
So exactly. Yes.
Exactly. And he's not like we were talking yesterday. You don't have to be kako se kaže poslušan na engleskom. Obedient when you come to casting and be like, okay, I will go. I will wait. Let him go first. No, you have to take your time. And so, as Kika said, you see he has a good energy, but he's not like obedient. Right?
No.
Just throws his energy in you and camera. And
He has his own style.
Or maybe it's because of his hair, I don't know. The next one, please. Don't be afraid, we will help you.
Yeah. Kika, come on.
Hvala. Nevjerovatno je da se uvek oduzmem, kao čak i kad je ova stvar u pitanju. Da, dobro. Dobar dan. Zdravo, ja sam Kristina Kika Jovanović, završila sam glumu na Akademiji umetnosti u Beogradu. Bavim se i muzikom i od skoro sam otkrila da mi je to najveća ljubav, mada sam skoro i otkrila zašto mi je gluma velika ljubav i koliko je važna za napredak mene kao osobe, da budem bolji čovek. Radila sam i na filmu, i na sitcomima, i u serijama, i imam 2 albuma objavljena, radim na 3. I tako različite umetnosti sam isprobavala od vajanja, slikanja, do raznih sportova i evo sad trenutno sam muzičar i glumac.
Ok, Kika.
Ali bizarno je, ljudi, ja se ovim bavim već 10 godina i svaki put se tresem, da.
Mi bismo voljeli da čujemo tvoju pesmu.
Wow, bez gitare, bez ičega.
Kad
već
možemo.
imamo mikrofon. Da, dobro, može. Neku novu? Može, nova koja još nije objavljena. Da.
Ajde kao da si tek ušla na casting i reci samo 2 rečenice, pre toga odjednom otpevaj.
Dogovor. Dobar dan, ja sam Kristina Kika Jovanović. Ovo je pesma Magistrala koja se sama napisala, tako da ja nemam ništa s tim, ali uživam da je izvodim. Pozadi, točak sliku obrće, wow, trese mi se glas. U glavi Sve se kreće kroz prikaz sreće. Vetar prolazi kroz staklo. Daleko, kovčica, stvari delovaće lako. Oslobodi, vodi me. Wow, ovo je nešto najteže što sam uradila. Zato je dobro imati band, jer kao imate podršku. Hvala vam. Čekaj.
Ali kako bi sad, ajde zamisli da si došla kasnije za film, ali hoćeš da ubaciš to kao da dobro pevaš.
Dobro. Pevala bi nešto tuđe.
A kako bi došla na tu temu? Znači, kao ja sam Kristina, nešto kažeš o sebi, odjednom zapevaš.
Odjednom tako ja sam ovaj obedient guy, ono, na vodici. Ali...
Poenta je da te kao mi po nečemu zapamtimo, kao što smo Cezara, znaš, kao onaj kovrđav i energični.
Dobro. Pa, zavisi kako je, verovatno bi to zavisilo od te uloge.
Nemaš još, kao nisi dobila scenu, nego samo se predstavljaš.
Samo sam se predstavljaš.
Da, i treba da te zapamtimo iz tog predstavljanja. Ali mislim da to smo mi jednom već imali s njom kad je bila mlada glumica.
Da, ja se sećam.
Bila mlada. Pa da. I baš si bila specifična po nečemu.
Jest. I po energiji, i po smehu, i po svemu.
Kako
ti je lakše meni smeha.
Pa dobro, možda bi došla sa pričom kao, ok, ja sam Kristina, možda delujem nežno, ali i onda, na primjer, Cepelini. Da.
Može.
Zdravo, ja sam Kristina Kika Jovanović, glumica sam, znam da delujem jako nežno, ali prva ljubav mi je bila muzika i jedna od prvih pesama sa mojim prvim cover bandom je bila Hola the Love, a to je You need schooling, baby, I'm not fooling, I'm gonna send you back to schooling, way, way down inside, well, honey, you need it, gonna give you every inch of my love, gonna give you my love. Wow, wanna hold the love. Lakše je kad neko drugi napiše.
Eto, super. Pa kako
to je to.
Bolje, zato što sam imala zadatak. To dosta mi olakšava nastup.
Da, ali taj zadatak vam neće niko dati. Taj zadatak sebi morate da postavite.
Osim ako ne dođete kod nas na casting, da ćemo mi dati sve od sebe.
Mi ćemo vam pomoći.
Najbolji.
Mogu da se...
Može.
Hvala na podršci.
Do you want to try?
All right. Hi. I came in a bit late, so I'm sorry. But can you repeat what we're doing aside from the slate, which I kind of understood, and that's
but
what
you
we're
were
doing.
here yesterday.
Yes, I was here yesterday, but I just came in like 20 minutes late.
Right. We said yesterday to prepare 1 minute self-presentation with something that makes you happy,
Okay.
that you can speak and be like remembered of it.
Okay. Can I? Hi, I'm Koral Mizrahi. I'm an Israeli actress based in Belgrade, Serbia. I graduated from the American Academy of Dramatic Arts in New York, and I lived there for 4 years. And besides acting, I love singing, horseback riding, and painting, and also D&D. That's it. Thank you. Dungeons and Dragons. It's a board game.
Board game?
Yes, it's a board game.
Is that the thing that makes you the most happy?
It's role-playing. It's like acting in a fantasy world, yeah. Yeah. That's it.
We'll watch it later, so
Yeah.
you can see the difference from yesterday. Did you? No.
Come here again. Come here.
Yes.
Hello. Can you tell us why are you here in Serbia?
Yes. Well, I moved here to Serbia because I fell in love with a Serbian man, and we're married now. We met in America in college, in acting class, and our first kiss was actually in a scene. We never actually kissed before, and then we started dating after that. So yeah, that's why I moved here. Yeah.
Thank you. That's it. Come on.
People, please come because this we will use afterwards for our database. So everyone who is here now will be in database according to these tapes. Ivana. Pa ne znam, ali uspela si da sad shvatiš što treba.
Da.
Evo vidite kako ona posluša.
Da. Hi, my name is Ivana Živković. I am Serbian actress with the Greek roots. I'm based in Belgrade, in Serbia. Besides that, I'm also sailor. I love sailing and yachting. And during the summer, I'm based in Croatia, in Hvar Island. And I live my island life and enjoy. Besides that, also, I love to dance, I love to sing. And I love also to play a board games. Coral will speak about it. And yeah, for now, that's it.
Thank you. Thank you. I think you managed to implement, because now I will say that chick, sailor chick. No?
Yeah, yes.
So that's the thing. You find something interesting that differentiates you from everyone else. Please, next person.
Hi, my name is Olga Skirletović Đorđević, or Đorđević. I changed my last name for 3 times because I'm not sure how I want to be. And I'm studying acting. What is interesting that I'm one of the rare girls who start college with 27 years. And I'm studying with young people, so which is very interesting. So that's it. I like to sing, but I don't know how to sing, and I think that I'm not so good, and that's the moment when I have the most trema. I don't know the word. And stage fright, and I like to run because it's changing your mindset.
Thank you. I think we will see, but you were good also yesterday because you just entered, right?
That was much better because I
Yeah.
just entered and you said, like, come on, let's do it.
Yeah.
And that was much better. Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Dobro, ali si razumela?
Prvo isto idu ljudi koji su bili.
Nema veze, ali si razumela što?
1, 2, 2, 1.
Nismo na koncertu, ljudi,
Samo da vidim, ja
samo
ne
su
znam
vam
da
dali
sam-
taj mikrofon da bi se čuli na live prenosu. Imate osjećaj kao da ste kao sad na stage-u s mikrofonom.
radimo audiciju svi.
I ja isto. Ajde, može.
Dobro. Ovde?
Hi, my name is Iva Vrtačnik. I'm an actress based in Belgrade, Serbia. I'm 24 years old, and my passions are morning coffee and trampolines. It's about jumping. It's something incredible about it. I don't have my own. I would love to own one, and I think it's the best invention of the humankind, the trampolines. It just makes you feel incredible.
Pa ne znam, nisam testirao. Zdravo, zovem se Aleksa Đorđević i studiram glumu. Volim sport, zapravo bavio sam se košarkom, plivanjem i veslanjem. Trenutno mi je hobi šah, to me interesuje, igram ga već 2 godine. A nekako interesantna stvar za mene je da zapravo volim da pobeđujem. I to sam shvatio, ali kao mali nisam znao da gubim, a onda sam vremenom naučio kako se i gubi, ali mislim da shvatio sam da u stvari ne pobeđuje uvijek najbolji, nego treba se samo truditi.
Hvala. Vidjet ćemo, posle ćemo da upoređujemo. Mislim, nećemo možda stići sve, koliko je sad. Dakle, ako budeš tako se pomerao...
Evo ga, Miraca.
A možeš, slobodno zunimo napred.
Aha, neću, znači nazad možda.
Može.
Zovem se Marko Šukalo, iz Banja Luke, studiram glumu. Kako išta reći posle Alekse, ali dobro. Inače, ja sam prije glume studirao kriminalistiku, to je interesantno. Upisao sam fakultet bezbjednosti i to je bilo više iz te neke želje za istraživačkim radom. Tako da sam na fakultetu naučio neke korisne stvari vida borilačkih sportova koje sam volio, pucanja terenskih obuka, spasavanje u vodi, ronjenje, plivanje, penjanje, sve te discipline. Ali kako sam se tad bavio glumom u amaterskom pozorištu, kad god bi došli teorijski predmeti da se polažu, kao na primjer kriminologija, pravo i ti predmeti, ja sam negdje na festivalu, radim predstavu i hvala Bogu ne otvori se ni knjiga koja ima od 1500 do 2000 strana, što nikad nije bilo moj tip, ali eto. I tako ja odlučim da ipak hodim na glumu. I podrži me dekan Fakulteta bezbjednosti koji kaže, ja sam veliki ljubitelj filmova i volim i pozorište, hajde ti slobodno tamo. I što je zanimljivo, ja juče prolazim sa mojim kolegom glumcem Aleksom Đorđevićem kroz Knez, šetamo i naiđem na dekana koji je došao ovdje isto na fest da gleda filmove, što je zanimljivo. Tako stanemo malo popričamo. Također nisam strašive prirode, jako volim adrenalinske sportove, ekstremne, kao što su na primjer skokovi iz padobrana, što mi je sad želja prvo da probam i slično. Volim jako životinje, s njima se najbolje razumijem. Ne postoji životinja s kojom ne mogu da ostvarim kontakt. Pa evo, jedna zanimljivost, hvatao sam malte najotrovniju zmiju 3 puta rukom bez ičega, onako rekreativno, ali volim generalno da životinje. Tako da iz svega ovog izvučenog nekako možda najbolje se snalazim u nekom krimi ratnom žanru i romantičnom, jako volim romantiku. To je to.
Super, bravo. Baš sam htjela da te pitam da li si već igrao nekog inspektora ili da li si, kad smo već kod arhetipova.
Pa nije ozbiljnije još bilo prilike za tako nešto, ali ja se nadam da će biti. Možda nešto ovako rekreativno napravimo u svoje vrijeme, jer inače zanima me jako i filmska režija, pa možda u nekoj skorijoj budućnosti se pozabavimo ozbiljnije i time. Ali za sada je cilj završiti glumu. Eto, također volim i ples, trenirao sam folklor i volim latino plesove i tim bi se u nekoj bliskoj budućnosti možda ozbiljnije pozabavili.
Sad ti si preterao, znači već ovaj prvi deo ti traje od 2 minuta. Ali je super zanimljivo i sve i korisno, ali samo da znaš, izaberi od toga po meni kriminalistiku obavezno i ovo sa životinjama ti isto odlično, to možda možeš da proširiš, a ovo obavezno kaže da si studirao i možda ne moraš celu tu priču s dekanom, to je sad ispalo kao...
Skratit ćemo, da.
Ali super, zato što baš ono nudi i arhetip tvoj, znaš, odlično.
Gracias.
Ajmo dalje. Ajde.
Ok, malo sam uzbuđena ovaj prvi put, ali dobro.
Da uključim kameru?
Ne, molim se, samo ovdje se malo. Ajde.
Mikrofon. Može.
Zdravo, ja se zovem Marija Milenković. Studiram glumu na Akademiji umetnosti. Glumom se bavim od 9. godine. Bavim se i plesom, folklorom, latino plesom, hip-hopom. Znam da pričam malo španski. Hola, como te llamas? Me llamo Marija. Malo engleski. Onda, da, idem na etno hor. Isto se bavim i pevanjem. Šta mi još da kažem? Da. Vrlo sam ambiciozna, uporna. Gluma mi je zanimljiva zato što glumom mogu da živim 100 različitih likova i daje mi i pruža mi tu slobodu koju ja najviše i volim i kreativnost. I to je to.
Dobro, hvala. Ti bila juče, jesi?
Nisam.
Aha, dobro.
Ne znam na što pogrešno.
Nisi ništa gledat ćemo posle pa ćemo da komentarišemo. A gore, šta se dešava? Vidi, ova 3 su gore. Pa ajde, Tonja. Aha, onda nećemo. A ostali?
Nije ni meni, ali ajmo to da pretvorimo u nešto. Pričam o nečemu. Smo nervi. Zato što sam nervozna.
Ali počni prvo malo ljubaznije. Može?
Evo, može. Zdravo, ja sam Teodora Njegomir i planirala sam sada da pričamo o konjima zato što obožavam jahanje i to je nešto što me čini srećnom. Možda se vratimo na tu temu, ali za sad moram da kažem koliko sam se malo preiznervirala. Najviše me na svetu nervira ljudska bahatost. Falilo mi je 7 sekundi da se pobijem ispred garaže, ispod hotela Moskve. Neka pametna žena je htjela da pretekne 4 automobila i da uđe prva, a ja kasnim na seminar za casting pred kamerom. I tako svašta sam joj nešto rekla kad sam spustila prozor. To je sad moja stvar, što bi rekla moja profesorka, šta sam rekla, to je moja stvar. Uglavnom, prošlo je, pratila sam je posle, opet sam joj svašta rekla. I tako dalje, zato što sam se mnogo iznervirala, a sada da se smirim pa da kažem nešto lepo o konjima. Jako ih razumem i obožavam, to je moja omiljena životinja i žao mi je što se nikada nisam profesionalno bavila jahanjem. Jahala sam, ali iz hobija, nekako sam razmišljala da je to ne bi voljela da konja koristim kao neko sredstvo za neki svoj uspeh, već da to bude moj prijatelj, zato je to ostalo kao moje zadovoljstvo i životna želja mi je bila da jašem konja po onim livadama oko Zlatibora, onako bez ograničenja i to sam ostvarila sebi pre 2 godine. Unajmila sam konja i jahala sam ga 3 sata po tim livadama potpuno sama, pošto nemam svoga, ali nadam se da ću jednog dana imati svoj vlastiti ranč i 10 konja.
This was very good because we could see a range in her, from anger to
Pa da, sva moja osjećanja, mislim da je i to neka
yes,
poenta.
so you can do it also in that way.
Da, samo što
you can use your if you want to use your feelings when you come to the audition, it's also okay because we will see later the footage and we can speak about it. Thank you.
Zdravo, ja sam Anja Radovanović i pored glume ja jako volim modu. I zapravo jako volim da idem u kupovinu. To je malo problem jer svaki put kad sam tužna ja moram nešto sebi da kupim, ali nije stvar samo u tome nego što ja uvek imam viziju u glavi šta tačno želim da kupim. I kada vidim neki odevni predmet, ja ne moram da ga probam, ja već znam kako on meni stoji. I dok to ne nađem, ja se neću smiriti. Pogotovo volim kada dođu međusezonska sniženja i ne znam kako intuitivno uvek pogodim baš taj trenutak kad su međusezonska sniženja. I onda sam u stanju satima da kopam po gomili odeće dok ne nađem baš to što tražim i onda kad to nađem osjećam se bukvalno kao lovac koji je uspeo da ulovi plen. I to me smiri neko vreme do sljedećeg puta kad budem bila tužna. Ali da, to jako volim i kroz modu nekako osjećam da mogu da se izrazim i da je to nekako dosta veliki deo moje ličnosti i uopšte daleko nije uopšte stvar u tome da je to neka marka ili bilo šta. Čak još većim uspehom smatram kad nađem to što želim po nižoj ceni jer sam u stanju mesecima da čekam da nešto se snizi jer znam da će doći taj trenutak. Tako da, to bi bila neka moja stvarno velika strast ili problem, ne znam. Ali da, eto, hvala.
Dobro, super. Hvala. Pa ljudi, 2. Samo da probam da sračunam mi smo do 25. Ili treba sad pauza? Jeste umorni? Ali onda posle pauze više nećemo snimati predstavljanja, tako da ako neko hoće, ajde.
Ja sam uvek u svemu poslednja.
Nisi, imaš jedno. Da idemo vam pozadi. Još.
Ćao, ja sam Maja Šumonja. Rođena sam 12. oktobra 1998. godine. Završila sam glumu prošle godine na Akademiji umetnosti u klasi Ive Milošević i Bojana Žirovića. U slobodno vreme najviše volim da pevam po livadi. To sam radila od kad sam imala 3-4 godine. Imali smo neku kuću u Hrvatskoj i bukvalno ne znam kako mi je to došlo, samo sam želela da raširim ruke i sa svojim rođacima da pevam o zahvalnosti prirodi. I to mi se i dan danas dešava, obožavam livade, znači kad zamišljam raj, to je moja livada, gde ću ja da pevam po ceo dan. Studiram i psihologiju, tako da bi voljela da možda spojim to nekako kroz neki retreat, opuštanje u prirodi. Obožavam, dakle, prirodu, pevanje, mjuzikle, Omiljeni musical mi je Mamma Mia, here I go again, Mama, how can I resist you? I tako dalje. Obožavam generalno sve muzikle, pa čak i Sweeney Todd koji je onako horor, thriller, ne znam ja šta je. Volim različite žanrove i tako volim i decu. Dosta trenutno radim sa decom. Voljela bi napravim album koji bi bio posvećen pesmama za decu. Pišem poeziju i volim život.
Okay, Boris Fionov, and then we will make a pause.
Hvala, hvala.
You learned Serbian.
I interpret from Serbian. Здравствуйте. My name is Boris Fionov. I'm Russian. And I speak Serbian, so I'm consultant and interpreter. I finished management, and then before that I was working in geoscience. So, when I came to Belgrade, well, it was 6 years ago, by chance I came to film set, and I started to play small roles. So I played small roles in Russian, well, in Serbian, and eventually it was Serbian TV shows, and then, again by chance, I got into Hollywood, since I played 2 small roles, and 1 small role was premiered in Sundance Film Festival last year, it's Fair Play, and I was a Russian translator. So, since I was curious in films, I enrolled in, sorry, I'm a bit nervous. So I enrolled in the assistant director course, which FDU arranged together with FCS, and it was a very interesting experience. So I love films, stories, networking, inspirations and stuff. Thank you very much.
Why are you so nervous now?
I don't know.
Relax. So the most interesting part for me was when you said you became an actor accidentally. So if you can say that again, you're relaxed first. Okay, imagine that you're bigger than us and your head goes up to the floor, and speak about that, how you came in Serbia and accidentally became an actor. Just
I tell you your story just about that.
Wait, I didn't put camera on. Now.
I finished my classes in management, and my visa was expiring. And I was thinking where to go, to Moscow, when I was planning to get some job. And I got a reply from my friend who said, well, Boris, you can come to Belgrade. And okay, I come to Belgrade. And then I heard about one interesting TV show, which I don't know if you remember, Morning Change Everything. It's Jutro će promijeniti sve. And I was curious to go and look around and try to play as an extra. And I got into that. Well, I was stupid enough not to offer myself as a Russian-speaking actor. But eventually I got to this part, then I started to play small roles. And I played like in Russian language, some roles in Serbian TV shows. But eventually it went out that, for example, I was offering to join cast, and I mean to go for audition for like featured extra in the film, and then they said, oh, let's see Boris if he can play the small role in the film. And I got a self-tape. Well, my friends, they self-tape me, and I actually was thinking how I'm doing this role. I sit like an interpreter. I imagine the client is on my right side, and well, eventually I got in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ajde, da. Šteta baš da te nemam u bazi. Ali ne znam da li mogu tako da... Čekaj.
Bog, moje ime je Edi i ja sam najviši hrvatski glumac kojeg poznajem.
Osim glumom bavim se i lutkarstvom. Materinji jezik mi je hrvatski, a osim hrvatskog standarda govorim i splitski, odnosno dalmatinski, zagrebački i slavonski. Trenutno živim i radim u Rijeci, tamo sam zaposlen u Hrvatskom narodnom kazalištu, a često u zadnje vrijeme provodim i dosta vremena u Beogradu. Volim se zapravo često pretvarati da sam u nekakvim nesnimljenim filmovima, tako da čitam razne romane koji još nisu adaptirani za film i onda se doma zapravo pretvaram kao ja sam prvi glumac koji izgovara ove riječi. Bavio sam se tokom života različitim sportovima, veslanjem, odbojkom, tenisom, jogom, crossfitom. Govorim različite jezike, engleski govorim točno, govorim malo francuskog, malo njemačkog, znam koristiti štule za skakanje, štikle po potrebama, to jest po potrebi i volim si zadavati dosta ambiciozne ciljeve i pomalo nedostižne stvari.
Okay, now hvala. We can make, I think everything was right, so I didn't. Now we will make a pause, and if anyone who wasn't on stage wants to apply to our agency, you can do yourself presentation by the thing that we learned you yesterday and send it to our email. Okay, so anyone who didn't got the chance to be taped now, you can send it.
Okay, and in the meantime, during the pause, you can grab a paper with a kind of short scene with some sentences in Serbian and English, and who would like to can make a scene. Two of you, girl and girl, boy and boy, boy and girl. What do you want? What do you prefer? So, these are papers. Grab your and practice a little.
Everyone is here, or we're still waiting? No one knows. Would you prefer to watch presentations now or to do the scene? Okay, then hands up. Scene. Okay, presentation. Ajde ponovo. Hands up who wants to do the scene. That's a majority, I would say. Okay. Then we will have to move the table and Aleksandra. Do we have some help here?
Ovako tamo.
Da, a ima on točkiće.
Dobro.
Okay, now we will pretend that we're on a casting and that we hate you. It's like a bad casting, bad atmosphere on casting. So Aleksandra, you can be director or a producer. I will be DP that interrupts. Who's first?
Come on.
Vidite i sami da nema baš mnogo prostora za...
A gde si mislila?
Ma ne znam, pa dobro, kao...
A možda da pomerimo se?
Skloni jednu stolicu, ti sedi tu, a ja ću ovde. Onako nije važno kako ću da snimam. Više je zbog atmosfere. Molim vas, prvo uđite. Kao uđite na casting.
Dobar dan. Trenutak sam.
Ne znam da mi je kartica. Možeš samo malo levo da se pomeš. I ti isto. Ka što je? Aha. Moram drugo, nešto se kao... Nemate one bubice kao...
Pitamo se kako će... Imamo jedan mikrofon.
Možemo ovako kao da im uperimo mikrofon.
Who would love to help?
Nešto. Bla, bla, bla.
Izvini, ili možeš samo levo još malo da se pomiriš? Tako, i ti isto. Nisi uopšte u kadru, znaš. E sad jesi. I nemojte mnogo da se pomeri, mislim, ne znam kako ste...
Da li vam je lakše da možda radite, da sedite? Hoćete stolici ili... Dobro.
Dobro, znači nema sad kao napred, nazad i to, desno, levo, tu ste, u kadru ste, do ovde. Jedan korak. Ako baš moraš, ajde. Može, što se mene tiče, može.
Dobro, možete da krenete scenu, izvolite. Okej. Da li biste mogli da zamenite uloge, molim vas?
Ja snimam.
Pričati o svoj istini.
Znaš ko sam ja?
Hvala. Sledeći. Dobar dan.
E pa ja ne vidim tebe uopšte.
Mogu da uđem u kadar?
Može. Može da se spreme? Okej.
Evo me. Dobar dan.
Izvini, malo ćeš da kasnije. U čemu je vaš problem? Gotovo je. Stvarno ne razumijem. Pa zar ti ne znaš ko sam ja? Ja moram da idem.
Okej. Da li možda možete da uradite na neki drugi način?
Da. Da li želite da zamenimo uloge ili samo druge okolnosti?
Možete da napravite druge okolnosti.
Ako može kao malo da vi više prije, pošto skroz dobro. Sad ti nemoj mnogo da mi mrdaš glavom. Kako se zoveš, izvini?
Ivan.
Može.
Izvini. Evo, može.
Evo. Izvini što kasnije. U čemu je problem? Pa gotovo je. Gotovo je. Ne razumem. Što ne razumeš da ti ne znaš ko sam ja? Zar ti ne znaš ko sam ja? Gde si pošla?
Okej, zanimljivo. Da li biste možda mogle da nam prvo kažete koji ste lik pa da uradite scenu?
Za novu situaciju ili za ove postojeće?
Ivana može da bude glumica koja je došla da uradi intervju i dolazi kod pogrešne osobe. Misli da je Kika taj novinar, a Kika u stvari uopšte nije to. Uzmi naočare.
Tiho gore.
Evo me. Dobar dan. Dobar dan. Da, izvinite, molim vas što kasnije. U čemu je problem? Dušo, zašto mi ne znaš ko sam ja? Gotovo. Gotovo. Izvinite, ne razumem stvarno. Gotovo je, da. Izvinite, stvarno, ja moram samo da idem. Ali ti ne znaš, da, ti stvarno...
Stvarno ne, izvinite, ali ću da srećemo.
Da.
Ok, hvala.
Hvala vam.
Hvala. Da bi svi stigli, uradit ćemo posle, ako imamo vremena, pogledat ćemo te scene, da vidimo samo koja je razlika. Hvala vam, hvala. Ko želi?
Bolje pusti kosu.
Sad ćemo prvo da uradimo scenu, a onda ćete vi reći šta ste vidjeli u toj sceni. Šta mislite da su, koji lik?
Aha. Može. Može. Pa i onda ćeš sve vreme biti tu, ili? Da. A ti?
Ja ću mu pređem to i to.
Dokle da vidim?
Do njega.
Može.
U čemu je problem?
Gotovo.
Ne razumem.
Znaš ko sam ja?
Moram da idem.
Ok, šta ste vidjeli ovde? Treba nam sad mikrofon.
Pa ne, samo sam htio da kažem da je ideja super, onako baš originalna. Ne, zato što ja, na primjer, kad sam video, meni je bilo malo kao, nisam baš mogao da se nekako snađem šta bi bio kao podtekst, ovo je super, tako da, bravo.
Ok, a da li biste možda mogli sad od ovog teksta da uradite ljubavnu scenu?
Ti znaš uopšte ko sam ja?
Moram da idem.
Bravo si. Pa...
Tužna ljubavna scena. Ok, hvala vam. Hajde da prođemo svi.
Može, ajde. Ko ti je par? Aha.
Evo, Tara, kad mi neko da mikrofon.
Da, samo da mi nećete stati. Cesar, please stand where you will be at the end, both of you.
In the end?
Yes. There. So don't move a lot around this area.
Da li ste spremni? Može? Izvolite.
Znaš ti ko sam ja? Opusti se, vrate. Znaš ti ko sam ja? Ajde, opusti se, sedi ovdje, ajde. Opusti se, učiva, moram da idem. Karolina!
Ok, thank you very much.
Super,
Next. Ajde, ko bi hteo sledeći? Probajte, ovo vam je prilika.
Ajde malo, da se razigramo šta.
Za fleksibilnost odlično.
Da vidimo, samo stanite da nađem vidjeti kadra. Joj, ovaj najveći glumac. Ako vam odgovara, može. Ajde.
Može?
Okej.
Izvini što kasno. U čemu je problem? Gotovo. Ne razumijem. Da li ti uopšte znaš ko sam ja? Moram vidjeti.
Je li ovo bila ljubavna scena?
Kakva god da je bila...
Jeste ljubavna, pa sestru mi je...
Aha. Hoću da kažem, ovde su bile dobre pauze. Sad ne znam da li je to bilo zbog prisećanja teksta ili ste to tako osmislili, ali na primer pauze su dobra stvar. Ne mora pošto poto da se tekst ispriča. Dišite i posmatrajte svog partnera. Oni su to nešto ovde postigli. A da li možda možete da uradite scenu kao dva prijatelja koje se nisu videla 20 godina?
Može, ja? Ajde.
Evo me! Izvini što kasno. Čemu je problem? Gotovo je. Ne razumijem. Ti uopšte znaš ko sam ja?
Bravo, imaš sad još i istoriju.
Hvala.
E pa dobro. My conclusion would be that everyone is safe when doing their work. Okay, come as an actor, much less stage fright, right? Than when you just presenting yourself, everyone, because okay.
Hello. Hi. Are you ready? Do you have the scene? Okay.
Where would you be at the end?
I would hug her.
All right.
Yeah?
Maybe more.
A bit more
yes,
here?
yes.
Here?
Okay, can we start?
Finally. Hello. Sorry. What's the problem? It's done. I don't understand. Do you even know? I have to go. I really, I have to go. I'm sorry, I have to go.
Maybe you could try to do like an investigation scene. Tiana could be a cop, and you can be a girl who has done something. We don't know what. Is she guilty or not? You can, as you like it.
Okay. So I'm suspicious.
Yeah.
We can do the same lines that we just,
Yeah, you can do.
the context. Sending back like something suspicious.
Yeah.
Waiting for some. Okay.
Starting.
cool.
Do you maybe have another task for them?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. Dobar dan.
Da. Šta se dešava? Jeste obe u kadru ili... Još. Dobro, onda još nek se pomije. Tako.
Možemo da krenemo?
Može. Ali ulaziš dok kad krenem da snimam ili... Ne, onda sačekaj kažem akcija. Akcija.
Okay. Do you have some task for them maybe? Do you have any idea? Like a therapy session. Okay. Who would love to be therapist? Yeah, yeah. Yes. Yes, you can take it.
No.
Hmm?
Oh,
No,
yeah, the camera. No, I can't.
because of camera.
Try
Imagine. Can we start? Okay. Action.
Gotovo je.
Možemo.
Ne, gotovo. Ne mogu sad svi po 3 puta da rade što.
Dobro, još jedno. Nemamo toliko vremena, morat ćete malo da se
Ističe mi
ubrzate.
baterija.
Gotovo.
Hvala. Okay, we will do the next one and we will talk about later. Može. Spremne?
Tu je. Eto. Može.
Sorry I'm late. What's the problem?
Nice. And once more.
I don't know you. No, we never met before. Sorry, I gotta go.
Nice. Dobar dan. Da li ste spremne? Izvolite.
Ja moram da idem.
Da li možda želite još jedan način ili da pređemo na priču? Da pređemo na priču. Ok. Hvala ljudi. Ako može 100 opet. Pazite samo. Točkiće ne mora. Dobro.
So this was just a glance of the I don't know, acting in front of camera. We don't have too much time today to go into a lot of details, but I didn't notice anyone like doing it theatrical, practically anyone. I didn't get a close-up of anyone also, but if this was an intensive workshop, we could go in much more details, but my observation is that when you have some acting choices that you're prepared and there is no problem, there is no much stage fright, right? And so the conclusion is that you have to prepare everything for the casting. If you have a scene, if you don't have a scene, you should prepare your self-presentation just like it's another task, acting task. And in that case, it would be much easier for you, right? Do you agree?
What's your impression on those scenes? Okay.
Wait.
Gdje je ona devojka? Nisu valjda morala tu. Gdje je ona devojka?
She's all over the place. Sorry, just before you were asking your question, I had a question in my head, if it's okay. A lot of times, I mean, I do quite a bit of audition tapes, and a lot of times I still get stuck on the self-presentation part. and I think, like, from your experience, I would like to know. It was very helpful when you said that you look for something that we would tell that is from the heart because it shows in the eyes. That was a very good tip. Thank you. And then, is it like, should I present myself in a manner that is closest to the character that I'm about to portray? You know, because we all have, you know, those little characters within us. Or should I be something more just me, whatever, just... Because, you know, they just say, oh, bring yourself to the table. But it's not that simple because I don't even know how that self-presentation affects.
I would like if someone who was here yesterday can answer the question. Because we were speaking about that for 3 hours. So I would like to see if everyone learned it. Any volunteer, please? Yeah, here. I will give her mine.
So what I think I learned yesterday is that we shouldn't tell so many facts about ourselves, as in like how old we are, where we study acting, or if we don't study acting anymore, whatever. It's just something that moves you, makes you emotional, but is also connected with you. So it's not just some random thing, like that makes you emotional, but something from within yourself, and that you should probably bring that to every audition, and that you have it prepared every time you go to an audition, and that you in the presentation you should be yourself, but when it comes to actually doing an audition, you can bring a little bit of character that was given to you. But with the introduction or presentation of yourself, you should just be who you think you are.
Yeah, who you think you are at the moment, because everything changes.
Yes, and they mentioned yesterday that if you're doing, for example, an audition in person, and if you're going to the audition, and if something happens in the bus, or somebody mentioned an altercation with a person at the car garage, that you should also bring that experience to the audition. That every experience throughout the day or in general will help you. It doesn't necessarily have to be good or bad, but just something that you can incorporate within the presentation or the audition itself.
Yeah. Everything depends on so many things, and you are not the same person you were yesterday and that you will be tomorrow. So it's all about, let's say, synchronicity. What's going on in your life, in everywhere around you.
Because you should speak about something that makes you happy, and it's not the same thing that makes you happy every day. That's what she meant. Okay, we can see also that on examples that we're going to watch now, maybe. Huh? So I will now put someone from yesterday, because yesterday we started the workshop like nobody knows anything. They just came in and present themselves. We didn't speak first anything. Si povezao?
Hi, my name is Diaconu Bianca. I'm 23 years old and I come from Romania. At this moment I live in Serbia, Novi Sad. I speak a little bit of Serbian, English, German and Romanian as my native language.
Thank you. We can see she's frightened, right? A ja, šta sad kad mi ne vidim? Aha, vidimo ovdje, dobro. What do you do in that circle? You make balloons?
No, I walk on the stilts, I do artistic skating, I do animation on the street. On this show, I'm living...
No, this is from today. Okay. So, yesterday, she speaks about facts, right? She didn't mention the circus, no? She did. That's how we found out. Yeah. So, and this is today. What do you do in that circle? You make balloons?
No, I walk on the stilts, I do artistic skating, I do animation on the street. On this show, I'm a living puppet. So I transition my acting background into this. I also play the levy wand, like things, handstand, so more disciplines.
Thank you.
And the second one from today?
Hello, my name is Diacono Bianca. I come from Romania. So apart from my acting and film background, I'm also a circus performer. I like to perform on the street and I like to bring my art to different kind of audiences across the globe. I've performed in Italy, Poland, Serbia a lot, Croatia and Oman also. So I think this thing with street performing is much more powerful for me than like a stage performance, because everybody can come and see my show. Like, I think last year we performed for very old people in an elderly house, and at the beginning I was a little bit skeptical because I didn't know how they're gonna react.
Now, pay attention to her eyes when she's remembering the...
But it was very, very magical because those women, they may never seen a show in their lives. So I have this moment in the show and I'm making a dog balloon and I gave it to one of the women and she started crying. So it was so, so powerful for me because I was thinking in that moment that maybe those are the last years of her life. So I made in that day such a special moment for her. So this is like one of the highlights of my careers. So apart from my Romanian language, which is my tongue language, I also speak English and German and malo srpski. Sper să ne vedem pe platou de filmare. Tschüss, bis bald.
Okay.
That's it. She was like movie character when she was speaking about that old lady.
Right? Do you agree? And first time, what was your impression about the first time that she introduces? Basic, right? Yeah, we can see that she's cute and that she has red hair, right? Okay. Okay.
Hello, my name is Una Kozic. I'm 22 years old and I live in Belgrade. I'm currently studying acting at Faculty of Arts in Belgrade. I'm in my final year. Apart from Serbian, I can also speak English and German fluently.
So this was yesterday? No. This is today.
Hello, my name is Una Kozic. I have many different capabilities. I like winter sports, I train figure skating, and I also like to snowboard. Apart from Serbian, which is my mother tongue, I can also speak English and German fluently. I also teach English and German online. I went to school in the UK where I have perfected many different British regional accents. I can also play the piano, and I have a driver's license.
Okay, what do you think about Una's presentation?
Well, sorry.
Final words. Driving license. That was the information. Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
Hola, hello, zdravo.
For me, even though she didn't say that she enjoys it, it felt like she's very passionate about having a car or being able to drive. So I think it was something that appeared inside of her that wasn't like on, you know, very on the outside. So I think that's what made it for me like the most impressive in the end, because I felt like between the two there wasn't a lot of difference. I felt like she was more relaxed in the second one, but when she said, "Oh, and I also know how to drive," she was like very proud of it somehow. I feel.
And I felt like she was much more confident today, and that she decided that her strength are languages. So that's what she was playing about. But still, we most liked the driving because there we could see the passion.
Yeah, it was unexpected somehow.
So next time you should speak more about driving, enjoying. Yeah. Yeah.
I think that she is lovely, but there is something in this second video when we see her moving, and I don't know why, but I think that she is confident, but I just feel that nervous, and then I'm thinking about that she is moving and I can't listen what she is talking, and so I think that maybe that confidence is not that much something that we want to see. That's why we like that much that driving license. It's just 2 words, but it's like that light that I think that she needs to go for 3rd video or something like that.
I agree. Okay, now the winner. Okay. This was
Hola,
yesterday.
hello, Zdravo. My name is Julio Cesar. I'm from Cuba. I play guitar. And that's it. Ciao. Voila.
Okay, and today? Okay.
Zdravo, hola. Soy César García. Ya son cubanas. Bavim se música, gluma, sport. Ima malo pričam španski, malo pričam srpski i engleski, ili ne pričam ni španski. Bavim se, mogu da plečem kao latino, da pričam nešto, ali to ne znači da moje omiljenje muzika je blues, country. Kad ja zbiram gitaru, da ima neki duča, trenutno radim da govorim španski, ali kao meksikana sa sentas, kao Andaluzija, kao Kolumbijana sasto nije isto akcentat, i u budućnosti možda kao italijanski ili portugalski, i ne govorim nikako srpski ili engleski. Ne dobro ide mi glas, ali even if this is a weakness or some debility or whatever, I found in that some strong side, and I got some roles here in Serbia and all in Serbia, in English language and in Serbian, in Balkan. So you can see how even if something is missing, you can get the strong side of this side. I don't know how to say in English, sorry. So
you don't.
There in the moment, he pays attention what happens, he reacting on it, he's not like I'm not. He's paying attention on the room, on the feeling he's making other people feel, and then he rides on it. And even if you don't understand him, like I said, you get the attention.
He's constantly trying to get
I think
attention.
maybe the obstacle is also the moment, because he definitely has an obstacle to express himself, but maybe that's why he's more energetic. Yes.
Yes. I wanted to say that I saw that he has a stage fright because he's moving his hand so quickly, and he doesn't have a prepared speech. You told us to prepare to the speech, to know what are we going to talk about ourselves.
Stage fright isn't something bad in general. It's okay if you have it, but it's a question how you cope with it, you know? Sometimes it's a good channel to put your energy through. Yeah.
I felt like the first time, he was actually very clear, though it was too short, but very clear. I could get a little bit of a sense of who he is because of his look and because of his eyes and his smile, and like he really wants to succeed, to make this work. And the second time, that want was still there, but because he moved so much, to me it felt like this actor doesn't understand camera work. Like he doesn't understand, like if I put him on set, he's not going to understand how my camera, like what he needs to do. He's going to be all over my set. He's going to be like messy. So how do you feel about it from your experience is what I'd like to know.
Yes, it's true. Camera doesn't love so much movement. You need to be calm, to focus, to make a right channel for your energy. But it's the beginning. I think a good director can work with him easily to make him be less everywhere, just to concentrate, you know.
It's always to have more than less, right? As an actor.
I wanted to say about the stage fright. For me, it can like kill the show, as you already saw. But when you have some emotional scenes or stuff, it's really good to use it, because then it's like realist as it gets. And I think it's good because then it shows you care. But when it's too big, like I had it, that represents the anxiety and the expectation that you're going to be perfect, and you never will be. So what I learned, but I'm not using it, but I'm trying to practice it, is that don't have any expectations when you're coming to audition, because the second part, when we had scenes, I saw people playing and enjoying it.
Yes.
And I think that's the whole point. And when the anxiety is too big, then it means you're not there in the moment and you're not enjoying it. And the whole point of this, everything is to be enjoyable. And for the people who are looking and for us who are trying to survive.
Completely agree.
Yes, that was our conclusion yesterday. So you should play and use that moment when you have an audition to play and to do your job, you know, not to overthink. Yeah.
And overrate everything. It's just a moment and a part of your process.
Kako je, Filipe, sad imaš košulju ili zelenu?
Danas je zelena?
Juče si bio zelenom. Okay.
Hello, my name is Filip Radovanović. I'm 28 years old. I finished Academy of Performing Arts in Sarajevo. I was born in Novi Sad and now I'm living in Belgrade. I also finished primary musical school and do some sports. That's all. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Filip Radovanović. I'm a professional actor. Now I'm working in theater and also I'm filming some films and TV series. What I must like in last 2 years is learning languages. So now I can act on 3 languages, Russian and Spanish. Yo hablo español, yo aprendo español ahora. Тоже я говорю по-русски, и я хочу работать в России. Ono što najviše volim kod glume jeste transformacija i to je ono što me najviše pokreće i uzbuđuje kada se bavim glumom. Tako da, ako budemo sarađivali zajedno, ja ću da vam ponudim sve ono što vi poželite.
So much better than yesterday, yes. But I would suggest maybe switching languages first, and after that, speech. You can start your self presentation with switching languages, spasiba, and everything, you know. And after that, just few sentences about how you are open to give everything to producers and directors, just to adapt a little bit, not to be so obedient.
You can see the obedience.
Može. Hi, my name is Anđela Radovanović. I'm 22 years old. I live in Belgrade and I'm studying acting.
Zvolim.
Zdravo, ja sam Anja Radovanović i pored glume ja jako volim modu. I zapravo jako volim da idem u kupovinu. To je malo problem jer svaki put kad sam tužna ja moram nešto sebi da kupim, ali nije stvar samo u tome, nego što ja uvek imam viziju u glavi šta tačno želim da kupim. I kada vidim neki odevni predmet, ja ne moram da ga probam, ja već znam kako on meni stoji. I dok to ne nađem, ja se neću smiriti. Pogotovo volim kada dođu međusezonska sniženja i ne znam kako intuitivno uvek pogodim baš taj trenutak kad su međusezonska sniženja. I onda sam u stanju satima da kopam po gomili odeće dok ne nađem baš to što tražim i onda kad to nađem osjećam se bukvalno kao lovac koji je uspeo da ulovi plen. I to me smiri neko vreme do sledećeg puta kad budem bila tužna. Ali da, to jako volim i kroz modu nekako osjećam da mogu da se izrazim i da je to nekako dosta veliki deo moje ličnosti i uopšte daleko nije uopšte stvar u tome da je to neka marka ili bilo šta. Čak još većim uspehom smatram kad nađem to što želim po nižoj ceni jer sam u stanju mesecima da čekam da nešto se snizi jer znam da će doći taj trenutak. Tako da, to bi bila neka moja stvarno velika strast ili problem, ne znam. Ali da, eto, hvala.
Interesting choice. What do you think? Too long.
Like too long.
Too much to say what is private.
Private things?
Yeah, and I said to them that I'm feeling like she's in some clinics or to go to a psychiatrist. So she's like, I like to go shopping. I like this, but I don't know what is with me and where where I'm on casting or in hospital or.
Okay, that's not really nice.
Contrapunct. Okay, so I think when I was listening from here, I was like, okay. But when I watched it on camera, I was totally captured by it because it was like the greatest monologue ever written because you have lots of different rhythms, different emotions, like really the speech, how it changes from the I really liked it then to like boom, to boom, everything. And you can see the layers and you can imagine her.
Yes,
like
that's exactly
maybe in a commercial when she speaks about something or some movie where she has like you can see it in lots of different ways. So it's for me it's really amazing how different was the view from here and on the camera. And I think this is like a great monologue and like try to take this video, write it down, and I think it's a great predstavljanje.
Introduction.
I have a question about speaking in foreign languages, but as you said in the beginning of the presentation, because is it better to make, for example, 2 or 3 presentations in different languages instead of saying your name or the language you speak just in one sentence?
Honestly, I never watched. When someone sends me 5 videos, I only watch 1.
Yeah,
okay. So it's better if you implement it all in one.
Okay, great.
It's better. You don't have. I'm not a language teacher, so I don't care how long you can speak in other language. If I hear 2 sentences, I assume that you know that language or you can learn it.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Thanks. Great.
Mikrofon
Let it
dole.
stay here because now I'm activated.
Hoće una. Evo, imamo ovde.
I just wanted to comment on the introduction. I think we always learn that an introduction should be facts about ourselves, but I really liked this introduction that we saw because I can imagine her when she's happy, because she's happy talking about this, which is something personal to her. So I might not have found out how old she is or what she does in her free time or whatever, but I can see what she looks like when she's happy, what she can maybe implement in a project, a TV show or film, whatever it is. So I feel like maybe the point of this workshop is also that an introduction shouldn't always just be facts, where you can introduce yourself just showing emotion about something, whether it be good or bad. So yeah, I really like this.
Thank you, Una. Yes.
Anyone else? Or we can say our
Okay, so I really liked her introduction and everything, and okay, everybody already said everything, but I just wanted to ask you, is her introduction a little bit too much, or is it okay? Is it totally okay?
I don't really understand what do you mean by too much. Like personal?
No, not personal. She was great because we saw her
Variety
character,
at her,
her total character and what she can do.
Yeah.
But
Maybe
like
too long, like.
For example.
Yeah, in my opinion, it is a bit too long. I could have ended. I don't know.
Yeah,
Let's
you
see
can
how
say
much.
the same story in 1 minute.
94. Really?
94. Yeah.
Then it's not even too long. Maybe because.
We're not used to these kinds of introductions.
You mean because it's she spoke about her personal stuff. When I did this workshop at another casting director, how many?
Long time
ago, I was speaking about how I have a green thumb. You know what that means? That I can plant anything, and but it was after when we were looking at that, it was like, I don't know, some love story. So I don't think anything is personal if it's interesting to speak in. If we can see the best thing in her presentation here was that we could see, like Kika said, a variety of her playing modes. We can see her even a little bit hysterical, or maybe it's. I would add. When she's sad, maybe when something is sold in front of her nose. But
yeah, I asked you that because I would like to do that on my casting, but I would be too scared to do that.
Why? What would you speak about?
I don't know. I don't know, but okay.
You think you will feel like you're taking something out of you that you don't.
That they don't want to listen to hear. Yeah.
You think maybe someone from this side would be like, oh, what the fuck do I care about
Probably,
her
yeah,
love to
yeah,
fashion? But no, because it's not important what you're talking. It's important how your eyes are looking at that moment, and that we can see that she can play different roles and different genre.
Yeah, yeah.
And for example, this is the first day. Here.
Hi, my name is Anja Radovanović. I'm 22 years old. I live in Belgrade and I'm studying acting.
Here we can just see that she's
Nice
beautiful,
girl.
right?
Can I say something? I think the point of the second video is that she's very passionate about something and she is applying it to every sentence, and we have this flow through whatever she's saying. And I think the key is that maybe we can apply all of the sensations that happen to us while we speak about things that we're passionate about to apply. How do you feel about, I don't know, being 34 years old? Or how do you feel about speaking French? Or you have to like not speak about it as they're just facts, but as something that you love. And you don't necessarily do this by saying, oh, I love acting, or what happens in your mind when you say the word acting, or what happens when you say that you're a puppeteer, or does something make you sad from your CV? Or it doesn't necessarily have to be a story, but when I saw this second video, if I was a casting director, I would immediately put her in a role, because I feel like she's already that shopping girl that is able to like be cast for it. Sometimes it's a risk, and maybe sometimes we can take risks like this. And sometimes I think people are going to think it's maybe a little bit strange, but some people are going to be, yeah, this is the girl that I want for my movie or my TV show. And I think it was there is a great point in this video that we can apply to anything basically that we do.
True.
So about being too personal, I wanted to say that I actually did 2 castings where I was asked to tell a story from my private life, a moment that actually put a mark on me, so to say. So it was very hard to do it, but watching it, I realized that it was the most real thing I ever did, because I didn't have to play any character. I didn't have to act like something. It was a private moment from my life that I imagine then I'm talking to my mother or sister or anyone. But I think those are the moments that we need to put, like, we need to keep with ourselves, even if we are asked to play something that may not be like how we are. We can find tiny things that make us like the characters and remember things from our real lives, because this is what we do. We should never forget who we really are, I think.
For sure.
And yeah, always you have to make connection with your character and to find something in common.
It's not very easy to find every time, but there is always something we have in common with our characters. Even a little thing, or sometimes we are even allowed to imagine, like, where was the character before they enter the scene, or what are they doing when they're not in the scene. We are allowed to imagine and to find some connection to them, to imagine them as real beings, not just something that's written on some page. So it can make it easier, at least for me.
Thank you. You want still? Someone upstairs wanted for a long time. You with the glasses on.
First of all, thanks a lot. The only problem here when she was talking about her shopping and all that stuff, the way she was talking about it was really passion, and that's okay. But I think she's supposed to connect that ambition and addiction to clothes to the film. Because like she was only talking about clothes. There was no any, maybe if she add just one sentence about movie, that would be like 100% like okay, and she got the role and that's it, in my opinion.
Yes, but consider it like a work in progress, you know. And she did the task. She completed. She did the task we asked yesterday from you. that's why this presentation is good. Okay, we can find a lot of things that we can change to make it better, make it shorter or something like that, but she did the task. She did it.
Zdravo, zovem se Aleksa Đorđević, imam 23 godine, živim u Beogradu, a studiram glumu na Akademiji umjetnosti u Banja Luci.
To je to. Može.
Zdravo, zovem se Aleksa Đorđević i studiram glumu. Volim sport, zapravo bavio sam se košarkom, plivanjem i veslanjem. Trenutno mi je hobi šah, ko me interesuje, igram ga već 2 godine. A nekako interesantna stvar za mene je da zapravo volim da pobeđujem. I to sam shvatio, ali kao mali nisam znao da gubim, a onda sam vremenom naučio kako se i gubi, ali mislim da shvatio sam da u stvari ne pobeđuje uvijek najbolji. Evo, treba se samo truditi.
What do you say? You. Maybe we should ask a person who was in a video. Okay.
Well, for the first one, I mean, like as we said, that's like a couple times it was like just basic stuff, and that's it. But for second one, I really see that you feel very more confident about it, and also when you feel in that moment when you're like but you also put like for me very good thing. You bring to us your motivational message and like and justify yourself in a way. So for in my opinion, you complete the task. Like it will be just fine if it's happened something that we have like stage fright or something. I mean, he finds really nice solution to like go to the finish line and without like completely lost it. But yeah, I like it really like.
I agree.
I love the reaction where he said Shah. Like, who would expect it? But, dude, it's my passion now. I love that.
I have a question. So I don't understand exactly these presentations. This is for you, like casting agency, to have in the base, or like these moments are before the audition, before like roles that we are going for the audition, like to do the audition.
Because usually when you go to the casting, first they ask you to speak a little about yourself, and then you do the scene, right?
And what if the role is like very serious, or like, I don't know, like drama?
It doesn't matter. That part of the audition goes to some casting directors who can see a variety in you. You can, after that, you have the scene where you act the character, right? But here, you're just making your
intro.
Yeah. And everyone who is watching it can see you and can fit you in some roles for future also.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah, it's very clear, and it's
maybe
really
if what was her name? But the girl that we shopping. Maybe if she's auditioning for some fancy shopaholic, that was perfect. But even if she's auditioning for some tragedy, she still has. We can still see her in different roles. Her transformation.
Yeah, it's really good to see, and I think, I mean, maybe there is no rule, but what is the really important? What, as you said, that to be passionate and the eyes, and that's it, and just to
Yeah, there is no rule, and you can make a couple of, different self-presentation. And if you know what is the project about, then you send the appropriate one. But one is also good, as long as you show your passion through that.
Yes, I think here we don't have from yesterday, but I think it's a good example of what we were speaking.
Bog, moje ime je Edi i ja sam najviši hrvatski glumac koji poznajem. Osim glumom bavim se i lutkarstvom. Materinji jezik mi je hrvatski, a osim hrvatskog standarda govorim i splitski, odnosno dalmatinski, zagrebački i slavonski. Trenutno živim i radim u Rijeci, tamo sam zaposlen u Hrvatskom narodnom kazalištu, a često u zadnje vrijeme provodim i dosta vremena u Beogradu. Volim se zapravo često pretvarati da sam u nekakvim nesnimljenim filmovima, tako da čitam razne romane koji još nisu adaptirani za film. I onda se doma zapravo pretvaram kao, ja sam prvi glumac koji izgovara ove riječi. Bavio sam se tokom života različitim sportovima, veslanjem, odbojkom, tenisom, jogom, crossfitom, govorim različite jezike.
When she's just counting things that he does and when he speaks about, can you see the difference clearly here?
Engleski govorim točno, govorim malo francuskog, malo njemačkog, znam koristiti štule za skakanje,
Here
koji
it's
još
like
nisu
he's already
adaptirani
in some scene, movie scene.
za film. I onda se doma zapravo pretvaram kao, ja sam prvi glumac koji izgovara ove riječi. Bavio sam se tokom života različitim sportovima, veslanjem, odbojkom, tenisom, jogom, crossfitom, govorim različite jezike, engleski govorim točno, govorim malo francuskog, malo njemačkog, znam koristiti štule za skakanje.
Like here when he speaks a little bit of French, a little bit of Spanish, it's like he's not sure. He doesn't speak it very well, so he loses his self-confidence, right?
Yeah.
And
Maybe it's
also
better
for every actor that I ever taped introduction, when you start speaking, I did this show, I did this series, you can immediately see in their eyes that they're not sure if that series was good choice in their career, or maybe they shouldn't mention it, or maybe you know, anyone like Vesna Trivalić or whoever, you know, with a lot of experience, he's threatened and he's not sure of himself, and
Yeah, and those facts are for CV, just for CV. Don't mention it during your self-presentation because nobody cares.
Štikle po potrebama, to jest po potrebi, i volim si zadavati dosta ambiciozne ciljeve i pomalo nedostižne stvari.
This is good at the end. About štula, štikla, and before that about your imagination, about new texts and new roles. This is good part. You should work on it. And maybe just to speak in that languages. Bonjour. Yeah. Yeah,
immediately. Yes. And we
You
cannot
should
see,
keep it, yeah.
and we cannot see in video how tall you are. So it's good to.
Ja sam Kristina Kika Jovanović, završila sam glumu na Akademiji umjetnosti u Beogradu. Bavim se i muzikom i od skoro sam otkrila da mi je to najveća ljubav, mada sam skoro i otkrila zašto mi je gluma velika ljubav i koliko je važna za napredak mene kao osobe, da budem bolji čovek. Radila sam i na filmu, i na sitcomima, i u serijama, i imam 2 albuma objavljena, radim na 3. I tako različite umetnosti sam isprobavala, od vajanja, slikanja, do raznih sportova. I evo sad trenutno sam muzičar i glumac. Zdravo, ja sam Kristina Kika Jovanović, glumica sam, znam da delujem jako nežno, ali prva ljubav mi je bila muzika i jedna od prvih pesama sa mojim prvim cover bandom je bila Hola the Love, a to je You need schooling, baby, I'm not fooling, I'm gonna send you back to schooling, way down inside, well honey you need it, gonna give you a ring to my love, gonna give you my love, wow, wanna hold the love.
I love it. Like, okay. I loved. I mean, there is a difference, obviously, but like in the second one, you're concrete. You're like strict in the point. You show us like a lot of different layers. We like in the first one, you had like a. As you said, like before, second choice, oh, I did this, maybe this. And in another one, you're like direct, like catch our attention immediately, and you have like a photo finish with your beautiful voice. So yeah, like for me, I was like, yeah, I'll be interested, like immediately, like to investigate this girl and like to see where I can typecast her. Yeah.
For me, I didn't matter in the first one. I also can see her range, but she was not standing behind her persona, you know, like she was a bit. I couldn't see stage fright. No, you mentioned to cover it somehow, but I don't know. It's I think you will feel if you were on an audition, you will feel great after you did the second one, right?
Yeah, and I think the problem is because I haven't prepared in my head, so then it began like some psychotherapy session, and then I was like, just stop it. And I was like having a battle in my head. Should I like say what I did and what everybody says, like I'm an actress, I'm a singer, I'm a writer, I'm a blah, 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 blah. And then when you say that things so many times and you don't have a feeling like, oh, I did a film, you're like, okay, that's a part of my job, but that's a normal thing. And then you have like, okay, I need to say this and I have to make it sound interesting, but like you're over it because it's done. It's like in the past. And I think I learned so much because what you said in your intro, you don't need those things, and that's a relief because that like it's boring.
yeah, absolutely boring. A lot of people starts to count their like professor and assistants. When I hear that, like, who cares? We don't. Who?
Want to be mentioned.
And well, it's the most boring part for me when I watch it.
From the last sentence.
You really don't care, and a lot of professors I don't even know who they are these days.
So in Romania, they don't tell you like to tell the name of your professor, but they tell you shouldn't move when you record this kind of presentation. You need to sit down, don't even move your hands, don't do anything. So I have this friend, she talks in very funny accent from the area she's from, and he told her like to immediately stop talk like that, but that's what makes her her, and it's so funny, and she's such a like a positive person. And when she did this presentation, it was just so blank and boring, and he just told us like to say what we did, the movies we were in, our achievements, the university where we went on high school, and I was always thinking that nobody cares about that, you know.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yes, and imagine if the whole class from the same professor is coming to
Yeah.
I mean, I will shoot myself after 10.
But like, yeah, that is like a big problem. But like, especially when you're like beginner, they're really telling you go on a casting and go and tell this and this thing. And I think it's like, I completely agree with you that it's like a part of our uniqueness, and like we don't need to fit any box. Like, I mean, what's the difference then between me, her, or like just hair color now? I mean, that's not the point.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, hi, my name is Ronya Man. I'm an actress and acting coach, a producer, and I directed a few films too. I'm an Israeli, but I live in Nigeria for the last 8 years in Africa, where I'm very immersed in the film industry. Currently about to direct a small film with my students there, acting students. Leading 3 Nigerian Israeli co-productions as a producer and writer. And as an actress, I'm supposed to say something very interesting about myself, right? Which I think is the hardest thing for us to do as actors, because it's so hard for us to see outside of ourselves. I speak 4 languages. That's Hebrew, English, Russian from my Ukrainian parents. And a little bit of French from school, yes. Yes, I have Ukrainian. On top of everything, I have Ukrainian parents from the USSR with a Russian background, so I also have a degree in environmental engineering. What? And I speak French because I studied in the school, français, alors je peux parler français. I recently did a character of this Swiss-French doctor in a TV series. I've been on sitcoms, on cinema features, and a few indie films. Obviously, recently more from the Nigerian cinema, which is a great experience. And I don't know, anything else? I ride horses, I play piano, I sing, I do Pilates.
Okay. Beautiful or
I
something.
think what makes me the happiest is meeting new people, affecting their lives. I'm curious about people. I like meeting new places and traveling. I'm quite an adventurous person. And I think anything that has to do with a relationship with the world, with humanity, and in a give and take relationship is what makes me personally happy. I'm actually here in the festival because I just gave a panel before this panel on Nigerian cinema, and that giving and that influencing place is one of my happiest places. Thank you.
So, what do you prefer? First or second?
But like first one, I mean, first one, like beginning was a kind of plain, but like the second part of it was really like we're seeing some glimpse in her eyes and see that it's a really interesting part when she was speaking about the languages and everything. But like maybe because of the energy and like the attitude and like it was made more interested maybe for us, the second one.
Okay.
Well, in the first one, I like it because you see she is very professional. She's very calm. She is very aware of herself. So, you know, you have a stable person to work with. I love how she implemented the languages. It's like very clever and funny way. But in the second, she showed her warm side. Like in the first, you see she's polite, she's professional, blah, blah, but you see some warmth and some like motherhood energy in it, so it's different. So, yeah.
In first, I would say there are too many informations about some things that are not connected to the acting, like biography informations. Maybe I would skip if I'm you, and I would definitely keep the part with languages and your origin, because that's really interesting. And I don't know, would you like to say something? Yes.
How do you feel when you watch yourself?
I honestly feel shy. Like I said, you know, if anything, if I learned anything from this acting experience is that we are the worst critics of ourselves.
Yeah, now you're looking just your nose or something like that. You're not objective. Okay.
No, not necessarily looks-wise, but just like you said, oh, I shouldn't have said that, or maybe I should have said this more, or maybe I should have. No, we can't see the eyes very well. I didn't stand. I don't know. It's like, yeah, because you never know what the other person is thinking about you, and you want to perform your best. So.
Yeah. So always it's good just do it and immediately forget about it, and go for the next one.
Thank you.
I think we can have lights now because we don't have much time. We will not watch everyone,
fall asleep.
unfortunately. So we wanted, I think we mostly focused on self-introduction. I hope you will use it successfully in future on castings.
So please, when you make your future self-introductions, send to our mail just to have it. And of course we will do more workshops in future, and we will let you know. We spoke about headshots. Hope you will done also new ones and send to us. And
maybe now we can keep in Serbia now. No.
Yeah, we can switch in Serbian.
Sorry, it's just some information about the agency and no more knowledge. Not more. It's easier in Serbian for us.
Okay. Nismo uspjeli da prođemo sve teme onako kako inače prolazimo, ali bit će još radionica i bit ćete pozvani svi, tako da tu ćemo detaljnije proći sve o headshotu, CV-u, self-audiciji, snimanju, šta i kako. Ima tu dosta stvari, ali nadamo se da smo vam makar malo približili celu priču, otprilike šta je potrebno za neku prvu impresiju, da se prosto malo izdvojite od svih ostalih prijava.
Da.
Da, Anđela je htjela nešto da vam kaže.
Pa htjela sam
imamo novinu.
Da vam kažem da smo mi napravili kao neki Patreon, ne znam da li znate šta je to, i da tu smo stavili više lekcija o ovim stvarima o kojima smo pričali ovdje. I sad ja ne znam, nisam dugo to pogledala, nešto je jako jeftino, ali ima i besplatnih sadržaja, inače kao članarina mesečno 3,5 evra i tamo imate ove lekcije sa radionice, imate na primjer to o fotografisanju, u svemu što smo želeli vam ispričamo, ali ne možemo za ovako kratko vreme i dosta vas se prijavilo i da bi svi prošli to predstavljanje, malo se odužilo, ali eto možete tamo da nađete isto i na našem YouTube-u i po svuda. Mi to već godinama pokušavamo da naučimo ljudi, jer je nama isto potrebno da imamo dobre fotografije kad predlažemo i recimo za inostrane projekte nam je jako teško zato što ni 3 glumca u Beogradu nemaju showreel. Većina ljudi ne zna šta je showreel, mislim. Ne. Pa to je montirano 2 minuta, najbolje bi bilo 2 do 3 minuta kratkih scena i stvari koje si do sada radio. I onda treba da se vidi transformacija, uopšte kako izgledaš na snimku. I sada ako ste studenti, još uvijek ništa niste radili, sigurno ste radili neki studentski film ili recimo kada ste radili kao self audiciju, to isto može da se iskoristi, mislim u slučaju da nije baš krš snimak, ali ja mislim da i to može da se stavi u showreel. Da.
Ok, mislim da sam uspio. A što se tiče showreela, imajući u vidu, sad ste pomenuli da ukoliko neko nema zapravo materijal, lepo može da ga izmisli.
Može da snimi sa kolegom scenu i stavi to u različite scene i to stavi.
Možeš i
se
sam
ne mora
to
sad,
da uradiš.
znači mi ne gledamo u tom showreelu kao, ok, nekad je važno, kao igrao si sa ne znam kojim poznatim glumcem, može da bude važno, ali više hoćemo više hoće da se vide tvoje glumačke sposobnosti i transformacija. I da, naravno, evo jedna važna stvar, ne počinješ showreel sa nekim drugim glumcem. Jer onda ne znamo ko je ta osoba, moramo tamo da se vratimo kao na fotografiju, kao čekaj, ko je ovaj, pa gde je on u ovoj sceni?
Najbolje bi bilo i da nema drugih glumaca i da se biraju scene gde su oni samo narezani. Mladi glumci obično vole da stave te svoje scene gde su sa poznatim glumcima, ali to nikako ne doprinosi njihovom showreelu, jer poznatog glumca već svi znaju i kao vidimo ga još jednom u tvom showreelu, to bukvalno ništa ne doprinosi tebi. Tako da najbolje bi bilo da nema drugih glumaca. Naprimjer, jedna glumica iz Danske je napravila je pozadinu u svojoj kući i promenila nekoliko outfita i napravila par onako kratkih crtica različitih likova i to je sasvim okej.
I da, ja sam primetila da ruski glumci sve imaju na YouTube-u, na primjer snimljenu ovu prezentaciju svoju i isto tako showreel. Dobro, showreel naravno da treba da se stavi na YouTube, jer ono kad te neko googla, super je da to vidi, ali i ovo mi nije loše isto što oni rade.
Ok, hvala, to je manje što sam želeo.
Ako imamo nešto na engleskom, da li treba prevod? Ili na mađarskom, na primjer, za mene.
Pa da.
To bolje da ima.
Na engleskom ne moraš da... Ali...
Za showreel pitaš?
Da.
Može i ne mora. Mislim, showreel ako je 2 minuta i ako je jedna scena na mađarskom,
Da opet vidimo kako glumiš, ne moramo
emocija.
da razumemo baš sadržaj.
Nije neophodno, može, ali...
A treba da bude baš scena ili može i monolog? Bolje scena.
Može monolog.
Može i monolog.
Šta god, samo da ne bude kao da se više vidi neko drugi ili da se on prvo vidi pa da ne znamo čiji je showreel.
Ako imamo i na engleskom i na mađarskom, da li to separate? Mislim...
Sve može u jednom
showreelu.
Pa da, mislim, koristilo bi ti opet i u Mađarskoj bi ti koristilo imaš na engleskom, što ne mora. Da.
Onda
kao
bolje,
misli se kao
to
za
je,
različito tržište ili šta?
Da, to je najbolje da imamo onda kao jedan snimak, a ne...
Da, najbolje da imaš dobrih 2 minuta.
Da.
A ne 500 snimaka. Pa definitivno treba da staviš krupnjaka, znaš, da. I da počneš, na primjer, s krupnjakom. A posle toga, ako imaš neku dobru akciju, ne znam, ljubavnu, šta god, sve. Samo da nije ono dosadno i da ne traje predugo. Da, to je idealno, da.
Pitanje. Ako imamo neki video koji nije naš glas, nego je kao lip sync na scenu, ali je kao isto gluma, ali nije naš glas, da li to može stavljati na...
Pa može.
To više kao ono TikTok. Aha. Pa mislim, može, to su nove tehnologije.
Znaš. Aha, da, može. Što da ne? Pa mislim, to je poenta da te neko vidi kao pozove pa onda radiš casting. A ne da te izabere na osnovu showreela, znaš.
Ali nekad se i dobije uloga na osnovu showreela, nekad se dobije uloga na osnovu self-tape-a, uradiš nešto u svom kupatilu i dobiješ ulogu, moguće je sve. Da, nismo samo još, mislim, znači sve je pitanje unutrašnjeg osjećaja i te mogućnosti da se dopre do ovog tamo koji nas posmatra. Znači, fotografija, headshot je ono, kažu, kako treba da izgleda najbolji glumački headshot? Pa kao kad ste tog glumca sreli kad mu je baš dobar dan. Šta sad to znači? Ne da budeš prelep, presređen, ali i sve je opet do tog sjaja u očima, što su stvari najteže i postiže, ali zato treba vežbati.
Da, eto imam ja neko kao za CV. Ako se prijavljate za film, onda prvo stavite filmske uloge, ako se prijavljate za pozorište, prvo znači da imate 3 različita recimo CV-a gde ćete kao navesti šta ste sve radili, ali kao tendencijozno za neki određeni projekat.
Zato što glumci obično imaju taj jedan CV koji su nekad napravili kad ih je neko naterao ili kad su oni nekog naterali i samo to šalju. I to je opet puko nabrajanje. Ok, CV jeste mesto za to, ali ipak nekako i njega treba da personalizujete. Da tu bude vaša fotografija, pa onda, ovo što je Anđela rekla, da li sebe želite da predstavite kao filmskog glumca, onda idu filmske uloge. Ako želite da gradite karijeru u reklamama, onda idu te reklame. Ali najbolje, možda čak i ne previše stvari i obavezno dole staviti šta vas zanima. Znači, opet tu dodati neki svoj pečat. Čak i font CV-a.
Da.
Razmisliti o tome kakva slova volite.
Veliko ime i prezime, pa onda ovde slika, pa onda dole ovo. To je, na primjer, lep CV. Eto.
I u principu jedna strana CV je sasvim ok.
Koliko imamo vremena?
Manje je više.
Ajde brzo, ako neko hoće nešto važno da pita, jer mislim da nas uskoro...
Završavamo uskoro, pošto nećemo baš moći da ostanemo do 25 do 5, jer u 15 do 5 kreće nova radionica, tako da pitajte što pre, tu smo još malo.
Znači, otprilike, predstavljanje treba da nam traje oko minut. A showreel do dobra 2 minuta.
A najviše 3, ali već posle 2 minuta niko više ne gleda.
Da.
Predstavljanje može i 30 sekundi.
Ok,
to je
da.
Važi, hvala.
Dobro večer. Imam pitanje za, na primjer, Instagram profil. Skoro je na našem faksu bio problem oko toga što je profesor tražio da se šalju Instagram i naši i kao to je trebalo, mislim, zvučalo je kao da je to nešto što ne treba raditi, mislim, profesor sa studentima, ali iako je to bilo kao strogo poslovno. Sada mene zanima koliko taj Instagram ima uticaja u svemu tome i da li je prosto neophodno živeti život takav i na Instagramu ili...
Nažalost, moram da vam priznam da za neke određene projekte su nam tražili da vidimo koliko ima pratilaca na Instagram, ali to su više bile reklame.
A u slučaju da su to slike, na primjer, ne znam, evo, ja na svom Instagramu nisu meni slike su mi iz putovanja, nema veze sa glumom i sa mojim ulogama i s mojim transformacijama i tako dalje. Znači, koliko to može, na primjer, da vas okrene protiv toga?
Nas?
Pa vas kao casting agent.
Pa ne mogu baš da kažem da sad vas gledam po Instagramu, ali okej, nekad nekog vidim, pogledam. I kad neko zaprati, uđem pa kao, aha, dobro. Kao misliš da li je bolje da stavljaš slike profesionalne, glumačke? Pa ja bih rekla da ako već imaš Instagrama.
Jeste, ali u slučaju da ne, nego to je isto neki život koji živimo ovako.
Da li kao da radiš...
Da li to smeta, to hoću da kažem. Da li to može da utiče, na primjer, na, ne znam.
Ne, ali dobro da imaš te kao profesionalne fotke tu.
Pa dobro,
među prvima, znaš, kao...
Pinovane.
Ne znam kako se to radi, ali da.
Da, dobro.
Okay, I have a question. This is maybe more for foreigners. How do you find a partner to do a show reel that fits you? Like, for example, if you're an actor that mostly wants to do drama, you can pick a partner that mostly does commercial or comedies. How do you find this?
Like
For show reel?
Yeah.
Maybe you don't have any partner at all. Maybe you can make a scene without, make a pause when is his line, and after that.
Okay, and I have one more question. What do you advise us to have as a self-tap kit at home? Like, how can we do a okay recording self-tap at home without any things in the background, that it looks as professional as it should?
Make it near window.
like
because of
you're
good
here
light.
and the light is going through the window on you, and camera is here.
And it's a good one color background if possible, but it's if not
Gray.
yeah.
Because I have this, I bought 3 backgrounds and the tripods. So this is the reason why I bought it, but now I'm not sure if I should use it or not. I have white, black and green, I believe. So I'm not sure should I use it or not.
Yeah.
So
you can definitely
make
use
almost everything
Yeah.
in those backgrounds.
Definitely. You mean not to to look too professional? Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's good. It's good to be neutral background. I mean, it's even obligation, maybe. No, not really, but it's better than to watch, I don't know, tiles in the
Yes,
back.
your stuff, you know.
Ako napravimo svoj show reel, jel možemo da počnemo vama da vidite da li kao to valja? Šta treba da se menja i to?
Naravno.
Može samo da traje 2 minuta.
Da. I drugo pitanje, rekli ste jučer da ćete pričate o castingima u inostranstvu.
Da. Ima ovdje neka ženska iz Švedske drži, ona ima neku platformu i kad je ona? Da. Tako da idite na to, ja mislim, sad ne znam da li se plaća, to nisam pitala, ili je besplatno i kako to ide, a? Znaš, Cezare? Ne znaš. Ali to je, na primjer, jedna od tih, ima dosta tih platformi, ima u Italiji E-Talenta se zove, pa onda ima onaj dual platform, pa tako to googlajte, nađite, ali mislim nemojte da plaćate, sad ne znam koje članarine godišnje, jer ima i besplatnih tih stvari, isto su, mislim ako ništa, čak i da ne dobijete nikad ulogu odatle, imat ćete tu praksu, slaće vam da radite self-tape-ove, posle ćete to moći da iskoristite za show reel, ostaćete u treningu itd.
Celu priču o show reelu, jer mi šaljemo show reel kad šaljemo self-tape i šta ste tačno rekli, šta sve treba u show reelu?
Rekli smo da najbolje da imate to sve spremno, jer nekad traže show reel za inostrane projekte, mislim ja svaki put moram da objašnjam kao da znate u Srbiji glumci nemaju, kao zašto,
Nije
kao ne
praksa.
postoji montaže, šta, zašto danas neko to nema, može da izmontira na telefonu, mislim. No, baš je čudno.
Samo just in case. Znači.
Da, jer povremeno se traži baš to. Pa tek onda imaš pristup castingu, znaš.
Imamo jedno pitanje. Kako se zahteva te materijale gde smo snimali u Srbiji, recimo?
Aha, kako da dođeš do materijala?
Tako je. Hvala.
Pa... ideš na televiziju i pitaš, ne znam, zar nema to kao na YouTube-u pa da... A? Da. Ali samo verovatno moraš da podsjećaš nekog 100 puta dok ne dođeš do toga, mislim.
Da, iz pozorišta nije dobro da se stavlja u show, zato što uglavnom nije dobro svetlo i nije dobro snimljeno i nije ni isti medij. Mislim, nemamo mnogo koristi od toga kako ti glumiš u pozorištu. Baš to nikog ne zanima da bi te uzeo za film. Ja bi tebi stavila definitivno to, da.
Imala si pre neki dan, ja mislim, na Instagramu snimak neki gde si nešto i plesala i tako nešto je savršeno.
Zato što sad, evo da mene neko pita kao uloga mlade pevačice, razumeš, ali zato što sam vidjela na tvom Instagramu da ti to radiš i bila sam na koncertu.
To je odgovor, znači, na primjer, nešto što je privatno, apsolutno, i nije ni bilo veze sa glumom tu, ali vi ste to primetili i eto sad, na primjer,
jeste,
to okej.
Da. Jeste.
Da, tako. Da,
jeste.
eto. Da.
Tako da dobro je, mislim, pa čak i da se baviš, ne znam, nekim drugim kao umetničkim, ne znam šta da radiš i to staviš na Instagram i kao uopšte ne stavljaš glumačko ništa. Ali opet mora, dobro je da imaš, znaš. Ali onda ja kao vidim, dobro, ova isto i slika, pa kad mi treba slikarka, znaš.
Pa da.
Pa da. Ne znam. Mislim, eto, to je opet nešto što predstavljaš sebe, jel? I opet dolazimo na isti zaključak. Da kao treba stati iza svoje ličnosti i
iza svog Instagram profila.
Pa da. A i mislim, ako čula sam da kao postoje neki trendovi da kao to treba na Instagramu malo kao se obnažiti, da bi kao imao više pratilaca i da kao...
To su gluposti.
Da, ja ne bih to savjetovao. Mislim, osim ako ne želite baš to da igrate i da stave u taj arhetip. Što je isto legitimno, onda go ahead.
Pa evo, baš je skoro bilo glumica iz Soprana. Igrala je tu devojku od onog rođaka, to nije Soprana, nebitno. Uglavnom propala je izgleda karijera i sad je skoro izbacila tako baš neke fotografije i za 3 minuta je otplatila kredit.
Dobro, ima i ovo OnlyFans, mislim. Ako neko hoće da menja profesiju. Pa je.
Nije jedini OnlyFans.
Nije, a ima više. Pa dobro, ali to mislim... Kao mi pričamo kao o glumcima koji imaju društvenu mrežu, pa nešto treba valjda da pokažu i mladima, mislim, glumci su ipak odgovorni, jel, i za takve stvari. Yes. Da. Kako misliš? Da li kao koliko ih imaš?
Pa da, mislim, ajde možda i razumem za tu reklamu, ali u tom slučaju postoje i neki popularni ljudi koji također mogu da budu u toj reklami. Zašto kao neko koji nije u tom trenutku, na primjer, meni na užem krugu za jednu seriju su tražili da napišem informacije koliko mene ljudi prati i koliko ja ljudi prati. Da vide koja je razlika otprilike.
Kao da li si plaćala?
Pa kao da sam plaćala ili da li ne znam, mene 1.500, a ja 3.500 ljudi, na primjer. Ili tako nešto. I tražili su to, tražili su ostale društvene mreže, Facebook, ne znam, ako im Twitter, nemam ništa, ali
kao to da upišeš na prijavi za
da upišem tačno i brojke i sve živo. I zato mi je tad, na primjer, to prvi put bilo čudno što se dešava, što moram te brojke, ali i zato kažem samo, to mi onako malo...
Pa da, jeste, to izgleda sad postalo malo merilo, verovatno za posle, za promociju njihovog tog proizvoda, jel?
Kao ako bude šerovala glumica koju prati 10.000
pa da, ali valjda mene treba da prodaje i taj projekat, a ne ja taj projekat.
A vidiš da je danas sve obrnuto na ovom svijetu, znaš. Da, i onda ti zato moraš da se kao slikaš tako da bi imala više. Pa rekla mi jedna koleginica kao stavim jebote nešto što sam radila, dobijem 15 lajkova, stavim ovako do ovde kao odmah 200 za pola sata.
Sve je to malo pomereno, ali
Brate, mislim.
Tako je vreme, da. Ali istina je da producenti, naročito za nju kamere, za mlade glumce koji nisu radili mnogo projekata i nemaju reference na IMDb-u i tako dalje, onda pitaju koliko ih ljudi prati, pošaljite nam na njihove Instagram profile i tako. To je sad kao neka nova vrsta lične karte. Sad treba biti pametan.
Pa ne znam, na primjer, kao staviš sve te slike i onda brzo ih posle pa ih skineš, postaviš neke normalne.
Pa da, ili kao brzo brišeš one stare slike.
Mislim da treba imati više profila, onako prilagođenih za različitu publiku.
A ne, pa fora je jedan kao da.
Pa više Instagram profila, pa onda sad ako vas pita neko ko je recimo iz filmske industrije, vi onda kažete imena na tom profilu koji je posvećen tome, pa onda ako vas pita neko iz društva...
A misliš isto kao za CV?
Pa da, kao...
Da.
A bitno je. Castinzi, nakon castinga, to hoću da kažem, koliko dugo, koji je neki najduži vremenski period da se izabere ta uloga? Ne možemo čekati u nedogled. I još jedna stvar, da li, pošto znam da to svi ne praktikuju, ali u slučaju i da je uloga dobijena i da nije, ja mislim da to treba obavestiti i javiti, a obično se dešava da ili niko ništa ne javi, ili javi posle 100 godina, ili...
Dobro, jako pitanje. Znači, mi možemo da vam kažemo iz našeg iskustva stvarno kao da smo se trudile zbog istog razloga i nas je to pogađalo kad ti ne jave da si dobio. Nekad ne može da se stigne. Znači, ako ti se ne jave, smatraš da nisi dobio.
Ali i dešavalo se milion puta, ja čujem, dobili su uloge ti i ti, prođe 6 meseci, ja sam se već pomirila da nisam i dobijem poziv da sam dobila ulogu.
Eto, znači najjednostavniji odgovor za to je ideš na casting, uradiš ga i zaboraviš na to. Zaboraviš, znači dok te ne pozovu da dođeš kao da potpišeš ugovor.
Dobro, pa jest.
Zato što zaista nekad može i da se čeka. Evo, mi smo prošlog leta radili casting za jedan kratki francuski film, onda se tu svašta dogodilo.
Skoro nijedan film kad smo radili nije se snimio kad su rekli.
Došlo je snimanje, nešto se dogodilo, snimanje je odloženo, novi krug castinga u junu ove godine, onda snimanje kad i neko ko, kao, postoje neke uloge koje još uvek nisu izabrane, neki glumci su bili u prvom krugu i možda misle da ništa od toga, možda zaista dobiju ulogu posle 2 godine.
Pa da, pa je onda ta rediteljka povredila nogu, pa zato 2 dana pred snimanje, pa se to odložilo. Pa ne znam koliko tu komplikacija. I sad ti koji su prvi bili na castingu, mi ne možemo da im javimo da nisu dobili jer se ne zna, jer je kao možda će ponovo neko od njih biti u opciji. Znaš. Tako da najbolje da uopšte se u tome ne razmišlja.
Da. Jeste se umorili. Dobro, razmišljam da li možemo nekako da napravimo neku grupnu fotografiju. Mada dosta ljudi je otišlo, ali evo...
Aha, da se...
A gde nam je drugar koji fotka? Otišao je. A da vi nekako ustanete da se vidite bolje. Da. Čekaj, slike. Ko ima ovaj? Ne, to. Kao za svaki slučaj. Ne, evo snimi me ću. Čekajte. Za Patreon, da. Ali ajmo nekako to da se uslikamo ako je moguće. Pa nismo vam se zahvalili. Da. Hvala vam ljudi što ste
Hvala,
došli.
baš ste bili
i što
super,
ste bili deo
saradljivi.
I vidimo neka poznata lica, a upoznali smo i neka nova, zanimljiva lica. Računamo na vas. Sve što imate novo, slobodno šaljite na sav taj glumac start vaše nove fotografije. Bea će vam odgovoriti, ona je tu. Tako da, eto, bit ćemo na vezi za neke buduće radionice i za sve to novo što spremamo za glumce, jer zaista trudimo se koliko god je moguće da vam pomognemo u ovom poslu koji nije nimalo lak. Eto. Hvala vam puno.
Hvala.
Because that we will look smarter if you answer. Okay. Dobar dan i dobrodošli, izvinite malo na kašnjenju. Prvo, hvala mojim sagovornicima Zoranu Panjkoviću i Branku Rosiću što su se odazvali.
Ne znam nam imena.
Da, čitam. Znam i po nadimcima, da.
Ali ne pokazuje prst.
Da, ali su kao da ne pogreš. To smo malo preradili.
To ćemo ovde, nije ni ovde. To ćemo kad bude na engleskom.
Zašto kvačice? Sad, znači, prvo hvala vama što ste se odazvali. Današnja tema je u stvari neki pokušaj razmišljanja o tome šta fest znači osim gledanja samo filmova, odnosno šta u nekom kolektivnoj društvenoj mitologiji, da možemo tako reći, znači i šta mi za nas kao pojedinci i uopšte šta mi primećujemo, šta mislimo da je on za ovo društvo i uopšte gde je sada, gde je bio, kuda će ići i tako da neki početak, zametak razmišljanja o tome gde sve ovo može da bude, s obzirom da svi već neko vreme imamo osjećaj da smo malo u nekoj slepoj ulici i kao i sama kinematografija svetska ispitujemo kuda ovo sve ide i gde je prostor filma u društvu i samim tim festivala. Evo,
divlji fest,
da. Evo, ja bih prvo Branko da kaže šta je za njega fest, pa ćemo se dalje uključivati.
Znači, ono lično, fest, juče sam sreo neku prijateljicu, stariju ženu i onda ona kao šta gledati, ja se sećam kad sam sedela na pomoćnim sedištima, mislim svako nosi tu svoju priču festa i ja nosim recimo priču o prvom festu Rude Boy, Clash film i onda kad su ustali ljudi oko nas, pošto mi smo prvi put videli ovo je kameno doba, mislim, Clash i onaj koncert u parku sa ovim Jimmy Percyjem i Shen 69, ali sad kako god smešno zvuči, mi tad nismo znali kako izgledaju ti bendovi u pokretu, znali smo ih samo sa slika. I onda na festu smo prvi put videli kako Clash izgleda na bini, ne znam, mislim kako izgleda jedan rock band. Bili su oni snimci Top of the Pops, ali recimo nismo znali i to je bilo ludilo i onda smo tapšali i onda su ljudi kao, kud smo kupili karte za ovaj film, onda pola sale izašlo, pošto mi punkeri tapšali i na onoj uvodnoj špici, navijali i onda. To je bio za mene fest. Onda kasnije tih, mislim, masa filmova koji nikad više nisu ušli u bioskopsku distribuciju, to je bila prilika fest. To nije oveštalo, već znam šta sam gledao, Steven Frearsa, Ken Russella i tako dalje i tako dalje. Znači, fest mi je bio, prvi film koji sam gledao bio je Rude Boy. Ali fest je u toj mojoj Zozinoj, tvojoj generaciji pre i posle, ja se bojim da ne ispucam sve priče sad. Evo sad ova muzika koja ide, ja sam, sve se psuje, ne. Da, na engleskom. Popiđeo sam. Može. Kad sam, mogu dobijem karte za Ed Sheerana. Kad sam ovu sad muziku čuo, onda ja sam, isto da kažem na ruskom, falila mi ona stara muzika, tako išlo u Sava centar, i onda kao, šta su promenili, a onda sam se navikao, pošto ja s godinama sve patetičniji, jadniji, nostalgičniji, i onda je sad mi ovo ušlo, ovo taman je za te samo sažaljive za treće doba. Eto, to je, znači i muzika mi je bila fenomenalna. A posjećamo ako još šta je, onda je to i Sava centar, i Zozu kojeg viđam tamo oko Šanka i ne samo, bilo je to.
Da, vratit ćemo se i na te neke lične priče i neke još, i da li Sava centar ili centar grada, ali mene ovo zanima više kao, ajde lično, šta je za tebe, Zozo, isto?
Pa nekako, šta sad znači? Beograd je nekada, pa i sad naravno, imao taj kulturološki ili kulturni Grand Slam, zvani Fest Bitev Bemus. Međutim, mi kao klinci logično nismo se vezivali ni za Bitev ni za Bemus i to neko odrastanje je uvek išlo uz fest. Jednom kad se inficiraš festom, pretpostavljam i svi vi, potpuno je nebitno, imam utisak, naravno je bitno gde se održava, ali nebitno je sada da li će, ne znam, biti ovi ili oni filmovi, a pričat ćemo i o tome, jer su se pojavili među vremenu još mnogi drugi filmski festivali, a pitanje je kolika nam je ciljna grupa, da li ona može sve to da pokrije, jer ne postoje ne postoji suštinski medijska podrška da bi ta neka ciljna grupa opstala i proširila se. I na kraju krajeva, dakle, svi mi koji smo nekako to rano tu infekciju dobili, nama ta infekcija dalje traje i sa zadovoljstvom mogu da kažem da mi ne pada na pamet da odustajem od festa i da samo ne znam šta može se desiti 93. ili 94. kada festa nije bilo, pa da kažeš neću otići na fest. Toliko ličnih priča ima da bi ja izdvojio samo 2 za početak. Prva je da sam sad Rosa da li gledao Rude Boy ili nije gledao Rude Boy, ali dobro zvuči. Moj prvi film je bio Superman, 80. godine, dakle tada sam imao nekih 10 godina i pamtim nebo koje je bilo čisto nad Beogradom. To je neka sredina februara bilo jer je tada fest počinjao poslednjeg petka januara. A bila neka subota 5 popodne, zakasnio sam na projekciju i tako dalje i na kraju sam se izgubio kad sam izašao iz one sale, sam sam gledao film i otišao sam na onu savsku stranu Sava centra i pitao sam policajca gde se nalazi, odnosno milicionera, gde se nalazi moj blok, pa mi je on opisao. A druga lična priča je što sam bukvalno 85. godine sa filma Filipa Kaufmana Right Stuff otišao na operaciju, ozbiljnu operaciju noge, zbog koje kasnije nisam služio vojsku. Tako da je sve to imalo smisla nekako, toliko zanimljivosti od samog stvaranja kulta festa, vidim da je to tema, kult festa raste ne samo sa strane organizacije, već prvenstveno nekih pratećih stvari koje bi trebalo da postoje, a ne postoje, a tiču se festa. Ajde za početak, eto, ta cela neka priča u vezi s tim.
Da, meni je zanimljiva bila ove lične priče zato što pokazuje koliko je u stvari fest negde postao neko mesto gde imamo uspomene i to je ono što u stvari čini fest velikim. Sad njemu je bilo, Rude Boy, ono, da vidi uživo...
Tebe je oslobađenje vojska.
Da, a tebe, na primjer, oslobodilo od vojska, potpuno različite stvari. Ali ono što druga stvar koja me zanimlja jeste kao dvojica ljudi koji se bave društvom i kulturom i negde, zato sam vas i pozvao, zato što mislim da prepoznajete neke stvari u kulturi, u društvu i da nekako umete da ih označite. Negde neke pop kulturne ikone. Mene zanima šta vi mislite da je fest nekad bio, a šta je sada i šta može da bude što se tiče samog društva, u smislu simboličkom. Ne mora bude sad ne znam kako rešenje, niti moramo ponudimo ne znam šta, ali šta misliš, na primjer, Zozo, šta je za tebe, kako ti vidiš šta u ovom društvu to znači?
Pa trebalo bi mnogo da mu znači. Dakle, prvo i osnovno, meni nije jasno zašto postoje medijski sponzori festa. Dakle, onaj ko neće se izveštava o festu, što bi rekli u Peščaniku, ako vam je dobro, onda ništa. Dakle, nema potrebe da taj neko uopšte posećuje Sava centar, odnosno Dom sindikata, odnosno MTS dvoranu. Dakle, potpuno je nevažno da li će postojati neki medijski sponzori festa, za nekoliko ulaznica treba nešto da se piše. O festu mora da se piše i festu mora da se piše ne samo tokom njegovog trajanja, nego i pre trajanja. Dakle, mi smo odrastali u neko vreme kada se znalo šta znači film pre svega. Dakle, imali smo 2 kanala, sada da ne nostalgišem previše, ali ponedeljkom je bio kućni bioskop. Utorkom su bile festove premijere. Sredom je bilo 3-2-1 kreni ili, kako se zvao onaj tokom leta, karika koja nedostaje. Četvrtkom kino oko sa debatom. Petkom serija strana, subotom premijera ozbiljnog stranog filma i nedeljom domaća serija. Dakle, tako je izgledalo 7 dana u životu ljudi koji su živjeli to doba i nekako prirodno je da kad tako odrastaš, da se vežeš za tako neke stvari kao što je fest. Kult festa čine i mnoge druge stvari prateće, ali prvenstveno tu nedostaje podrška medija, jer su mediji danas se podelili na manje žute ili više žute i nekako nemam osjećaj uopšte šta bi ja to mogao na kiosku da kupim ili na kom portalu da se informišem, pa da kažem, aha, to su one informacije koje su slične onima kojima sam dobio tokom 70-ih, 80-ih, na kraju krajeva tokom 90.
Izvini što te prekidam. Mislim, ja sam teo u stvari malo drugačije nešto šta bi rekli, šta je to tada bilo, neka lamentiranja. Ono šta ja mislim malo je različito od ovoga, čisto da malo napravimo i diskusiju. Nekako, ja ne volim kad je to kao moralo bi, mislim, ko to mora? Mislim, znaš, kao to sad dekretom. Drugo, izvini, kaži Branko.
Ne, te prekidam.
Ne, samo da zaokružim. Šta mislim? Znači, prvo ne mislim da to može dekretom. Drugo je vreme. Mislim, tad je bilo 2 kanala i film je više značio. Mislim, ja imam problem u stvari kad se priča o festu što je stalno nešto šta je bilo. Mislim, kako kažem, meni privatno i moj porodici možda ide u korist, ali mislim da je to pogrešno. Nekako ja mislim da potreba i za tim izveštavanjem mora dođe odavde. Odnosno, ako mi ovde smo dovoljno provokativni i ako smo dovoljno ogledalo društva, svi će pisati o tome. Znaš što, kao kad praviš žurku, ti ako nekog moliš da dođe na tu žurku, doći će, ali neće biti neka žurka. Znaš, i kažeš kao morate ovde, ali znaš kao, a ti ovi kaže, tu će se doći. Ja mislim da je to, a sad samo pitanje kako, to je sad neka druga tema.
Mislim, moramo sada, glupo je kao spomenuti geopolitiku i politiku, a mi vidimo onda kada je Sarajevo Film Festival buknuo i dolazak svih tih, moramo biti svesni geopolitike, moramo biti svesni ondašnjeg jazz festivala, a moramo biti svesni zašto su baš oni svi dolazili Jack Nicholson. Ja mislim da sam gledao prvi film kao onako stvarno svesno, možda me sestra vodila da je taj prvi film bio zaista Rude Boy, toga se sećam. Ali ja sam znao, jesam se, jer znam, pazi, sad sam razmišljao kad si rekao, sutradan je bilo Breaking Hazel O'Connor. Da. Sećam se Obraz uz obraz, Milana Dravić i čitava ta posvećena festu, pa Bata Živnović kao Marlon Brando u Kumu, jedna fama festa, ali mi moramo da, ne možemo mi da izbegnemo taj politički kontekst festa, da, i mi znamo da su ovi jazz muzičari prvi došli iz te selekcije američke države koja je odaslala jazz da proširi
američki soft power, zapadni soft power.
Tako je, i fest je sigurno toga, fest je sigurno bio. I sad delo je zaista nerealno, mislim, kao patetično vraća se u prošlost, a zaista je nerealno da danas Tarantino na Novom Beogradu na FDU drži predavanje kakve su one slike Francisa Ford Coppole. Nerealne su te scene i to je značenje. Ja nije da kao sada da pravimo ekstremnu gradaciju, mi ćemo reći šta ne ide na ruku festu.
A šta možemo eventualno da iskoristimo?
I šta može, ne ide, pazite, jedan festival je fest, a sada imamo zonu, koliko se požnjuju naslovi, žesti, autorski, ja sam, seća se ovoga, i Triangle tuge i Parazit gledao na tim festivalima. Tako da ima fest te neke kao stvari koje mu ne idu na ruku. Znači, konkurenciju festivalima, da ova zemlja je mala i nebitna, da bi neko slao tu reprezentaciju i jednostavno
to svakako ne ide.
To je svakako, ali onda da.
Streameri, brže filmovi dolaze u bioskope i tako dalje.
Ali trebalo bi opet sada u nekim arhitektama novog života festa izmisliti šta bi to bilo. Mi imamo pokušaje, nije bila pasivna sa nagradom. Ja sam uvijek bio protiv nagrada, međutim onda sam vidio da
region... Ja sam bio u početku, a onda je
pokazalo se da su regionalne dobre, dobri su bili članovi žirija i onda, mislim, jednostavno raditi, ja nemam ideje, ali vjerojatno neki imaju. Da.
To su sve stvari koje se odnose na, ajde uslovno rečeno, organizacione nemogućnosti, to što si pomenuo da Coppola ili Schlendorf ili Wim Wenders održi predavanje na FDU.
Ali što misliš da je to nemoguće?
Ne kažem da je nemoguće, ali to su...
To deluje sada, ali...
Jeste, pa kažem.
Da, ja mislim da je to...
Ali ja ne govorim sada, to su organizacione poteškoće koje mogu da budu rešene i ne moraju da budu rešene, ali ono što mora da bude, ali zaista mislim da mora da bude, to je ono što si ti rekao da ne mora ništa. Mislim da mora da bude odnos prvenstveno nacionalnog servisa i nacionalnih televizija, ali ajde da kažem prvenstveno nacionalnog servisa. Dakle, odnos prema festu. Znači, mi smo svi odrastali uz Slobu Novakovića, kasnije Nebojšu Đukelića, smo odrastali gledajući hronike festa i pažljivo prateći o čemu će oni to da pričaju. I koga će imati za gosti, na koji način će praviti, pisati i pominjati recenzije svih tih filmova koji su prikazivani. Ali verovatno će se složiti sa mnom da ne možemo da računamo na održavanje kulta festa ako imamo 100 epizode serija koje su snimljene pre 15 godina, ako imamo Svadbu u mom kraju, svo poštovanje prema svim tim formatima, a da nemamo klasičnu redovnu filmsku recenziju osim jedne emisije o filmu. Znači, dakle, imamo 2 ili 3 kanala, a imamo jednu emisiju o filmu. Dakle, to su sve stvari koje moraju da se dese. Na kraju krajeva, vi kad pogledate i stare festove, dakle, pogotovo festove pre početka Sava centra, ako malo zagrebete po arhivi, mislim da može to da se nađe, Minimax je radio emisiju o festu. Dakle,
to je bio početak
kompletan front je bio taj koji je pratio fest. Dakle, sad je otprilike fest na ledini, okrene se i nema nikoga. Tako da ja govorim o tom delu gde postoji mogućnost da se promijeni.
Da, dobro, da, postoji nešto kao i obaveza javnog servisa da se bavi, zato odvajamo. Ali dobro, ja mislim da je čovjek tu javni servis i najbolji. Ja mislim da drugim kanalima ti skoro da nemaš ništa. Tako da, mislim da je to herojski uopšte da Sandra Perović ima emisiju o filmu i da je ona gledana i da se ona trudi stvarno žena.
Ne samo ona, potrebno je da postoji daleko veće.
Ali nemaš ni filmsku kritiku. Znaš, mislim, ti kad pogledaš nedeljnike, to je vrlo onako mršo. Nemaš muzičku kritiku.
Nemaš. Pa ja stalno gušio, kad sam ja bio klinac, bila je kritika baletske predstave, a kamoli filma Superman. Ali to je neko novo doba. Znaš, ja mislim isto da ima jedan problem. Mi imamo, ajde da kažemo da je prednost sve što ima neku tradiciju. I ta tradicija dovodi sve ove ljude, evo i ove ljude nešto slušaju o temi koja deluje dosta neatraktivno, kao sad mi nas trojice smo mnogo pametni i pričamo šta je kult nekog festivala. Ali znači da ima ta tradicija i da ljudi dolaze i su zainteresovani. Sad treba malo samo da nekako ne bude to mana, to što imamo iskustvo, nego da nekako to iskoristimo i da bude drugačije vreme. Možda treba da se usmerimo ako hoćemo mlađu publiku, ne znam, da dođemo do njih. Da li je to TikTok, možda stvarno, ko gleda više televiziju, ti kao filmski, ko gleda klasičnu televiziju? Moja deca, ne znam da li su ikad upalili osim ne znam TikToka, YouTubea, oni ne gledaju kanale, gledaju Netflix, mislim.
Ne, ali pažnja klinaca nije dalje od 10 minuta. Tako da...
Dobro, ajde im priđemo, pa da nešto, ako već želimo da se prilagodimo. Mislim da generalno mi kao društvo stalno patimo kako smo bili veliki kad je bilo Dušanovo carstvo, kad je bila Jugoslavija, pa zal smo trebali ovako, pa kako je bilo, ne znam, Kosovska bitka, mislim, a malo se bavimo onome što je sada. Ja mislim da mi u suštini bi trebali malo više kao da sada i ovdje i malo budućnosti. Mislim,
ja se ne bi okretao mnogo mlađoj generaciji. Mlađa generacija mora samo da prepozna ako je nešto zanima. S obzirom da sada klinci... Pa, znaš šta, klinci se više okreću serijama i negde serije dobijaju tu prednost u odnosu na film. Međutim, tu ne bi pravio nikakav kompromis s te strane, jer ima još dovoljno neke srednje generacije koja, na kraju krajeva, malo starije mlađe generacije koje bi trebalo da prepozna sve te stvari. Na kraju krajeva, ja sad govorim isključivo o stvarima koje mogu da se promene. Mi ne možemo sad stvarno dovedemo što on kaže Rosa Tarantina da održi, ne znam nija šta, možda i možemo. Ja sam siguran da možemo. Pa da, ne kažem, ja mislim da zaista sve možemo.
Uvijek je budu bose.
Pa ne znam, nešto se smisli.
Ili makar u kimono.
Ali ne, ali evo, ajde jedno pitanje. Zašto bi neko uopšte došao u sad, na primjer, na fest, a ne sačekao da ode gleda film kad je u bioskopu? I zašto uopšte gleda u bioskopu, a ne na televiziji? To su ključna pitanja. Znači, mi moramo stvoriti potrebu zašto, evo, ajde pitanje, zašto ti, na primjer, dođeš na fest ili malo pre što si rekao, hoću karte, Jonathan Glazer će biti vrlo brzo u bioskopu.
Da, zato što baš hoću da vidim na festu zbog tih prtljaga prošlosti, zbog tih hodnika, zbog svega. Naravno, eto, pitao sam te da uzmem te karte, doći će vrlo brzo i znam, pisao sam da će doći, ali mi je, to je Zoza što je rekao, ta tradicionalno ono gde smo se viđali po hodnici, nešto ima u toj atmosferi i želji, zaista nemam drugu rečenicu.
Da, sam malo na ježe, bukvalno dok ovo preš. U tom ritualu, znaš.
Tako je. Tako je. I jedan deo feste umro kad je ukinut onaj šank u Sava centru.
I desna nađeš kod levog ili kod desna.
Tako je. Da. I tako da ima tu nešto, sad ovo kao neki čilageri pričaju, ali ima nešto u toj atmosferi i zato želim da gledam. Zato želim da gledam kako se zove ovaj film na festu. Kažem, biće to nekih sredovičnih i starih, nekih kultna smotra sredovečnih i starih koji će želiti. Moja žena je pitala kad smo gledali prekjuče film i ja sam pozdravio neke dve jako mlade devojke i onda šta je to bilo? One su bile studentkinje na FDU. Onda mi žena pitala kao, pa da li dolazi neko još, kako se zove, od studenta, gde su poljoprivredi. Tako da ja ne znam kao koliko je to esnavsko sad, a onda je bilo ultragradski, ultradržavni, znaš, ne moram da budem...
Bilo je prestižno. Moraš da si došao ako postojiš.
Je bilo do šta ćeš gledati na festu, ali zaista evo moja tašta kao je, možda mi zaokružiš filmove koje ću da gledam. Ipak je to neka smotra neke stare generacije, koliko god mi pričali ili ne. A inače uvijek ima ta opanjkavanja sadašnjosti na račun prošlosti i exit. Evo ga, Pulp ima koncerte, zašto nema Pulpa na Exitu, a bio je Pulp na Exitu. Mislim, tako da, šta još postoji? Postoji ovde problem da konzumenti su klinci, u muzičkoj industriji koncerti kao Music Week su bili puniji nego koncerti nekih velikih rock'n'roll zvezda, jer srednja generacija ne ide. Ja se dosta time bavim, bavim se kao fenomen sociološki. Mi zaista, sam gledao koncert sad da idemo u digresije, ali Electric Light Orchestra na Wembleyu, mislim, nisu se oni trudili da prikupe tinejdžere. To su neki sredovečni, u stvari njihova publika iz 70-ih koja sada ima godina koliko i oni, da ne kažemo, ali nije tu bilo prilagođavanja. Kod nas se uvijek mora gađati mlađa publika i sad treba napraviti nešto atraktivno za njih. Ovo kako je sada, to je ipak festival nekih generacija koja je odrastala u tim hodnicima.
Naše malo mlađe i starije.
Tako je.
Mi smo malo različite generacije, ali smo blizu.
I onda sad kao koji fenomen, ajde da ja imam i kasnije da zaradim honorar, pa da razložim priču, da podelim na nekoliko segmenta.
Ne, ali, znaš, izvoli. Da.
Da. No. No. Da.
Tako da možda se i to promenilo. A sad kad sam pričao sa mentorom koji je dugo godina bio na festu, on izna jedan problem koji je verovatno generalno prisutan, da se neki filmovi od strane produkcija mora odmah prikazivati u bioskopima, a ne na primjer na festu. Jer oni imaju premijeru tad nekada, nemaju na festu. Sad super što su bili jorgovani, što su bili još neki filmovi, možda je tu neka caka da što više filmova bude na festu, a da su premijerno prikazani, pa da se na taj način privuče. Naravno, opet ne udaram ono na cenu, kao što sam rekao za Music Week, da je bio besplatan. Ne znam, sad vi imate sigurno informaciju kako je bilo kad je lupom bio serija Tajkun prva epizoda, prvi put kad je bila besplatna projekcija. Ja znam kad sam bio da je bilo preko.
Da, pa ne, ima tu sad raznih strategija, sad da ne ulazimo tu sad, trebali bi onda pozovemo, jel tako, ali odgovoriti ti.
Sad sam zaboravio da ko je to rekao, ali nešto u tim festovim hronikama, poslije ću reći za festovu hroniku tvog oca, jedna godina gde opet sam tu otkrio soundtrack za sažaljenje, samo sažaljenje i patetiku. Dobro, to je Dire Straits, Going Home. S tim se završavao i onda kad se to završilo, meni bio smak sveta, posljednja hronika festa. Koliko je to bilo jezivo, kao nema više nedelje, valjda bilo nedelje i posljednja hronika festa do one tamo godine i odjednom sam osjetio prazninu, kraj festivala. Sad ja opet u digresiju, ali hoću kažem kakav je bio taj kult. Evo ja se sećam zaista tih stvari.
Pa bio
to gašenje.
A i ovo samo, ovo što sam počeo, pošto Uroš Đurić mi rekao, digresije nisu za sredovečne ljude, pošto zaboravimo, evo sad ja, u tim što sam počeo prvim u tim ranim hronikama festa, kad sam bio klinac, gledao sam, onda su pričali, jer socijalizam nije bio elitizam, ili je plašio se da ne zasmrdi po elitizmu u javnosti. Pa fest je bio to kao dolazi ovaj i onaj, i ono sve glamur i crveni tepis i ono, ali čekaj, treba sad radnika nahraniti ne samo šniclom, nego i kulturom, pa sam ja čuo i da li je Milutin Čolić pričao da su bile projekcije i u Rakoviću u nekim fabrikama ili domovima kulture. Znači, fest je išao u narod. Sad ne znam koje su sad strategije približiti ga.
Ali taj socijalizam je donao tu egzotičnost, pa su i takvi gosti bili u prvim godinama festa. Tako da je s te strane imao nekakvu pozitivnu stranu čitave priče.
Apsolutno.
Ali taj kult, to gašenje svetala, odnosno sklanjanje zastava oko Sava centra, to je zaista bilo traumatično svima nama, čak i u poznim 30-im i tako dalje, jer kao da se završila jedna epoha koja nije počinjala sa svečanim otvaranjem festa, nego je počinjala onog trenutka kada se pojavi program u novinama.
Tako je.
Politika je davala, recimo, program u novinama i onda šta se dešava? Dešava se prvo da se prodaju kompleti, da se još ne zna program. To je tek spektakl.
Da.
Onda drugi deo, ponedeljkom je otprilike počinje prodaja karata, a onda nedeljom se okupi ekipa, uzme noćno izdanje Politike i onda u kafani se beleže filmovi i sutradan u 6-7 ujutro si ispred Sava centra. Dakle, sve to, znači to traje sigurno zajedno sa trajanjem festa, fest je obično trajati 10 dana, znači jedno sigurno 20 dana čitav taj ritual i onda idu naravno pripreme za sledeći fest i sve su to stvari, postavlja se pitanje zašto se ne pogleda film na festu ko nekad, dakle, dođeš na fest i posle toga nešto potrediš u bioskop. Eto, to je negde manjkavost festa, rekao bih, ali je ta neka druga stvar, na kraju krajeva nije toliko ni manjkavost festa, koliko je sada činjenica da distributeri moraju da razmisle ako bi napravili takav festival koji kad pogledam sve na festu ne moram posle toga da im u bioskop. Pa ima još puno filmova koji nisu na festu, a pojavit će se kasnije u bioskopskoj distribuciji. Ali činjenica takođe i da imamo još 2 festivala koji su onako vrlo veliki, rekao bih. Iako ovaj drugi festival autorskog filma nije krenuo od samog početka, to je bio festival Jugoslavija filma, nije krenuo u tom pravcu, ali meni je, evo recimo za što tiče ovog festa, drago što imamo kanskog pobednika. Nismo dugo vreme imali kanskog pobednika.
Pa ove godine ja mislim da je program bolji nego i baš je onako, baš je jak i onako potentan, a nije bilo tolike kampanje i pompe kao što smo...
Čak i nekih nevolja.
Da, tako da mislim da je dosta pritom su raspravljate karte, mislim, stvarno ne može se nađu karte. Tako da je to onako, ja mislim da sad postoje očigledno potrebe, uprkos tome što se renovira Trg Nikole Pašića ispred, što je po meni skandal.
To je strašno.
Da nije moglo 5 dana se sačeka dok se, kao da neki drugi grad te dve stvari radi.
Ja sam prvo mislio da se ulazi ne u kroz svečani ulaz, nego da se ulazi sa strane.
Ne znam, baš je onako.
Iz Čalkitovog pasaža.
Ali dobro, nije najveći problem ovog društva, ali onako baš dosta simptomatično i dosta tužno.
Znaš u katalog?
Pa izaći će.
Dobro.
Znači, on ima sve kataloge, i on me pita stalno kad će katalog, onda ja pitam gore kad će katalog u printanom obliku. Tako da kolekcionar Zoza...
Imam kući Commodore, tako da ja moram da gledam print.
Ali dobro, mislim, evo, otišli smo, ali što je zanimljivo, ja sam potpuno drugačije mislio da ćemo pričati više o tom socijalnom fenomenu, mi smo sad odličili u nešto što je razmišljanje šta dalje i tako, što kao svi Srbi imamo rešenja za sve ove svetske probleme, ali mislim da je to očigledno čim smo krenuli u tome, odnosno vas dvojica, ja nisam nekako mogao da usmerim drugačije. To znači da velika je potreba za time da se promisli šta i kako dalje. Evo, povodom toga, ono što se onako ispod radara stalno priča, a nikako javno, ne znam što se ljudi toga brinu, da pomenu, kao postala ideja da fest krene da bude u septembru, na primjer. Da bi se izbeglo pa u stvari da može posle Kana, da bi ljudi drugo, ovdje imamo problem, ne možemo dobiti nešto zato što Berlin se bukvalno ove godine preklopio s festivalom, zato je nekad bilo u februaru, sad je već skoro u martu. I sad šta vi mislite o tome? Ja sam onako ambivalentan prema tome, iskreno. I kao član odbora, glasali smo pre par godina bude u septembru.
Bio si uzdržan, da?
Ne, nisam, bio sam tad za to, ubedili su me da je to dobra ideja, ipak je ostalo iz drugih nekih razloga, ali kao, šta vi mislite, to je bukvalno zanimljiva tema.
Pa, septembar nekako nije bioskopski mesec. Nekako bioskopski meseci, bar u mojoj logici, startuju od oktobra. Ali recimo da bi taj neki oktobar možda mogao da bude rešenje, zato što, kao kakav je to fest ako ne ostaviš jaknu na garderobi, na primjer. Ima i toga. Što se tiče samog januara, februara, osim puke nostalgije, ne vidim nekakav sad imperativ da mora da se desi. Tada bilo je priča i da se zbog Oskara takođe pomerao i tako dalje, ali prvenstveno zbog Berlinskog festivala, ali i činjenica da dođe relativno bajat kanski pobednik na fest, a to je...
Da, ne može da sačeka, mislim, tu je sad pitanje odnosa s distributerima, poslovno šta se dobije i tako dalje, da ulazimo sad, to su već neke taktičke stvari.
Meni je dobar period.
Kako?
Meni je dobar i to ne samo za tradicije. Oktobar je jazz festival, sajam knjiga, on jeste dobar da preduhitri možda ove festivale, zonu i to, ali negde ovo je, u pravu sve se za ovo da je bajatka, mislim da ne ponavljam šta ste vi rekli, ali negde ovo postaje jedan dosadan period kada se sve ispuca u decembru i novembru i onda je onako čisto kalendarski prazan sa kulturnim događajima.
U samom gradu.
I u samom gradu, jer ja kao po prirode posla stalno dobijam mailove sa događajima. I upravo kao sada ima oskudica šta da objavim jer je prazno. Januar i februar januar ništa nema, a februar onako se kao diže na noge, ali slavo. Tako da je to uvek meni zbog toga. Ne filmski, nego čisto čista kultura.
Četvorobroj.
Pa dobro, da, zanimljivo. To je, na primjer, evo, to je tema za razmišljanje, mislim, i za neke buduće odbore i za sam grad, mislim, pošto ta tema je nekako krenula ispod žita i svi kao pričaju, onda svi kao se dele da li si za ovo ili za ono, ja mislim da je to zanimljivo razmisliti.
Pa, znaš kako, ne mora, ajde recimo, jazz festival nešto kači novembar i tako. Možda treba razmisliti o pomeranju slobodne zone takođe ili autorskog filma.
Ja mislim slobodna zona nije gradska.
Ne, sve jedno.
Neće oni pomeriti.
Ja sad govorim da se ne bi došlo do pomeranja. Znači, ako se fest bude selio na jesen, treba voditi računa i o ostalim festivalima, da sad se ne zalepe.
Pa da, tu se lepe. Mislim, autorski film se lepi za slobodnu zonu nešto mesec dana, ja mislim, samo da je... I manje, da. Tako da još kad bi se fest nabio, to je ono 3 festivala za mesec i po dana, misliš, što je.
Da, pitanje da li ima uopšte toliko ponuda filmova i da li publika, znaš, mi svi računamo, treba kako odvojiti neke novce i pažnju i vreme.
Iako su se i različito profilisani.
Ovako ostane od slava, pa daš.
Da. Za komplet. Lepinju.
Dobro, ali ajmo još par... Da, na primjer, evo, i obojice smo bili protiv toga da bude festival sa nagradama, ali pokazalo se u stvari dalo neki duh. Ja sam bio potpuno protiv, to je sad potpuno
anti-festovstvo, da. Međutim, oni kažem, uvek se mora naći taj kao to oživljavanje festivala i neka provokacija koja bi ga želio. Ja sam bio protiv, kao je onda kao on ulazi u neke prosečne festivale.
I tako i meni, kao sad nisi više...
Kao šta sad, nisi ti sad, kako ćeš se meriš sa nekim. Da, s nekim.
A bio si bitniji od Karlovari čak kao izlog neki, iako je Karlovari
festivale uvek bio.
Ali ovo sad bočnim tim, da to nije taj onoj za nas festovske fanove festival, nego ti bočni kao, jako nisu bočni ti za nagrade i onda je jako dobar žiri, jako dobri gosti iz regiona.
Da, regionalno je postao bitniji.
Regionalno je on bitan.
To je, mislim, na primjer, ono što je
to je ono što bi trebalo da ide. Jer Sarajevo ga gađa, oni već prave, sećam se, oni prave neke partije već u junu, zovu novinari, neka predigra samog festivala, gde se ćapiše kao pažnja i publika. Mislim da je sa nametanjem regionalnog koncepta, mislim da bi to ubrizgalo festu jako dosta.
Pa to ima sad nešto.
Da.
Možda čak i grupisati te regionalne filmove, da li u jednoj sali, jednom terminu ili tako dalje.
Ali tako je bilo. Ako se sećaš, je bilo u Sad centru, ovde u Domu sindikata su bili takmičarski program domaći, jel tako, i regionalni, a Sad centar je više bio ono što je festival, neki gala.
Tako je.
Gde su što hitovi, što dobri filmovi, makar bili ne toliko komercijalni.
Nema razloga da Beograd bude u senci Sarajevskog film festivala, pogotovo iz činjenice više ne postoji, praktično postoji naravno Pulski festival, ali daleko je taj Pulski festival
osim arene nema taj značaj.
Pa čak i u Beogradu bilo posle Pulskog festivala, zvalo se Mala Pula, pa u Kozari su bili premijerno prikazivani domaći filmovi. Ta regionalnost, to je mesto gde može da se stavi noga u vrata, i čak sa nekoliko dobrih gostiju i sa odličnim, ne znam, pratećim programima za koje uvek ima prostora, mislim da za koju godinu Beograd bi mogao lagano da bude na prvom mestu u regionu, a da...
Pa da, ali znaš kao prošle godine je to nekako lažno napravljeno od jedan put neki skandal, nešto nesrećno je rečeno, bit ćemo bolji od Sarajeva, pritom bit ćemo drugačiji. Sarajevo je u stvari nakon rata u Bosni i tako dalje iz geopolitičkih opet razloga skočili, svaka im čast, mislim, što se tiče festivala, i stvarno su postali veliki festival, ima odlične prateće programe.
Da. Pa kako su oni sad, ne znam da te prekidam, oni su, ja znam iz ovih TV kuća koje se bave televizijskim serijama, oni su uveli nagradu, jako to filmski festival, oni su reagovali i bilo je klanja da li će dobiti, sećam se nekih mojih drugara iz neke serije gde su bili pokošeni, razočarani. Ko će dobiti, tako da je i to dalo, kao i nije umanjilo da je to Sarajevo film festival, a ne Sarajevo TV festival, ali te festival televizijskih serija nije uopšte umanjilo, nego čak ga diglo.
Pa da.
I oni, znači Sarajevo ima i taj...
Tačno smo pričali da moramo da budemo savremeni.
Da. Sarajevo ima i dobar muzički prateći program čitavog tog festivala. A opet, s druge strane, recimo, šta bi možda moglo da bude zanimljivo? Ok, naravno razdvojiti fest od jazz festivala, ali zašto ne bi fest bio neka vrsta, uslovno rečeno, muzičkog tizera za jazz festival? Jer, ne znam koliko znate, dakle, ja ne znam ni jedan filmski festival koji ima 2 gramofonske ploče, a fest ga ima. Dakle, 74. i 76. godine su se pojavila 2 onako soundtracka kompilacija muzike filmova koji su pojavili tih godina na festu. Ajde da ne govorim da postala i festova biblioteka.
Da, ja imam
knjige, naravno.
Odlične knjige.
Odlične. Paklu Pomoranđu sam ja vratio, a da bi sačuvao stalno... Da, Serping, da.
Tako da, recimo, kad se završe filmske projekcije, da u nekom noćnom klubu, a kapacitet ove dvorane je i takav, da se prave nekakvi tizeri koji će najavljivati neki jazz festival koji će biti za 10 dana, sa 3 nedelje, nebitno, ali da se napravi nekakva šira priča koja bi pokrila suštinski sve onako kulturne koloseke o kojima mi sada na kraju krajeva i pričamo.
Pa dobro, zanimljivo. Mislim, s obzirom da to sve je koordinirano iz Skupštine grada, odnosno gradskih vlasti, svi ti događaji, što da ne, da tu ima neku, sad moderna reč, sinergiju.
Progure nam ovu ideju.
Da, reći ću da
iz komiteta, da.
Pa dobro, ono što meni isto je zanimljivo, jel vi vidite da je to breme tog festivala što je nekad bilo toliko bitno, ili je to kvalitet, ili jedno i drugo? Mislim, pošto mene užasa u stvari svaki put stalno počinje s tom strašnom nostalgijom kako je bilo, i mislim to je baš tužno, to je kao da se imaš novu devojku i kažeš, ali kako je bilo, mislim, ona kad sam bio u srednjoj školi, mislim, katastrofa. Nije katastrofa, nešto što izbjegneš, što stvar koja traje pola veka, prosto neminovno tako, to je dobro, ali da li je to breme koje može se ponese ili da iz toga možemo nešto?
Pa i kad u Sarajevo dođe Galija umjesto U2-a za 20 godina, onda će reći da je festival ima breme i da je potpuno kako je bilo nekad. Kad je Bono Vox dolazio, sad Neša Galija se sapleo na crvenom tepihu.
Ali Neša Galija kao neuništiva.
Neuništiva. Filmska figura.
Dolazi sa juga, da.
Jedan čovjek, ovo se snima, ako neko javi Neši Galiji.
Evo, sad ću da otpevam 4 ove pesme, jednu za drugu, kao one.
Ja bih htjela nešto da dodam. Ja sam Aleksandra Kostadinović, scenarista. Zahvaljujem Milošu što me pozvao. Ja sam 2015. bila u organizaciji festa i mogu da vam kažem jedan insight sa vrlo, vrlo dobar izveštaj, da ovo sve što govorite i što ga osjećamo a Da Vinci kaže da svaka naša spoznaja počinje osjećanjem, ja moram vam kažem da smo mi last minute doveli Richarda Dreyfusa u Beograd. Kad nešto srcem radite, onda vas Bog nagradi, pa sam ja i moja deca koji smo okrenuli, Beograd je svetski grad, i evo sad da kažemo, evo sad da uradimo test koga hoćemo da dovedemo sledeće godine, ova ekipa u ovoj maloj sali možda ga dovede. Svako otvori svoj adres book, pozove nekog svog i dovešće ga. Znači, te godine je došao Richard Dreyfus i ja moram da kažem da sam imala privilegiju da 7 dana ja i moja deca provodimo od jutra do sutra s njim. On je rekao da je ovo najfilmofilski grad na svetu. Znači, ako je Miloše to naša nostalgija, bivša devojka, kako dođe Oskarovac, predsjednik udruženja svih američkih glumaca, znači on je bukvalno predsjednik udruženja američkih glumaca, i kaže, vi ste najfilmofilski grad na svetu. Kako? Čime je to izmerio? Pa izmerio je svojom genijalnošću i hipersenzitivnošću. Da li mi se malo stidimo da u ovim životnim i, kako kažem, kulturološkim aktivnostima kažemo da, ovo je svetski festival i da to smemo da kažemo sa punom verom? Jer onda ćemo se tako mi prvi odnositi prema njemu. Ja sam se te godine tako odnosila i rezultat te, otišla sam u CBF i rekla, ali koliko od poznatih i velikih umetnika dolazi ovde? Oni su rekli, niko nemamo budžet. Nije to opravdanje. Znate, ako imate tradiciju...
Pa ne, to ono kad sam rekao što ne bi Tarantino
Ja se tu sa gospodinom Panjkovićem slažem od početka do kraja. Mislim, stvarno divno govorite, nije to emocija. To je nivo vere u ono što već imamo.
Pa sumnjam da bi Dreyfus došao sada kad bi vidio ove radove oko Doma sindikata.
Ne, došao bi sigurno, došao je za dž.
Idem u McDonald's.
Ja vam svedočim, možete proveriti u CBF-u. Znači, došao je za dž i rekao, vi ste najfilmofilski grad na svetu, zovite me da dođem sledeće godine.
Dobro, i ove godine Farhadi je ogromno ime, 2 Oscara.
Ne, okej, ali kažem, mi možemo da imamo odnos prema tome da je to nešto ekstraordinarno što je živjelo i raslo u Beogradu. To nije nostalgija.
Ne, mi
to
svi
je
se
samo
slažemo. Ne, mi se svi slažemo, inače ne bi ovde sad sedeli. Ja mislim da je toliko ekstraordinari da zavređuje barem ovoga da smo se potrudili da se ovo sve pravi i to, ono, kako kažem, volonterski. Tako da, ja u to duboko verujem, nego je samo pitanje kako oživeti malo tu vatru. Ja bih volao da sad ovde
strašću,
se uđe ovde.
Ljubavlju.
Da.
Pa moramo se ložimo na fest.
Tako je.
Mislim, moramo se ložimo, ja se ložim i dan danas. Kako vam kažem, moj tata je znao iz inostranstva gde je radio, bio je građevinski inženjer, iz ove iz sred Sibira i pita, je li bila Sandra u Italiji, znam da je za 2 meseca fest. Znači, to je jedan građevinac, crnotravac, prostodušan, drag, ali u mojoj kući je to bilo, kako vam kažem, ide fest, znači, ili ima šešir, nema šešir. Ako nema šešir, to je ne daj Bože. I to nije fancy kuća, nisam rođena na dvoru. To je Rudo 1, konjarnik, istočne kapije grada. Nisam jedina, kako vam kažem, moramo ga volimo.
Iz istog kraja.
Da, pa da. Rudo 1. Znači, kako vam kažem, nije to sad bilo ništa, to je bio mainstream, ložimo se na fest.
To je to. Što bi mi sada, što bi fest imao medijskog sponzora, zaista? Na to se ložiš ili se ne ložiš?
Zato sam rekla se slažem sa vama potpuno i neću sad da uzimam mikrofon pošto kad krenem, ali moram da vam kažem, rekao Richard Dreyfus i tu ću da postavim dilemu svima, zovite me sledeće godine, zovite me opet, pošto ja nisam zvaničan kulturni radnik, ne znam zašto nije pozvan, ali nije pozvan. I ja sam bila na ručku u Beton hali kad je on pozvao Stevena Spielberga i sad pošto ste vi dobili dozvolu da malo psujete, ja ću kažem kako je to bilo, na moje oči ja sedim ono kao popravljam frizuru ko tetka za udaju i na video kolu mi je Steven Spielberg, jer je to njegov drug. I Steven Spielberg ga pita, what the fuck you are doing in Belgrade? I on kaže, you won't believe this. Nećeš verovati. To je najfilmofilski grad na svetu. I mi taj commitment, 2 genijalca, ja ne znam zašto nikad nije došao, ali rekao, zovite me, dolazim sledeće godine. Ako treba, snimit ću spot za fest. Te godine je Milena Dravić došla da igra u spotu. Znači, kako vam kažem, moramo se ložimo. Došlo neko vreme, ko se loži, on je nervni bolesnik. Ja odolevam tome. Ja se ložim i dalje. Eto. Neću više uzimati.
Lepo je. Inspirati.
Tako je. Apsolutno.
Ne smije ni da se natura, nego to treba da ima neki kult bez da, pa ne mogu da kažem.
Ne, ono kao, treba dođe Tarantino priča s klicima. Pustit ćemo, mediji će da jave, dolazi Tarantino, svi će da pokidaju da dođu, a ajde da probamo da dozovemo, aj si igra. Ajde za 5 dana da dozovemo Tarantino, ja vam garantujem.
Eto, sledeće godine do karantina. Do godine. Dobro, ali ja stvarno isto mislim da je sve moguće. Znaš, nije...
Jeste, apsolutno.
Što bi se reklo, dok ne probaš, sigurno nećeš uraditi, ali ako probaš, bar ćeš herojski poginuti, ako ništa drugo. Dobro, ja bi ovime zaokružio ovo, mislim, hvala vam. Imate još pitanja? Izjava. Izvinite, Goran Tarlać, radnik u kulturi.
Ja sam Goran. Ovako, slažem se sa Rosom. Februar je dobro vreme. Oktobar najranije. Drugo loženje, ovo što je gospođa rekla, mislim, to ti treba da... ti ili neko sličan tebi da pravite, da pravite famu od događaja. Dakle, loženje je jako važna stvar. Takođe, kad govorimo, mislim, ovo je sad stvarno vrlo lično, intimno. Zamišljanje je takođe važna kategorija u intimnim biografijama ljudi koji nisu odrasli u Beogradu. Ja sam jedan od tih, kao što znate. Ja sam mnogo zamišljao fest pre nego što sam došao ovde. Da, Richard Dreyfuss. 2016. godine je bio festival 7 veličanstvenih u Sava centru i bio, možda nekog gleda, onaj film o tangu, onaj zavađeni bračni par, argentinski film, i onda je reditelj tražio od publike nešto da ustanu, jer nikada u životu nije video da je se okupilo toliko ljudi na dokumentarnom filmu, dakle pun Sava centar, uključujući i balkon. Dakle, loženje, to je važna stvar. Sad da se vratim na ovo što sam rekao, intimna biografija. Dakle, ja sam odrastao u žešćoj Vukujebini na granici Bosne i Hrvatske. Bili su, u vreme festa su se davali neki filmovi sa festa te ili prethodne godine na televiziji i nas je nastavnik terao da sutradan ili naredne nedelje pišemo o tim filmovima, nastavnik književnosti. I ja sam tada prvi put nešto u životu pisao i počeo se baš da ložim, dobio sam i neku nagradu i počeo baš da se ložim i ja sam, zahvaljujući, mislim, cijela priča ima poentu, i zahvaljujući, ja sam baš počeo da se ložim ozbiljno na pisanje, naravno, talenat je, ali ta prokleta stvar, pa onda čovjek shvati da to ne može, to baš tako, ali, dakle, pretpostavljam da Milošu baš nije baš najprijatnije sad da pričamo o tome, ali volao bi da Rosa ili Zoza pričaju o hronikama festa i festoviziji, koliko je to značilo za zaljubljivanje u film, kao pa mislim, tipično propagandno sredstvo vrhunskih dometa. Otprilike tako bih ja to opisao. A za Milošu bi, mislim, nemojte se obraćati meni nego ovim mlađima, a ti bi mogao da objasniš kako je to tehnički funkcionisalo. Mislim, to živa uključenja.
Ja mogu tehnički objasniti kako je upravljanje večer funkcionisalo, sad ne znam kako Hronika Fest. Ali, ne, samo jedna stvar.
Mislim, ovo isto loženje. Dakle, to, mislim, kako bih rekao da je to jedan od ključnih reči koje su danas izgovorene ovde. Izvinjam se, kad je Rebeka Fest, valjda 32. godine, se vratila sa svog drugog putovanja po Jugoslaviji, ja se rasplačem kad se toga setim. Ona je oduševljeno pričala, kad se vratila u Englesku, svom mužu o Jugoslaviji i on je na to odgovorio da, otprilike ovako, dakle, tamo su svi srećni. Na kakve ljude je ona ovde zatekla. Vrlo mi je bilo dirljivo to da gledam, kažem, pun Sava centar na dokumentarnom filmu. Naredne godine zima u Beogradu bila grozno hladna i teška. Jutarnje projekcije nedeljom, one u 10 ili 10:30 su već bile popunjene. To je velika stvar.
Jeste. I ajde, možemo produžiti, pa da je to
ne, Zoza ili Rosa, dakle, Hronika Festa. Hvala.
Pa evo, Hronika Festa otprilike je bila pretposlednja stvar pre one odjavne špice Gordi grade naš. Nekako uvek Hronika Festa, pa se odjavi špica, pa ono toku noći nema nikakvog programa. Hronika Festa, čak i da si imao 40 kanala, 140 kanala, Hronika Festa je užasno važna stvar iz prostog razloga što to nemate u školi, to nemate na fakultetu, osim ako niste na FDU, ali mislim čak i na FDU, da takva vrsta analize filmova nije nešto što je redovna pojava. Hronika Festa je dovodila uvek zanimljive goste, bilo je tu polemika, bilo je tu različitih mišljenja i onda dok gledate Hroniku Festa, vi paralelno čitate katalog koji se pojavio prvog dana festa. I vi čitate katalog i vi sada već gledate o tom filmu, ako ga niste pogledali, a recimo Hronika Festa je meni bila onako najuticajnija. Ja sam ne znam 82. godine da li je tvoj otac vodio tada ili je bio Slobodan Novaković, ne mogu tačno se setim, ali Hronika Festa mi je otvorila potpuno vidike za film Galipolje. I onda je nakon toga...
Galipolje sam dobio nagradu.
Stvarno? Eto, vidiš. To je taj krajiški senzibilitet koji deliš sa mnom. Dakle, ja sam odmah nakon toga, Galipolje se pojavio Fest na Bisu i čekao se red nenormalno i za taj Fest na Bisu, to su bili redovi kao za Fest, to nepojmljivo. I tako da, recimo, to otvaranje, i baš je išao insert, odnosno trailer je išao iz Galipolja, da su istovremeno pojavili i Jean-Michel Jarre sa Oksiženom i Albinoni sa Adagijom, gde otprilike onako u tom trenutku čuješ i za Albinonija, i za Adagio, i za Petera Vira, i sve živo, uopšte ti je toliko nebitna i glumačka podela, a kasnije budeš fasciniran i njom. Tako da je nekako, nije samo to bio trenutak kao prošao je neki film, pa sad se pričalo o tom filmu, nego je to zaista imao edukativni karakter pre svega.
Zdravo, poštovanje svima. Ana je moje ime. Imam iskustva iz teorije filma, studirala sam komunikologiju u Norveškoj i tako dalje. Branko me zna već godinama i izuzetno sam zainteresovana za ovakve teme i ložim se na njih. I htjela bih samo ovako, pokušat ću da nekako sumiram. Suma sumarum, apropo toga da su nekad dolazili velike hollywoodske face, mi smo bili mnogo balansiranija nacija u smislu toga da smo bili okrenuti i zapadu i istoku. Mislim, i u toj atmosferi je stvaran fest.
A gde smo sad okrenuti?
Ne znam gde smo okrenuti, ne bih da odgovaram na provokativna pitanja, ali ima mnogo veze mislim da ima mnogo veze sa geopolitikom, između ostalog ima veze sa tim što su nam političari otišli u zvezde, a glumci su nam otišli u blato. Vrlo ovako opisno da se izrazim ilustrativno, ali mislim da i treća stvar je da postoji nešto što se zove građenje publike, razvoj publike. Znači, gospođa je preko svog oca nasledila tu ljubav prema filmu, festu, festivalu, toj celoj atmosferi beogradskoj, a mnogi to nemaju. Postoje jedan rez, jel tako, 90. pa početak 2000-ih i nadalje, jedan vrlo hiruški rez koji je napravio tu dihotomiju između vremena koje se odnosi na početke festa, njegovog zlatnog doba i ovog na neki način, da sad ne dramatizujem, ali sunovrata. Mislim, ne znam kako drugačije da to formulišem. I sad smo tu gde jesmo i sad imamo mladu publiku koja uopšte nema neki odnos prema tome, prema kultu festa, ako se ovo zove, ovaj panel zove kult festa sad i nekada. I pritom je mnogo njih otišlo odavde, oni koji su voleli fest i bili publika redovna. Ne smemo i to da prenebergemo tu činjenicu da je jako puno ljudi otišlo iz ove zemlje koje su inače dolazili redovno na ovaj fest.
Ali, znaš kako, to je ono što smo počeli da pričam. Prvo, ne bih da kažem su sad glumci otišli u blato, pošto ne je bilo fair, ima divni glumaca, neki su možda otišli u politiku, ali su i dalje možda dobri glumci, a također ima fantastičnih glumaca. Mislim da je to jedno od retkih zanimanja gde i dalje imamo kvalitetne ljude, ajde da budemo pošteni prema njima. Ali sad ima raznih, je li tako neki? Ali to je upravo bilo ono pitanje kako približimo mlađoj publici, ali ja bih rekao, evo kad pogledamo i ovdje i u toku dana su dolazili vrlo mladi ljudi i na ove panele, tako da mislim ljudi odlaze, šta radimo, mislim, to teško ćemo, ali neki dolaze, Goran je došao, igrom slučaj, ali kako se zove, mislim da mislim da treba pozitivno da razmišljamo, da se trudimo, pošto i fest je jedna od stvari zbog kojih i ostaješ. Mislim, ti ako imaš kulturni sadržaj, ti si sklon da ostaneš u tom mestu. Ako te nešto tu veže i ako tvoj život isplojen, ti ćeš pre ostati ovde nego otići, ne znam, u Stuttgart, mislim. Je li tako? Tako da, mislim, i ovi razgovori, to je pokušaj upravo toga, da postoje. Evo, u Stuttgart.
Jel idete u Stuttgart?
Pa ne znam, evo, to je moje mišljenje. Mislim da treba da razmišljamo pozitivno, pokušamo da vidimo da nekako i zatvorimo ovo sa nekom pozitivnom razmišljanjem, da sve dok mi pričamo i želimo da se ovim bavimo i interesuje nas i ovako se napalimo, da je to, da neke nade ima. Što bi se rekao, svi smo mi u blatu, ali neki od nas gledaju u Zvezdi ili u filmsko platno. Tako da mislim da ne treba tu odustajati, a i mislim, divno je da uopšte imamo priliku da o ovome pričamo i da slobodno pričamo. U krajnjoj liniji, neke su teme, ja sam bio malo u nezgodnoj situaciji, pošto sam ja član odbora, pa kao sad nije baš okej kritikovati sada, posle znam šta je iznutra, koja je problematika.
Dobili smo instrukcije.
Da, ne, ja sam malo ne znam sad, ja moram da budem...
Koliko dug mail sam dobio tebe juče.
Šta da, nemoj. Ne, nije, vrlo smo otvoreno sve pričali, nego hoću da kažem, nezgodno je. Ja znam iznutra kojim probleme se susreću ljudi koji to organizuju, koji su problemi da se uopšte fest desi, da se dobije na vreme, budžeti i tako da. Tako je to herojski posao uopšte da ovo postoji, mislim iskreno. Tako da
javljam se ovima
da
što
prihvati
u Nemačku.
U Stuttgart, evo, postojimo i dalje.
Ovako se rađa mlađa publika, potkaš svoje ime i okačeš.
Dobro, u svakom slučaju, ako ima neko još nešto od vas da kaže, evo, to je poslednji put, nemojte ili nemojmo pričati do sledeće.
Svaka čast zbog rečenice, mene Branko poznaje.
Ja se izvinjam što vas prekinem, ovdje pokušavam da se javim da vam vidite. Čini mi se da sam možda ovdje i najmlađa, ali upravo pošto pričate o mladoj publici, imam potrebu da se obratim, da kažem svoje mišljenje o svemu tome. Ja sam završila filmsku režiju i sada sam na master iz produkcije i kao neko ko ima 25 godina i prati fest po svoje 18. godine, ono što negde uviđam jeste da mislim da mladi definitivno treba budu više uključeni u samu organizaciju, pripremu samog festivala, da prosto negde upravni odbor čuje šta mladi i studenti FDU-a i uopšte ostalih akademija, produkcije i režije žele da vide i da čuju ovde na festivalu. Ovo što ste uveli ove panele prošle godine, preprošle je fenomenalno i to je zaista divna stvar, ali bilo još bolje kad bi se svi ložili i dovodili mnogo jače i bolje imena i neka svetska imena i mislim da bi tada mnogo više bilo posvećeno. Također ono što vidim negde kao neko isto rešenje, toliko ima sada mladi, da kažem, influencera i tiktokera, youtubera i ljudi koji se bave i promovišu film, ali oni su mogli da budu uključeni u promociju i marketing festivala. To se nikad do sad nije uradilo. A mislim da je bilo sjajno, jer generalno marketing je nešto što je danas neizostavno, a pogotovo mladi, ako ne vide nešto na Instagramu ili TikToku, oni to neće... Apsolutno, da, kao neki projekat, kao, tako je, da, kao neki projekat, kao neki razvoj.
Ti si potpuno u pravu i mislim, hvala ti i na lepim rečima i na ovoj kritici konstruktivne. Ne, to je sigurno, ja mislim da i pokušavamo, sad nije to baš sve lako, ovo je veliki mehanizam i pitanje i tako dalje, ali ideja jeste da se studenti što kroz neki rad na samom festivalu i da se uključe, upoznaju, mislim, to su stvarno fantastične iskustva i upravo i ovi paneli su upravo to da prosto se vi ljudi negde i upoznate i vidite, da ne bude samo ušao sam u bioskop i gledam film u mraku. Mislim,
tako je, da, ali evo, mislim, i desila se situacija u tom smislu da možda čak i akreditacije nisu postojale ni za studente fakulteta. To moram, evo, da kažem ovako, zato što mislim da s jedne strane razumem potrebu da se prodaju karte, ali onda moguće da se otvore još neka sala kojih toliko ima u Beogradu, pa da se puste studenti da gledaju filmove s akreditacijama.
Ranije je bilo na FDU, ja sad ne znam da li ima.
Ima da, ali nešto poprilično šturo. Nema na tom nivou što je neki takmičarski program koji bi možda volili da propratimo ovde. Ono što mi je sjajno na FDU jeste što ima taj Q&A deo sa ekipama i to je nešto što je divno.
Što je super, to je unapređenje, zato što je Miloš Pavlović bio do ove godine u odboru i to je bio upravo pokušaj da se malo približi i fakultetu i mlađima. Sad koliko smo uspeli, očigledno nedovoljno, ali mislim da je to i stvarno možemo sad ovih dana, ću ja biti tu, mislim možemo stvarno evo sledeće godine
da napravimo neki program, da to bude prosto u tom smislu. Ne samo program,
nego prijavite se da pomognete.
Evo ja sam tu, želim zaista. Mislim da pokrećemo neke nove stvari, neke nove mlade, neke nove priče, jer kao na nama sve to ostane na neki način.
A posebno na vama sa FDU, nažalost, ni Rosa, ni ja nismo FDU, mi smo neki tehnički fakulteti, a opet smo se ložili na taj fest. Na kraju se ispostavlja da sada trenutno jedini vetar pravi koji treba da duva je taj vetar sa FDU-a, a da ga organizator to prepozna.
Pa evo, što se tiče, na primjer, Fest Pro, evo, možete, mislim, već koliko sreća 2 dana tu, evo, imamo u ovom Lisabonu, tu je, dobrodošli ste, imate i da se okrepite i tako dalje, i da stvarno napravimo neki plan. Znam da si ozbiljno, ali
Molitveni doručak
sad. Molitveni doručak će. Ne, šalu na stranu, ne, stvarno mislim da je to korisno i stvarno nije ovo prazne reči. Evo, računajte da stvarno sledeće godine 10 ljudi možemo izaberemo i da nam pomognete.
To može bude fenomenalno zaista i za njihovo iskustvo i za podizanje festivala i za marketing festivala. Divno je što su volonteri, što su mladi volonteri tu, ali samo to neko učešće u organizaciji samog programa, samih panela, promocije kratkometražnih filmova možda. Meni je fenomenalno što ste uveli da otvaranje bude kratki film pa dugometražni. To ja mislim da je nešto što kad bi se sa, ne znam, diplomskim filmovi, koliko izađe na FDU svake godine 6-7 filmova, a gde su akademije umetnosti, gde su druge akademije.
Postoji ovaj kratkometražni festival.
Ne, znam naravno, ali znate koja je vrednost, koja je veličina kada neki student dobije mogućnost da mu film vidi, pa makar i u maloj sali, u dvojici, u trojici, nekolicina na festu. To je jedna privilegija velika, tako da u tom smislu.
Da, slažem se i to su sve dobri predlozi. Ja mislim da je najkorisniji upravo oko toga šta u stvari mladi i zanima i koji su kanali komunikacije. Mislim da smo mi previše čak stari da bi uopšte razumeli. Ja imam mladu decu, pa kao kroz njih malo nešto tu načujem, pa ih pitam i tako dalje.
Sigurno se ima jako puno mladih koji bi se uključili, tako da to nek bude neka sledeća ideja i kampanja.
Računajte da je poziv otvoren, možete bukvalno ovaj gest, ovo što ste prijavili za akreditacije, pošaljite neke CV-eve, otko znam, i da se dogovorimo onda sledeće godine da ne možemo da obećamo, možda će biti kao zaposlenje, ali da pomognete i da počnete.
Pa ne, ali niko to ni ne traži u tom smislu. Nisam ja ovo rekla iz toga, nego iz potrebe da nešto dalje razvijamo.
Samo da ne bude pogrešno shvaćeno, ali da se uključite više nego dobrodošli ste.
Hvala vam najlepše.
Eto. Možete. Kažete. Ište mikrofon. Evo, dolazi. Ovo je dosta demokratski smo postavili ovo. Ne znam koliko je Zoza bio za to.
Igla vaša, ploča naša, da.
Dobar dan svima, ja sam Ana iz Poljske i bavim se filmom i to što ova mlada devojka rekla da kažem da to radi za mladih, zbog toga imam puno studenta koji se bavi slavistikom i kao ja počela sam da se bavim i ovim festom i Sarajevskim filmskim festivalom, tako kad još sam bila mlada otprilike i nisam imala moguće da dođem ovdje na drugi način, onda na primjer aplicirala sam na akreditaciju na Sarajevskom filmskim festivalu i onda iskoristila sam ovom priliku i tako znam da i moji studenti koristi, da nije samo otvoreno za studenti iz FDU na koji ja sam bila na primjer kao i student jednog godine, ali mislim da što se tiče mene kad ja vidim i gledam na ovaj festival koji počeo sam da za mene zanimalo i zanima mojih studenti ovaj kult festa koji je totalno drugačiji kao Sarajeva. Zbog toga ja uopšte ne kažem, ne treba da upoređava ove dva festivala. To su totalno drugačiji konteksti i ne treba da nešto, ne znam, objašnjavati koji je bolji, koji je takav. To uopšte ne treba. To su totalno drugačiji. Samo ja kad pratim, i zbog toga ja sam izabrala u doktorskim da više imam pažnju za fest, više mi bilo težak, da li sarajevski, u neki transformaciji, traženje identiteta, izvinjavam se ponekad kad grešim, kad pričam. ali ne treba, hvala, ali to znam i što za mene, ja ću da malo kritikujem zbog organizaciji, da kad mene studenti pitaju, znate šta, kad ja uvek svakoj godine dolazim ovdje i to je u mom kalendaru, ali ovi koji htjeli bi da dolazi, nemaju to moguće kad se program objavlja 2 sedmice ranije. To je jedno. Druga stvar, to što ova mlada žena kaže da uključenje studenta. Ja vidim kako studenti reaguju i kažem da mlada publika nema vezi. Za mene može nije super influencer. Ja isto imam neki svoj kanal. Ali to nije to da bit će super i da hoću da nešto uraditi. Ali promocija kroz mladi ljude je vrlo važna. A svi koji ja znam u Beogradu, a i znam mladih studenti koji studira poljski jezik, dolazi u Varšavi i tako. Oni mene pitaju što ja mogu da preporučiti da oni gledaju, zbog toga znaju da ja se bavim filmom. I oni isto tako kao Ana, gdje je program, nije bilo program, jel ti nešto si vidjela što je bilo, što je sad prikazano. A imamo kulture viška. I festival je za mene vrlo važan, zbog toga on pravi selekciju. I svi koji voli film, oni znaju da u festu bit će nešto ozbiljno, dobro, što mora da pogledat. Ali kad oni nemaju preporuke, nemaju sve na vreme, onda to je na drugi način loženje u publiku. I moja poenta je u tome, ja ne mislim da bismo... Kult festa je super za mladih da upoznali bi korenje filmske stvari, filmski raditelji koji možda sad ne poznaju, zbog toga nije imali prilike. I nije samo ti studenti koji su na FDU, mislim još totalno iz drugih, širi i međunarodnih i to. I moja poenta je u tome, kad ja vidim ovo postojanje, traženje identiteta, traženje formata od takmičarskog do balkanskog regiona i to, da još kad tražite ne ustanete od nešto što počinate i odmah da ne vidite rezultata i da za sve rezultati ja tražim rezultata toliko godina i ne kažem da već sam sve našla. Tako mislim da to je vrlo važno da uključiti sve grupi i da se vidi koja je ciljna publika, koji je target, vaš target ovog festivala. Za mene je super, ja sad nepolitičko da kažem, da sad znamo, imamo geopolitike, politični kontekst i tako. Ali mene je drago kad ja dođem ovdje da gledam i ruski film koji, na primjer, ne mogu da negdje da gledat u druge zemlje koji ja radim. I neću sad kad kažem politično, kad sam gledala ruski, tu je nešto loš, od prilike.
Film je
znate.
Dobar ili loš,
Film, umetnost je umetnost. Geopolitika, politični kontekst je super. I ja mislim da ova ima šansa da ide na neki, kako to kažem, in spite of festival, da pokaže da im... Uprkos, hvala. I to je super da možemo da iz različnog ugla, ukrajinskog, ruskog, Palestina, izraelskog, i to je snaga Beograda. A ja vam kažem da još se bavim turizmom. Ljudi obožavaju Beograd i nema veze da je džungla, haos, prevoz, rešenje fontane ispred glavnog ulaza. Oni voli zbog ljudi, zbog šarma, karaktera koji ima u Kult Fest i do sada mislim da ponekad postoji.
Divno, ovo sve što ste rekli.
Nije džabe Poljska bila ta koja je prepoznala i našu muzičku scenu početkom 80. godina.
Da, i mene je drago i zbog toga mislim kad vi uključite, date moguće svima. Ja imala sam prilike iskoristila, ali mislim da i dragi ljudi kao i moji znanici kao kritičari, njih zanima. Varšavski festival nema Quentina Tarantina, a ide mu dobro. Ne dolazi neki veliki zvezde, a ide mu okej. I su ljudi zanimljivi i dolazi iz različnih zemalja. Tako ja vas čestitam, ali imate pažnju na koja je ciljna publika i u koji smer kanali da napravite za svakog koji targetujete.
Pa
to je
upravo,
to.
da, hvala vam mnogo.
Izvini da tako dugo.
Ne, vrlo je zanimljivo i vrlo je, mislim i zanimljiv je ugao kako nas vide neko ko nije odavde i uopšte nekako uliva optimizam. I ono što jeste, kao što je festival mesto susreta gde mi možemo različito i da mislimo, kao ovaj film je dobar, ovaj nije, ja bi više američke filmove, ti bi, ne znam, kineske, voli iranske.
Deda G,
da.
On je bio
I
95.
Da, i hoću kažem, ne, ali to je interesantno, mislim da je Beograd isto to kao mesto susreta različitih kultura i to je ono što je zanimljivo bilo i kad je bio uzlet festa najveći je bio uvek kad smo imali i jedno i drugo i da smo mogli da vidimo gde moglo se i jedno i drugo i sukobi i priče i da neka treći kvalitet doći.
Pa 80. godina, evo da se nadovežem na vas, 80. godina ovde i nije bilo nekakvih gostiju. I sad kad podvučete crtu...
Ne, to je već kad su mi krenuli nije bilo gostiju.
Nije bilo, znači, a i dalje je postao hype oko tog festivala. I rasprate dvorane i ne znam nija šta. Tako da nije neophodno imati veliko ime, već je potrebno napraviti front oko tog festa.
Tako je, pa ne, mislim da je to ono kao olako kao gost, pa šta imam ja sad od tog gosta, došao je neko, mislim, okej, vidjet ćete ga iz daljine, mahnuće, gostoće, lepo je to, ako održi neki masterclass još bolje, ali suština je da upravo nekako da se pokrenu diskusije, mislim, mi svi živimo u društvu i tražimo neke odgovore i u tim filmovima i u nekim našim ovakvim razgovorima i u viđanjima i to je suština ili bivanja socijalnom bića, mislim, kad mi svi mislili isto onda čemu ovaj festival i čemu bilo šta. Tako da hvala vam na ovome i mislim da jeste to ono što jeste identitet festa i upravo taj nemir koji mi svi osetimo i da li fest treba bude ovakav ili onakav ili strast, kako bi nazvali, ili uprkos nečemu i čini i ovaj grad zanimljivima i ovaj festival. Mislim, to je održalo tu vatru i dalje, tako da mislim da je to zanimljivo, pa ne slagali se oko svega kad će biti datum, ko će biti, koji će film biti, šta će biti, ali to je suština, onda imamo jedan život koji je, smerom se pali, merom gasi, ali...
Fest je čuvar vatre.
Pa da. Ništa, hvala, ja bih stvarno sad zatvorio ovo, iako je vrlo inspirativno, tako da evo može Zoza da kaže.
Fest je čuvar vatre, da.
Slede...
Da, važno je.
Dođe s nama sedi.
Dakle, kada ste vi Zoza je rekao, nije ni čudo što je Poljska prepoznala jugoslovensku novotalasnu scenu. Dakle, priča se tiče festa. To je čovjek koji se zove Gregor Bžežović. Znamo, siguran sam da Rosa i ti znate koja. Dakle, Gregor je 70. godina ovde išao u srednju školu, gimnaziju i tu mu je bio neki prijatelj. I oni su se od 78. 9. vratili u Varšavu i tamo su počeli da studiraju. Gregor je održao konekciju sa ljudima ovde, prijateljima, Studentskim kulturnim centrom i on je tamo vodio Orgazam, Šarla, neodržana turneja, Idola i tako dalje. Sad, ja Gregora poznajem. Gregor dolazi 22. na fest. Otišao je u penziju i došao je ovdje da gleda fest i tako dalje. I mi sedimo u restoranu Grmeč. I Gregor odlazi u toalet i dok korača ka toaletu sretne čoveka iz Poljske, njegovog druga tog iz srednje škole, oni se u Varšavi nisu vidjeli 40 i kusur godina i sreli su se u Beogradu na festu. Dok ovaj korača ka toaletu, ovaj čovjek je došao da dovede ženu to u grad svoje mladosti da po prvi put i eto tako. Sretnem Ambrozića posle toga kratko i kaže on, to može samo u Beogradu. Eto, mislim, može priča, ja lično obožavam Beograd i eto, to je lepa priča.
Ili ima još neku priču? Mislim, ova je odlična bila, ali ako ima...
Da nam pošalje.
Možemo da se napravimo zbir.
Samo da vam kažem, ovo je testimoni, što bi se reklo, baš svedočenje istine. Znači, te godine kada je došao Richard Dreyfuss, ja, pošto se ložim, koga znamo, gde naši reditelji rade, mislim, Beograd je mala ekipa, ali mnogo dobra ekipa. I ja dođem do agentice Meryl Streep pre nego što ću dobiti Richarda Dreyfusa. I to je recimo 3. decembara, znamo kad fest putuje. I ja napišem jedno ljubavno pismo, jer kako bi ja drugačije dozvala Meryl Streep nego da na ovo što ste me vi inspirisali čuvar vatre. I ja kažem, draga Meryl, da skratim priču, jedno divno svetlo koje je svetlalo na nefilmskom nebu sveta, preti nam opasnost da može da izgubi svetlost, ali ako vi sletite na beogradski aerodrom, vi imate snagu da tom svojim duhom i dahom zapalite to svetlo, vi ste me sad asocirali, da svetli još jače, možda još 10-20 godina. I mislim, dobro, neće mi odgovoriti. Ona mi je odgovorila i rekla je, ja ću doći na fest, ali ne možete me obavestiti 1. ili 3. decembra za februar. Ja sam to prenela nadležnima.
Evo kažete, ne ovaj fest, onaj tamo.
Ali zato će ovi mladi, ako žele od mene dobiti sve insajtove koga i kako, pa nek postaju...
E-mail Meryl Streep i da je zovemo sledeću godinu.
Normalno.
To je prvo.
Sponsor je prašak Meryl, da.
Kome ja dam ovaj?